Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 5:57 over on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You're looking at some live images right there on your screen. That is over at the White House in D.C. And on the bottom right, that is Atlanta, Georgia, where the sun is about to rise hours after that first presidential debate did come and go. Doug Luzader does have the latest on what happened during that debate.
Well, this was a highly anticipated debate, and this morning in some Democratic circles, it has touched off a near panic after President Biden's uneven performance.
You have the morals of an alley cat.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
There's no question there were some unusual exchanges last night, but early in the debate, in a raspy voice, President Biden struggled to respond to some of the questions.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
And while former President Trump at times frustrated fact checkers, he cast doubt on Biden's fitness to serve.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
White House officials said the president was fighting off a cold. Still, the two traded barbs on abortion, inflation, and immigration, and at times there were some personal attacks.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
His son is a convicted felon at a very high level.
After the debate, the vice president defended her boss's performance.
It was a slow start. There's no question about that, but I thought it was a strong finish.
The president and first lady wrapping up the evening with a visit to a local Waffle House, where Biden was asked about the debate.
I think we did well.
Now, for now, a second presidential debate is scheduled for September 10th, as some Democrats openly question whether President Biden should reconsider his bid for re-election. In Atlanta, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And you are taking a live look over the Atlanta skyline right now. Again, presidential debate number one between Biden and Trump now over, and the candidates do have a few months until their next one. The two did go head-to-head last night for the first time in 4 years. That, of course, was the CNN presidential debate simulcast, which we aired live right here on Live Now from Fox. And one big thing is that it featured a change-up of some of the previous rules. I do want to break down everything that happened last night, so let's bring in an expert here, Jacob Rubashkin, the deputy editor of Inside Elections. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so I do want to start off by talking about the debate here overall. Break down for me your overall thoughts of the whole 90 minutes or so.
Josh, Americans were not excited about this matchup heading into last night. We know that both of these candidates have the lowest favorability ratings of any major party nominees heading into a presidential election. And I don't believe that anyone watching last night's debate felt any better about their options in this presidential election than they did before last night. It was very obvious that both of these men have flaws that voters are well aware of and are top of mind for people. I don't think that anyone came away from this feeling any better about either Biden or Trump. What we saw from Biden was a very uneven performance. He rambled. He was hoarse from what the White House says was a cold. He lost his train of thought occasionally. He had moments of a little bit more passion and anger that I thought landed well, but those were few and far between, and it took him about 30 minutes or so to hit his stride. But whereas Trump, this is the same Trump that we've come to know over the last several years. He rarely answered the questions. He went off on tangents. He also rambled a little bit. And I think that if you already didn't like Trump, there wasn't a lot from his performance last night that perhaps would make you reconsider your opinion of him.
This is kind of an obvious question if you've checked Twitter, Facebook, really any social media at all here over the past several hours. But who do you think had the stronger showing?
Absolutely. I think Trump had the stronger showing last night. He had a lot more energy on the stage. He presented better, just in terms of the way that he was talking, the way that he behaved during the debate. He finished his sentences. He was much more aggressive in taking the fight to Biden. Whereas Biden, of course, was not able to land as many punches. He got a few licks in, but again, I think that it was a really shaky performance by the president, and we've seen a reaction from the Democratic Party across the board that reflects that.
I want to pop up this tweet or X post that did come in from Essie Cupp. She does host our political show Battleground, where she discusses everything politics related. She said, "One thing's for sure, this will be the first, last, and only debate." I want to get your take on that.
We will see. The next debate isn't scheduled until September. That is 2.5 months away. It's a cliche, but that's an eternity in politics. And while last night's performance, I don't think inspires tremendous confidence in Biden. And if I were an advisor to President Biden, I might be uncertain about putting him back on the debate stage against Trump. We don't know what this race is going to look like in September. We don't know what the world is going to look like in September. I think there are plenty of universes in which there is a second debate. There are plenty in which there aren't. We've already crossed that Rubicon 4 years ago with those 3 debates that were scheduled. Of course, Trump got COVID. They canceled the second debate. They moved away from the presidential commission on the Commission on Presidential Debates. So we are in a much more anything goes situation when it comes to these events now. It's certainly possible that the Biden campaign could pull the plug or find some excuse to do so. I do think we'll have a vice presidential debate no matter what. In fact, the Biden campaign probably really wants a vice presidential debate right about now. But let's see what things look like post-conventions before we start talking about September scheduling, because I do think people are underrating the possibility of a second debate, just as a lot of people underrated the possibility of a first debate. There was a lot of skepticism heading into last night that such an event would even occur. I think perhaps rightful skepticism given what we saw, but nonetheless, there were a lot of people who didn't believe Trump and Biden would actually face off. They did. I think it's perfectly possible that come September, they do face off again.
And there were actually bets that were being taken over in Vegas as to whether or not this would happen. And that lasted up, I would say, hours beforehand. I know that immigration was a topic that was discussed as well. And you did see the Border Patrol Union post this on Twitter or X. To be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. What do you make of that statement?
Well, Biden has tried to go on the offensive about immigration, as have Democrats up and down the ballot, with that bipartisan law that they negotiated with Senator Lankford of Oklahoma, that they tried to get passed through Congress, that Trump came out against and essentially quashed any chance of consensus earlier this year. And Democrats really do believe that that gives them the upper hand, that they were willing to go further than any Democratic administration had on immigration before, and Republicans stymied it. Now, we know that voters tend to trust Republicans and Trump significantly more than they do Democrats and Biden on the issue of immigration. And so that message has not hit with voters as Democrats might have hoped it would. But we clearly saw Biden last night try and make that case. Not particularly well, I would argue, but that was the case he was making. He mentioned that the Border Patrol had supported that piece of legislation, and Trump countered by saying, well, the Border Patrol also endorsed me for president. And I think that's what the union, at least, which is the one who would be doing the endorsement. Of course, the actual agencies can't make presidential endorsements. But I think the union was trying to clear up confusion about what Biden said about the bill, the proposed legislation versus the actual presidential candidacies and their political position there.
How did the new rules for this debate kind of play out? When you think about it, you had the muted mics, you did have no audience there. So big changes. How did those work out as far as you're concerned?
It was certainly a quieter debate than we're used to at the presidential level. If you think back to those two 2020 contests between Trump and Biden, especially that first one, that was a really contentious showing. Trump was interrupting Biden at every opportunity. It really did, as much as this one devolved into some personal attacks, that one really devolved into mudslinging. Trump went hard at Biden's son, Hunter. Biden responded quite forcefully against Trump. And I do think that the live audience there and the capability to interrupt really did fuel that fire. If anything, this I would argue was a lower key affair. There really weren't very many interruptions at all. Both candidates, in fact, it was common for the candidates to finish their answers and for the moderators to say, Mr. President or former President Trump, you've got 30 seconds left. Do you want to add more? That's not something that we ever hear in these debates. Do you want to add more? Please keep talking. Usually it's the moderators trying to rein them in when their answers are going on too long. So I do think absolutely that the debate format did contain it in a way that we haven't seen presidential debates recently. And if that was the goal, I think it was successful.
How big of a role, if any, do the debates play in who voters actually choose at the polls? Because we hear some say that maybe it swayed them one way or the other, but do they have an overall effect on who people do vote for?
I would argue that debates probably have less of an effect on how people vote than those of us certainly in the political class sometimes like to think they do. And especially in an election like this one, which features a sitting president versus a former president, two guys who are universally well known and who voters have very clear opinions about. These are not two unknown candidates. This is not a known candidate versus an upstart candidate. These are two people that the American public has been thinking about for the last 8 years at a minimum. And so I'm not quite sure how much this debate is actually going to upset the status quo. I think that it will take a week, maybe 2 weeks to see the effects of this debate trickle into the public opinion data. Obviously, we've seen a non-representative reaction from Twitter, from the Democratic chattering class that is bad for President Biden. But as it pertains to the American people, it will take some time to understand whether this debate has changed their minds about two guys that everyone is pretty clear where they stand on. You either like them or you don't, and how much more marginal or incremental information is going to change your opinion on either of them.
My last question for you here. RFK Jr. did not qualify for that CNN debate. He actually held his own debate of sorts. But my question is, him not being there, how did that change up the situation, and did it really have any effect?
I think that the exclusion of RFK ultimately comes down to the reality that he's not going to be the next president. There is no viable path for him or frankly, any minor party candidate to win the presidential election in a system like the one that we have built for ourselves today. So his exclusion, I don't really think upsets the status quo very much. I think it would have been more disruptive had he been on stage. I don't really know how he would have comported himself, how the moderators would have adjusted to include him. He talks about such different things than either Biden or Trump. He has such a different attitude toward the campaign than Biden or Trump that I do think it would have been a very different performance. But look, I think that not being on the stage is probably a blow to him. His whole campaign, as any minor party campaign is predicated on the notion that he can win, that he is viable, that he has a path to victory. Not being on stage is a very clear indicator to voters that that is not the case. That said, a lot of those voters, perhaps who were disappointed with what they saw from both Biden and Trump last night, potentially searching for an alternative. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little boomlet for RFK in the coming weeks as people are searching for a third option. But in the long run, I think his exclusion from this debate is just another sign that ultimately his impact on this race is going to wane as we get closer and closer to Election Day.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break down the debate. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
The thing that I am most interested in from last night is how much did this change Americans' minds? We know that Joe Biden's age was the number one thing that Americans thought about Biden, that they held against Biden heading into this debate. Everyone knows that he is old. Everyone knows he sounds old, that he looks old. And that is what we saw tonight. Now, how much of that was priced in to Americans' opinions? How much of the Joe Biden that we saw last night is the Joe Biden that was already in the heads of the American people? And if that's the case, we might not actually see this be as bad for him as a lot of the immediate punditry has suggested. But if this was a surprise to people, if people really thought that he looked better than what we saw last night, that's when we might have the potential to see a real change in the status quo of this race.
All right, Jacob, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us and break this all down. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out to this live look that we do have. This is showing Atlanta right now at this hour as the sun is rising. I do want to play for you just some of the comments from last night. Throughout the morning, we'll play those exchanges between Trump and Biden on a variety of topics, and do want to pop up the audio so we can listen to this right now.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots, come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done.
All right, so again, we are getting just some of those clips here, courtesy CNN, as there is that discussion, the back and forth there taking place between Biden and Trump during that first presidential debate. You are taking a live look here outside of the Capitol building. Obviously, January 6th was touched on quite a bit during the debate. However, I do want to let you know that coming up in about 4 hours or so, the Supreme Court is expected to release more decisions, more opinions here, and that could include the Trump immunity claim. That is one of 9 cases that does remain unresolved. Again, those will start coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll bring you all of the details as we do get them. The time now 6:15 over on the East Coast and 3:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, you are taking a live look over the city of Atlanta right now as traffic starts to pick up and the sun does rise. Presidential debate number 1 between Biden and Trump now officially over, and the candidates do have just a few months until their next one is scheduled. That next one set for September 10th, and that is going to be on ABC. We will hopefully be able to get that simulcast once again, just as we did last night. We aired that simulcast live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, and throughout the morning we'll play just some of those clips that were provided by CNN. I do want to head over to our Fox 5 Atlanta team, though. They have been covering this around the clock, and they do have Mark Teichner, who is out there now filing live reports.
New video this hour shows President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden arriving in Raleigh, North Carolina. This comes after he took off from Metro Atlanta overnight in Air Force One.
Hours before that, we saw former President Trump leaving Hartsfield-Jackson. He's set to campaign in Virginia later today. Now, all of this comes after a big night in Atlanta with both presidential candidates taking the stage for a CNN debate.
And though the mics were muted, the fireworks between the two were still there. Important policy issues were tackled on both sides, including immigration, foreign policy, and the economy. Now, the big talker this morning, though, is President Biden's performance on stage. Many people on both sides of the aisle say it wasn't his best.
Now he's left to handle Democratic anxiety over his candidacy. The president addressed age concerns on stage.
I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
Former President Trump was asked if he'd accept the results of the 2024 presidential election. Listen to his response.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous.
Now, keep in mind, neither party has named their official candidate for the presidency. The president and former president will be back on the campaign trail today with their next debate set for September.
Now, most of those watching the debate did so with like-minded voters, but a group of nonpartisan voters gathered to watch in Southwest Atlanta.
Yeah, good day's Mark Teichner lets us know their thoughts. Good morning, Mark.
Yeah, and both seem to enjoy the process of doing this. It gave them a chance to discuss issues with people they don't always agree with, and they did it in certainly civil manner.
Folks that are a little bit different from your normal watch party audience.
They came from the left and the right, all gathering in Southwest Atlanta for a nonpartisan debate watch party sponsored by Ohio River South. The idea was to bring a diverse group together to discuss issues in a calm and productive manner.
I live more on the right. I know there's a lot of people here that live more on the left, and I just wanted to be here just to have conversations and be in the same room, that we're not actually divided in any way.
The watch party gave those in attendance a chance to compare President Biden and former President Trump.
It's nice to get that head-to-head matchup, but it's also giving people an opportunity to talk about what their lives were like at different points of each presidency.
Those watching said they were focusing on key issues and how each candidate would handle them over the next 4 years.
We're really here to know how can America sustain and be the greatest that is known to be.
But the watch party goers admitted that debate performance matters, including confidence, poise, eloquence, and honesty.
There were some very clear separations in the amount of energy and attentiveness to detail in folks, although should not be measuring that as the key performance indicators. Unfortunately, we are human beings.
As a result of all of this, the folks say that they were able to exchange their ideas and, again, were able to do it in a way that they thought was in a positive manner. So hopefully that will play out to help out our process as we go through this entire election until November. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Mark, thanks so much. We're also getting debate analysis from the Georgia game.
Theron Johnson and Brian Robinson both watched the debate and talked with our Russ Spencer about what's next.
Yes, it was not a good night for President Biden, but I think that honestly he is still the president of this country, and I think that Democrats are going to have a very tough conversation about ourselves going forward. And the good news about this is that while it was not his best performance, he will hopefully get another chance to debate.
I think he created a barrier that he can't get over. I disagree with my friend that the Biden team has a chance to come back. I don't think that campaign team will let Joe Biden back on a debate stage after this catastrophe that we saw tonight.
Now you can watch a full debate analysis from the Georgia gang Sunday morning at 8:30 right after Good Day Atlanta.
Now, prior to leaving, President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden made a stop at the Waffle House by the Battery in Cobb County. The pair greeted customers and workers before ordering some food. President Biden also addressed concerns about his status in the presidential race. The president told pooled press he wasn't worried about his performance, adding, quote, "It's hard to debate a liar."
Everybody loves the All-Star Special. 5:06 is your time. Before and during the CNN presidential debate, protesters gathered outside the debate site and around downtown. There were billboards showing both candidates, but hundreds came out to show support for Palestine, which they say neither president adequately supported.
Our government and both candidates have the wrong priorities, and they're not caring about what actually helps working people.
Not a fan of Biden. I'm not a fan of Trump. I'm more progressive. The majority of the country supports progressive policies. We got two guys in there that don't.
So far.
And that was our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Their coverage there, all connected to the debate. As you saw, there were protesters who were outside there all around Atlanta. You're looking at just some images there on your screen. We will check in with Fox 11 LA's Alex Michelson for his kind of breakdown after the debate did wrap. He brought in experts, and they had a lot to say. So we'll play more of that coming up for you in just a bit. But I do want to play his 45-second breakdown of how everything did play out.
My analysis, the debate was a total and complete disaster for Joe Biden and the Democrats. Coming into the night, he needed to show that he was strong and in control. Instead, he looked old and weak. Coming into the debate, he was behind in almost every single swing state, which is why they wanted to do the debate to shake up the race. But it is hard to imagine that his poll numbers are going to get better after this. And now Democrats are having a conversation out loud that they've been whispering about for months. Is it time to replace Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee? Because there's fears there is no path for him to actually win.
That was Alex Michelson there, his 45-second wrap-up of how the debate went. Now, he did do an in-depth show that we're going to play for you a little bit later on, at least portions of it, here on Live Now from Fox. The time now is 6:25 over on the East Coast and 3:25 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border, and a hot topic at last night's debate, no question, the Israel-Hamas war. As you saw before the break, Gaza war protesters did show up across Atlanta as Trump and Biden went head-to-head. So on that note, the U.S. House passed an amendment that would prevent the State Department from citing the civilian casualty figures that are provided by the Gaza Health Ministry, which is run by the Hamas terror organization. The amendment was part of the annual State Department appropriations bill and was spearheaded by Democrat Jared Moskowitz and co-sponsored by several Democrats and Republicans. The measure passed by an overwhelming majority of 269 to 144, with 62 Democrats and 207 Republicans voting in favor of it. The vote as the current war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza closes in on that 9-month mark. I do want to talk more about the latest developments there in the Middle East, so let's bring in a friend of the show now, Alex Trayman, the CEO and Jerusalem bureau chief over at the Jewish News Syndicate. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Josh, thanks for having me.
Of course. So first question here, I want to talk about that amendment that was passed by the U.S. House, all related to those Gaza casualty figures. What is the significance of a bipartisan effort there to pass that amendment?
Well, I think it demonstrates that the Congress, both houses, had enough intelligence to understand that the figures coming out of the Gaza Strip were not reliable. Hamas's strategy has been to have Israel kill as many civilians as possible and to inflate the numbers of civilians killed in order to put diplomatic pressure on Israel to stop its campaign. Here, the Congress is saying that those numbers can't be counted on and that Israel has not killed as many people as the Gazan Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas, says they did.
And sticking with the U.S. here, the U.S. is going to reportedly release the bombs that it withheld from Israel ahead of the Rafah operation. Did Netanyahu's video, just in your opinion, where he criticized the Americans for withholding the weapons, lead to them actually being released to Israel after all? Did that play any kind of role?
It absolutely played a role, and it wasn't a single video. Netanyahu doubled down on that statement several times. There was a bipartisan delegation of Congress that was in Jerusalem, and Netanyahu spoke about it with them and finished up releasing a statement saying that he hoped that the weapons issue would be solved soon. Defense Minister Gallant was just in Washington, D.C. He came back and released a statement saying that he hoped that the issue of the weapons being slow-tracked by the Biden administration would be resolved. And sure enough, now it's being resolved. Netanyahu had said in the beginning that he had tried through private channels to communicate this. And then when that didn't work, he had no choice but to come public. And now we're seeing, despite the denials of the Biden administration early on, that they are, in fact, now resuming to fast-track weapons to Israel.
American intelligence now saying that they expect a, quote, major escalation could happen very soon between Israel and Hezbollah there in the north. My question, what does that say to you? Because we know that there's been those attacks that have been intensifying by Hezbollah on Israel. What does a major escalation even look like?
Right. That's a good point, that the attacks have been escalating. And the reason why the United States is now making these warnings is because Israel's operation in Rafah is coming toward a close in the coming days or weeks. At that point, Israel will be able to shift its troops and its missile defense as well as its tanks up to the north for a potential conflict with Hezbollah, which has been firing nonstop at Israel since October 8th. That would a major escalation would include the firing by Hezbollah of many long-range missiles. Right now, most of the missiles they've been shooting have been short-range. They could hit Israeli cities like Haifa, Tel Aviv, even Jerusalem if they start firing their long-range missiles. And if this does escalate, Israel would send its troops across the border, something that it hasn't done since the beginning of the conflict.
The U.S. has now joined the countries that are warning their citizens who are over in Lebanon that a war could happen at any moment, so they need to leave the area, and also urging them not to travel there. Would you see any of these countries actually going in to remove their residents and civilians to prevent any of them being harmed during a potential war?
I think that they're giving these warnings now to give people ample time to get out before a war would erupt. It does appear that even if this does happen, it could be several weeks away. There's also an opinion here that maybe nothing would happen before Netanyahu's scheduled speech to the joint sessions of Congress on July 24th. There's also a possibility, a strong possibility, that an escalation doesn't happen. I don't think that either Hezbollah or Israel really wants to see a major escalation, but I don't see other countries like the United States, France, sending people in onto the ground, even if that's only to get people out.
We know that new information released by the IDF does reveal that 1 in 6 rockets fired by Hezbollah have quote unquote misfired. That would be nearly 1,000 landing within Lebanon. What does that say to you?
Oh, we've seen the same thing in Gaza. Hamas misfired many times. In fact, we remember when Hamas accused Israel of bombing a hospital in the Gaza Strip and killing 500 people. That was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired and hit the complex of the hospital. We also learned that when Iran fired their 300 ballistic and cruise missiles and drones at Israel, that there were several misfires there as well. These are rogue terror organizations. They're not super sophisticated militaries. Their weaponry is not tested. And yes, they're doing a lot of damage to their own citizens with their own rockets that are misfiring.
And we are also told that a 3-mile quote unquote dead zone has been created there in a part of Lebanon as a result of the Israeli retaliatory strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. What does that really mean overall? And does it give kind of an indication of what could happen to Lebanon if there is a war?
Oh, absolutely. The purpose of creating the dead zone is to make sure that Hezbollah cannot establish a cross-border attack the way Hamas did on October 7th. And it also gives a warning to Hezbollah because the UN Resolution 1701, which was signed in 2006 after the last flare-up between Israel and Hezbollah, was supposed to ensure that Hezbollah did not operate south of the Litani River, which is about 19 miles from the Israeli border. UNIFIL, a UN organization, was supposed to ensure that. They haven't done it. And that's Israel's key demand. And if there is a war, that will be the main goal, to push Hezbollah back. And they're sending a signal now that the entire 19-mile strip that Hezbollah can't operate in, that could look like this 3-mile dead zone that they've created if Hezbollah doesn't retreat back behind the Litani River.
My last question here. Israel does say that it, quote, facilitated the passage of 68 sick and injured children along with their loved ones via the Kerem Shalom crossing to Egypt and elsewhere. Have there been other missions from your reporting that you know of like this that we just aren't hearing about?
There have been other missions. Several injured Palestinians have found their way to Egypt, also to Turkey, going through that Kerem Shalom crossing. But it also raises fears that perhaps some of the senior leadership of Hamas has also found a way to be smuggled through ambulances or aid convoys out of Israel through the Kerem Shalom crossing, as well as potentially some hostages. So this is the danger of having this crossing. We know that Hamas uses every possible humanitarian aid or offering to its advantage.
All right. Alex Trayman, CEO, Jerusalem Bureau Chief there at Jewish News Syndicate. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and break down the latest developments. Anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, as I mentioned, we are on the eve of a potentially major escalation between Hezbollah and Israel. But I do believe that the Netanyahu administration is trying to do everything in its power to avoid that. At this time, Israelis have been fighting now for 8 months in the south. And Israel knows that if a major escalation occurs, that it could bring a lot of destruction to the Israeli home front, something that they really don't want. So while everybody is accusing Netanyahu of being a warmonger, all the signals within Israel is that Netanyahu is trying to do everything that he can to avoid the conflict. And if Hezbollah will stop firing, they will receive peace in return. If Hezbollah continues to fire and continues to escalate the situation, Israel and the IDF have no choice, and they do have the power to set Hezbollah back, and the entire country of Lebanon, for that matter, by many, many years.
All right, Alex, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
And I do want to take you out to a post here on X or Twitter coming in from our buddy Trey Yingst over at Fox News. He says the Middle East is on the brink of a much larger conflict. The war in Ukraine is raging on. The Chinese are conducting drills to invade Taiwan. Iran is close to having a nuclear bomb. The list goes on. The world is facing serious and complex problems that will impact all of us. We do check in with Trey as he is on the ground there in Israel for reports, and we'll make sure to continue to do that as he does continue to file those reports. 6:38 on the East Coast and 3:38 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Let's head to a quick break, but we'll be back in 2 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look over the city of Atlanta. The skyline missing at this point due to all the clouds and fog there in the distance. But last night, there was a lot going on. We did have the first presidential debate between Trump and Biden, and people have a lot of thoughts on all of it. This was a CNN simulcast that we played for you right here, and CNN did provide some clips for us that we can play for you, kind of portions of the different discussion and debate and really arguments that did happen. They did discuss the military, so let's pop up the audio and play that out for you.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. to think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
The four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right.
And those are just some of the clips from the CNN presidential debate. We aired that simulcast right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, those clips provided by CNN. So after the debate did wrap, we know that President Biden went over to a campaign event where he did address the supporters who were there alongside his wife, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. Do want to play those brief comments for you now.
Support. Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lied! Yes. So, Joe, I'm going to hand it over to you because we have such a great group of supporters here, so thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You've been here the whole time. I see it. I see that patch there. Look, folks, you know, I shouldn't say this, but my brother always uses lines from movies. There was a famous movie about John Wayne, and he's working for the northern military, trying to get the Apaches back in the reservation, and they were lying like hell to them, and they're all sitting on a bluff, and John Wayne was sitting with two Apaches, and one of them looked at John Wayne and said, "These guys are nothing but lying, dog-faced pony soldiers." Except he's just a liar. Look, folks, what's going to happen over the next couple of days is they're going to be out there fact-checking all the things he said. I can't think of one thing he said that was true. No, I'm not being facetious. But look, we're going to beat this guy. We need to beat this guy. And I need you in order to beat him. You're the people I'm running for. He says he's going to be the retribution for his supporters. You are the reason why America's as good as we are. We're the finest nation in the whole damn world. Nobody's close. But let's keep going. See you at the next one. God love you all. Heading to North Carolina. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to go home with you. Thank you.
This ain't Texas. No hold'em.
All right, so Joe Biden there speaking very briefly, just for a couple minutes at that campaign event that did happen over in Atlanta. That was right after the debate did wrap, and now, as he mentioned, he is heading over to North Carolina. Now, I mentioned this a bit earlier, but Robert Kennedy Jr. did actually hold his own debate after he didn't qualify for the CNN debate. He also spoke with Dr. Phil about a variety of topics, including the situation over in Russia. I do want to play that comment for you right here.
Putin? What if Putin says, just let us keep the territory we have and don't have Ukraine join NATO?
Yeah, that is Putin's, right now, his opening bargaining position. Putin has been asking to settle this war from the beginning. In fact, he agreed to 2 separate treaties, the Minsk Accords, in 2019, which Zelensky ran in 2019 and ran promising to sign the Minsk Accords. And really the only thing Putin wanted was to keep NATO out of the Ukraine. He then, in 2022, right after he first invaded with only 40,000 troops, when President Biden said there is absolute baloney, President Putin did not go into Ukraine intending to conquer Europe. He only sent 40,000 troops. It's a nation of 44 million people. He didn't even want to take Ukraine. He wanted us back at the negotiating table. Zelensky asked the United States to help him negotiate a treaty with Putin. And Biden administration said no. Zelensky then went and asked Israel, and Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister, said yes, and Erdogan in Turkey said yes, and they negotiated a beautiful treaty in Istanbul in April of 2022. They signed the treaty. The one thing that Putin wanted was that we didn't put NATO in Ukraine. He didn't want to conquer Europe. And they signed it. Putin was withdrawing his troops, leaving Donbass and Lugansk. And what happened? President Joe Biden sent Boris Johnson over to Kiev and forced Zelensky to tear up that agreement because they had another agenda, which is to weaken Russia. President Trump was part of it. President Trump gave the first $1.3 billion to Ukraine in 2017 of the first offensive weapons. He then sent Mike Pompeo over there in 2019 to say that we're going to put NATO there. So, and then he walked away from the intermediate range nuclear treaty with Russia unilaterally. We had a nuclear weapons treaty that we wouldn't put intermediate missiles in Ukraine or the other former Soviet satellite states. And President Trump walked away from it. So the two of them are equally culpable in the provocations that led to this war. And I'm not excusing Putin. Putin didn't need to go into Ukraine. And he should be held responsible too. We need to look at our responsibility, and it falls both on the backs of President Trump and President Biden. And, you know, I have a big family, Dr. Phil. I think there's something like 105 cousins, and a lot of them are supporting me. Several of them who are working prominently in my campaign. My cousin Anthony Shriver, who is helping run my campaign in Florida, and he has a daughter who, until recently, was in the senior staff level of my campaign. But, you know, my family, listen, we were raised to differ with each other on issues. My father orchestrated debates between us every night at the dinner table, and they differed with me on a lot of issues. They differed with me on COVID, on the lockdowns, for example. They differed with me on the Ukraine war. And my family has a very close relationship with President Biden. So President Biden has a bust of my father behind him at the Oval Office. I've known President Biden for 40 years. It's not just a political friendship with my family. It's a personal friendship. They actually like him a lot, and they're very loyal to him. And 5 of them, including some of the ones that you mentioned, actually work for or with the administration. So I understand their distress, but I love my family. I feel loved by my family, and you know, I feel like I can argue with them in a way that is congenial, that is spirited, but at the same time, I'm able to love them. I wish that for the rest of the country too. I wish that we could have civil debate again without hating each other.
Historically, third-party candidates are not successful. So are you the exception? And if not, what's the end game? What's your ultimate goal? Can you win?
I wouldn't be running if I didn't think I could win. You know, we're in a unique time in American history now where we have the two least popular candidates running. We have between 70 and 80% of the American public saying they don't want that choice, that they want a different choice. I'm in a position, though, an independent candidate has been in history. All the polls that have shown me in a two-way race against President Trump show me beating him. All the polls that show me in a two-way race against President Biden show me beating him in a landslide. And, you know, the Zogby poll is the biggest poll taken, and it shows me beating President Biden in a head-to-head race, winning 39 states and him only winning 11. I beat President Trump on a very, very narrow margin, but President Biden can't beat him. And there's never been an independent candidate who's been in that strong a position before.
All right, so that was an interview there with Dr. Phil and RFK Jr. He also, as you saw there, held his own debate because he did not qualify for that CNN debate. We're going to play some more of those clips a bit later on, as well as the ones that were provided by CNN. We aired that simulcast, but they did, of course, provide us just some of the comments that were made by Biden and Trump. And we are also going to have analysis from several experts that will join us throughout the morning and throughout the day here on LiveNOW. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on LiveNOW from Fox. There are a lot of thoughts about that first presidential debate in Atlanta between Biden and Trump that took place last night, about 90 minutes there. Do want to pop up one of the tweets or X posts that we do have. This is from S.E. Cupp, who is the host of Fox's Battleground. She did say one thing's for sure. This will be the first, last, and only debate. We're going to bring in an expert here in just a matter of minutes, Rich Rubino, a political analyst and historian. But first, we do have Chad Pergram, who took a look back at some of the major debate moments from years past.
The debates change television.
The question is, radical left. Will you shut up, man? Listen,
And television change politics, underscoring the importance of live performance. Reality TV mixed with politics, long before reality TV was a thing.
I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
They brought us whole binders full of women.
What we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund.
Debates amplify gaffes.
There is no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe.
They deliver unexpected humor.
I'm all ears.
Sometimes what's said isn't even what most people remember.
I'm going to fix it.
Viewers might recall what a candidate does.
I've had a record of appointing judges in the state of Texas. That's what a governor gets to do. Man's practicing fuzzy math again. There's differences.
In 1992, President George H.W. Bush signaled that perhaps his time in office was up. Tonight's debate is the first without a studio audience since the initial forum in 1960.
The candidates need no introduction.
It was unclear whether John F. Kennedy or Richard Nixon won that first debate. Nixon sweated, sporting a 5 o'clock shadow. Kennedy, cool and confident. It said that those listening to the radio believed Nixon won. People watching TV thought Kennedy prevailed. That's been taught for decades. However, it's folklore. There's no study to prove it. In Washington, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thank you so much for that report. A lot of great video there, and definitely good to look back on those previous presidential debates. What you're looking at right now is a live look over Atlanta. A little bit foggy out there right now, but President Biden and former President Trump faced off in their first debate of the presidential campaign season. It was one of two scheduled so far, but some are left questioning whether that next debate, set for September 10th, will even happen. Now, this debate did feature a change-up of some of the previous rules. There is a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in a friend of the show, Rich Rubino, political analyst and historian. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us.
Thank you so much for having me on again.
Of course. Well, first off, I just want to get your overall thoughts on that debate as a whole.
Yeah, it was definitely it was definitely a mistake for Joe Biden, I think, to debate this early. I think he came off, his demeanor, he came off very much halting. I think today you're seeing a lot of speculation amongst the Democratic high command about what they can do, about who potentially they could, if it's possible, they could have another nominee, even though Joe Biden essentially had won every single primary and it wasn't even close. It's basically panic time for many Democrats, because I think that they thought that since he was in 6 days of seclusion, he was going to come out, that he was going to be tan, rested, and ready, if you will. And there were moments later on in the debate where I think he kind of came to, where you could see a little bit of the old Joe Biden from 2008. But I think that it was definitely a bad day for Joe Biden. And the question now is how he picks up the pieces.
Do you think it's possible that the Democratic Party would actually replace Joe Biden?
Theoretically, yes. He's not the actual Democratic nominee. He's a presumptive Democratic nominee. The primaries are essentially advisory. And theoretically, at the convention, the Democratic Party could nominate somebody else. For example, in 1968, Eugene McCarthy was out winning Democratic primaries. It came to the convention, and the convention nominated Hubert Humphrey, who did not participate in any primaries because he won some support of the delegates. So theoretically, that could happen. Another scenario, in 1972, George McGovern, who is very much against the Vietnam War and seen by some in the party high command as being too liberal, was about Democratic presidential nomination, in part because he had won most of the primaries. So what happens at the convention? A young Georgia governor named Jimmy Carter nominates one of McGovern's primary opponents, Henry Scoop Jackson of Washington. He'll end up losing, but the point is that you can theoretically do this. Somebody could actually get up and nominate themselves. Jerry Brown nominated himself in 1992 after he'd lost the Democratic primary badly to Bill Clinton. So this could happen. The question, though, is will the Democratic Party be willing to be so fractured as to try that? It could happen theoretically, but let's see. I think it'd be very hard pressed to find a scenario where somebody actually gets up and nominates a formidable candidate against Joe Biden, and then the entire party comes and kind of unites amongst that person, even though Biden had won the primaries.
And I have to ask, just based on your experience, any idea who that could possibly even be? I know we're kind of speaking in hypotheticals, but we do know that Gavin Newsom was there last night. He was very vocal. Is he a potential contender?
He's the one that's often talked about. I think he has some vulnerabilities, partly because he's from California, partly because he has a history in terms of San Francisco, and it'd be very easy for Donald Trump to try to link him to Nancy Pelosi and say basically that San Francisco is going to be running the country. That would be one of the that would be I think Donald Trump's strategy. There are others. I think Governor Roy Cooper, for example, of North Carolina, somebody who's been elected in a swing state, even though Donald Trump was being reelected himself. Roy Cooper was winning the state of North Carolina. And he's also a Southern governor, and Southern governors tend to win general elections, whether it was Jimmy Carter in '76 or Bill Clinton in 1992. That Southern accent helps to inoculate Democrats from criticism that they are too liberal. He's also somebody that just shows his electoral bona fides. And he was on the ballot the same day in 2020 that Donald Trump was on the ballot. Donald Trump lost North Carolina by about 1.7 points. Governor Cooper won it by about 4 points that day. That would be one. Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, who was on Joe Biden's short list back in 2020, even though she's only been governor for 2 years, she's somebody that would be a possibility. But I think if the Democrats look for anybody, they need to look to the states, because if you look for the states in terms of looking for a governor, first of all, Americans like electing governors as president. Whether it was former Governor Ronald Reagan in 1980, Jimmy Carter before him, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, because they can show that they can tell the American people they're away from Washington, and this is what's going on in the state. It's very hard for Donald Trump sometimes, or for any incumbent president or former president, to try to link that person to Washington, because in many respects they can run away from Washington. They can almost do what Bill Clinton tried to do, triangulate himself, say the Democrats are here, the Republicans are here, and I'm on this side of the triangle.
A lot happened during that debate last night, so I want to get your take. Anything surprising, anything that stood out to you that maybe you weren't expecting?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one thing, if you need to look back at this debate 20 years from now, you're going to look back at when Joe Biden brought up the comment by General Kelly that Donald Trump allegedly had called people who were in the military losers and suckers. I think that he looked at him and he said, my son was not a loser and a sucker, and not a sucker you are. I think that's one of the harshest debate lines I've ever seen in American politics. I think it's been, and he actually delivered it relatively well, but it's being overshadowed by Joe Biden's halting performance. And Joe Biden, I think he did get a lot better toward the middle and toward the end of the debate. But if you look at this, if you look at even what they're saying on some of the liberal networks, they're saying they're going toward the beginning, they're going towards some of the faux pas that he had made. And would really be interesting to see if Joe Biden recovers from this. And there is a scenario, by the way, where Joe Biden does this voluntarily. Theoretically, he's not the nominee yet. And back in 1974, Senator Hugh Carey of Pennsylvania, who was the minority leader of the House of Representatives, minority leader of the United States Senate, John Rhodes, the minority leader from the state of Arizona, who was in the House of Representatives, and Barry Goldwater, the senator from Arizona, went to Richard Nixon and said, essentially, it's time to quit. You don't have the votes, and you're going to be impeached, and you're probably going to be convicted. And the next day, Richard Nixon says, I'll resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. If theoretically members of the Democratic High Command, somebody like Nancy Pelosi or Hakeem Jeffries were to go to him and say, we really want another party's nominee, then Joe Biden could say, well, I'm basically a transitional figure, and I want to give it down to I want to give the Democratic nomination to someone who's going to be more of a transformational figure, something to that effect.
I want to pop up this post. We showed it a bit ago, but this is from Essie Cupp, who does host our Battleground here on Fox, where she breaks down all the political headlines and things of that nature. But I want to get your opinion, because she said one thing's for sure: this will be the first, last, and only debate. What are your thoughts? Do you expect that second debate between Biden and Trump that is scheduled for September 10th on ABC will actually happen?
I'm very incredulous whether Donald Trump will agree to actually come to that debate. He might make some sort of an excuse between now and September 10th. I guess theoretically, it might be good for him actually to show up to the debate if he thinks that Joe Biden's going to perform the way that he did yesterday. But my guess is he's probably going to say, I'm through with he's probably going to say something to the effect of, I'm through with debates, or maybe they'll just have some sort of a stalling tactic and trying to forestall it and eventually try to run out the clock in terms of the election in November.
What do you think of the new rules? How did they work out? Because we know that we had the muted mics. We also had no audience there. So some big changes. But how did those work, in your opinion?
I think they worked extremely well. Even when you would hear Donald Trump was actually pretty disciplined. If you looked at his debate in 2016, 2020, he was somebody that, because the mic was turned on, he would immediately start talking. That was that point where you just showed where Joe Biden says, "We shut up, man," because in part because Donald Trump kept trying to interrupt him. This time around, I only thought of one or two possible times when the candidate actually started talking without being started talking after the mic went off. So I think the moderators were great. I think the moderators largely standard of everything. I think the mic and I think the mic situation really was really superlative in this.
How big of a role overall, if any, do the debates actually play in who voters choose at the polls? I know I've asked this of many different experts, and everyone kind of has a different take on it, but I want to get yours.
This country is so bifurcated right now. Last time around, despite everything that would happen, everything with the debates, 94% of Republicans voted for Donald Trump. 94% of Democrats voted for Joe Biden. My guess is, despite whatever might have happened in this debate, and if there's going to be another debate on September 10th, it's going to be just about that scenario. You're trying to go after the very elusive swing voters in about 10 states that maybe are swing states or showdown states. You go after those voters. This is probably less than 1 million people that are really decide. So maybe some of those voters will go over to Donald Trump, or for that matter, they could decide if they're really skeptical about Donald Trump, they could look at somebody like a third-party candidate like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But I think that the debates, they're certainly important in terms of just watching the posture, watching how the candidates command issues. But I still think, generally speaking, Democrats are going to vote for the Democrat, Republicans are going to vote for the Republican.
And RFK Jr., speaking of him, he did hold his own debate because he did not qualify for the CNN debate. What difference did it make him not being there at the CNN debate? Did it make any kind of difference?
Yes, it made a difference because it's telling the American people, and a lot of American people are low propensity voters. They're interested in politics to a certain degree. Maybe they watch the debate, but they might not know who Robert F. Kennedy is, or maybe they have a very kind of tangential interest in who he actually is. The fact that he was not there tells the American people that he's not a real candidate. In 1992, Ross Perot actually met the only third party to actually meet that threshold of garnering 15% of the vote in 3 polls, got into the debate, and what happened? The American people said, and many said that they said this is a major party candidate, and Ross Perot landed up mustering 18.9% of the vote in 1992, even though he had dropped out of the race and then dropped back in the race. In terms of RFK Jr., he risked what often happens with third-party candidates. They don't garner a lot of exposure. So what happens toward the end of the campaign, people that are looking at them or considering them say, well, that's a wasted vote. I need to vote for one of the major party candidates. Had he been there, he would have shown that he was formidable, and he would have been the exact same stage as a former president and a current president.
And he actually said during his debate that he held, there was a moderator there and everything, that he would beat Joe Biden if the two of them went head-to-head. Your thoughts?
Yes, and I saw that he cited a couple of polls to show that as well. I don't see where that really happens. And first of all, it's a fiction because there's not going to be a head-to-head race between him and Joe Biden. The only way that would have to happen would be if he were somehow to pocket the Republican Party's presidential nomination, which is certainly not going to happen. I also think that part of it is people don't know a lot about him once they find out some of his views. For example, his opposition to vaccine mandates. I think that's going to bring a lot of people home to the Democratic Party. A lot of people just see the name Kennedy, and there are people who will look at that and say, he must be a Democrat. I've seen this scenario before, by the way. The race for the United States Senate seat in Massachusetts in 2009, after after Ted Kennedy died, Scott Brown was running as the Republican Party nominee, Martha Coakley, the Democratic nominee in Massachusetts, and there was a guy named Joe Kennedy who was a libertarian independent, and he was running in that race, and there were people who actually came thinking that he was part of the Kennedy family. So the Kennedy name really is quite a brand, and it really kind of gets you in the door. But I don't think once it gets you in the door, I don't think it makes it you can close the sale and actually become the president of the United States. But it's it's not going to happen anyway, because there's not going to be that scenario. If he were to get into the debate, he would still be a third candidate, because Donald Trump's certainly not going to give up the Republican nomination to him.
All right, Rich Rubino there, political analyst. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I would just say that right now, the Democratic Party, I think the high command of the Democratic Party really is in panic mode. This is what they feared about Joe Biden. I think the thought process was that he was going to 6 days of seclusion. He would come out and he would at least be acceptable. Expectations were very low for Joe Biden. But Joe Biden, and as I said, Joe Biden did have moments where he could be very confrontational, he could be very effective versus Donald Trump. But when you look back in this debate 20 years from now, you're going to remember the kind of halting of Joe Biden's halting style. And I'm sure there are people in the Democratic Party that are saying, we need somebody else to run. We need somebody else to try to become the nominee at the convention. And I also think that if you go back to the primary, specifically the New Hampshire primary, there were people that wanted somebody else to run. You had Dean Phillips, a congressman from New Hampshire, garnered about 19.7% of the vote in the primary. And he was saying at the time that Joe Biden should not be the nominee, and Joe Biden should not, and Joe Biden would lose to Donald Trump in the general election. I think there might be some Democrats now that are looking back at that and saying that they should have had somebody more formidable challenging Joe Biden in the primaries.
All right, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Greatly enjoyed it.
And you are taking a live look there right over the city of Atlanta as the sun is now up, and things have changed over the past several hours. Not as crowded there in Atlanta as that first presidential debate has come and gone. We mentioned a few times this second one is set for September 10th. That is going to be on ABC. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a simulcast just like we did with CNN. Now, President Biden was asked about his age, which has been a very hot topic. Again, CNN providing us clips that we can play for you. And I do want to play this one where he answers the question about his age.
You would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you.
All right, so again, those were just some of the comments that were made during that CNN simulcast. We're going to play those clips for you all throughout the morning here and also bring on experts to break it all down. Do want to remind you that coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning, so in just under 3 hours, we do expect to get more of those Supreme Court opinions and rulings. And a big one that folks are waiting on is that Trump immunity ruling. We'll make sure to bring you all of those details as they do come out. The time now is 7:17 over on the East Coast and 4:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have a lot more coverage coming up shortly. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:19 over on the East Coast and 4:19 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look over the city of Atlanta right now, hours after that first presidential debate between Biden and Trump did wrap up. We have been checking in with our Fox 5 Atlanta team as they do have several reporters covering all of the debate aftermath. I'm going to pop up the audio here and listen in to our Fox 5 Atlanta coverage.
New this morning, President Biden and the First Lady have touched down in Raleigh, North Carolina. This comes after he departed Metro Atlanta overnight on Air Force One. Now, prior to leaving, President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden made a stop at a Waffle House in Cobb County. The pair greeted customers and workers and answered questions about last night's presidential debate. The president told reporters he wasn't worried about his performance, adding, quote, "It's hard to debate a liar."
And former President Trump didn't stay long after the debate either, taking off from Hartsfield Jackson. This was last night. Later today, he's set to campaign in Virginia. Traditionally, presidential debates don't have a measurable impact on voters. Americans typically choose candidates based on how optimistic they are about the country's future and where they stand on key issues.
Yeah, with concerns over both candidates' age and fitness for office, last night's debate took on greater significance. Fox's Doug Luzader has more.
Well, this was a highly anticipated debate, and this morning in some Democratic circles, it has touched off a near panic after President Biden's uneven performance.
You have the morals of an alley cat.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
There's no question there were some unusual exchanges last night, but early in the debate, in a raspy voice, President Biden struggled to respond to some of the questions.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
And while former President Trump at times frustrated fact checkers, he cast doubt on Biden's fitness to serve.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
White House officials said the president was fighting off a cold. Still, the two traded barbs on abortion, inflation, and immigration. And at times, there were some personal attacks.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
His son is a convicted convicted felon at a very high level.
After the debate, the vice president defended her boss's performance.
It was a slow start. There's no question about that, but I thought it was a strong finish.
The president and first lady wrapping up the evening with a visit to a local Waffle House, where Biden was asked about the debate.
I think we did well.
Now, for now, a second presidential debate is scheduled for September 10th, as some Democrats openly question whether President Biden should reconsider his bid for re-election. In Atlanta, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Well, last night we saw both men accuse each other of being among the worst presidents in U.S. history.
And despite this, one of the most contentious back and forth was over golf. That's right. As both candidates addressed concerns over their age, they fought over who was a better golfer. Take a listen.
He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie, that he's a 6 handicap of all. I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
To a specific.
Now, we do know that millions of people tuned in, and that includes watch parties across Georgia.
President Biden narrowly won Georgia in 2020, and once again this November, our state is projected to be a battleground state. In Southwest Atlanta, a group of voters attended a nonpartisan watch party. Today's Mark Teichner is live in Midtown with more on what voters are taking away from last night.
Yeah, this was an interesting event because you had folks on different sides of the political aisle all sitting, watching together and critiquing each other's candidates.
Folks that are a little bit different from your normal watch party audience.
They came from the left and the right, all gathering in Southwest Atlanta for a nonpartisan debate watch party sponsored by Ohio River South. The idea was to bring a diverse group together to discuss issues in a calm and productive manner.
I lean more on the right. I know there's a lot of people here that lean more on the left, and I just wanted to be here just to have conversations and be in the same room, that we're not actually divided in any way.
The watch party gave those in attendance a chance to compare President Biden and former President Trump.
It's nice to get that head-to-head matchup, but it's also giving people an opportunity to talk about what their lives were like at different points of each presidency.
Those watching said they were focusing on key issues and how each candidate would handle them over the next 4 years.
We're really here to know how can America sustain and be the greatest that is known to be.
But the watch party goers admitted that debate performance matters, including confidence, poise, eloquence, and honesty.
There were some very clear separations in the amount of energy and attentiveness to detail in folks, although should not be measuring that as the key performance indicators. Unfortunately, we are human beings.
While they didn't necessarily agree on the issues or what candidate they might have been supporting, one thing seemed clear: all of these folks were getting along. They were discussing things in a positive, upbeat manner. Hopefully that will continue to play out throughout the election process as we get closer to November. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
Okay, Mark, thanks. After the debate, CNN organized a flash poll of voters. An overwhelming majority felt former President Trump had a better performance. When asked if his debate would change their vote, 81% said no. Another 14% said they're now reconsidering their choice. And a crucial 5% told CNN this debate did change their mind about who should next lead America. Last night, the Georgia gang also weighed in with their first reactions.
Yeah, Theron Johnson and Brian Robinson both watched that debate, and here's what they told our Russ Spencer about what happens now.
Yes, it was not a good night for President Biden, but I think that honestly he is still the president of this country, and I think that Democrats are going to have a very tough conversation about ourselves going forward. And the good news about this is that while it was not his best performance, he will hopefully get another chance to debate.
I think he created a barrier that he can't get over. I disagree with my friend that the Biden team has a chance to come back. I don't think that campaign team will let Joe Biden back on a debate stage after this catastrophe that we saw tonight.
You can catch a full debate analysis from the Georgia gang Sunday morning at 8:30, right after Good Day Atlanta. And Good Day Atlanta will continue to bring you coverage of last night's debate throughout the morning if you're looking
And we'll make sure to bring you their reports there. Mark Teichner will be out live throughout the morning, so we'll check in with him to get the latest information. Once again, folks have now cleared out of Atlanta, and they are looking ahead to that next debate that is set for September 10th. That is going to be an ABC debate. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that simulcast for you just like we did with CNN. The time now is 7:27 on the East Coast and 4:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but as I always say, a lot more coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:29 on the East Coast and 4:29 on the West Coast. Immigration appears to be one of the top issues for voters when they head to the polls in November, and the issue has been further highlighted by recent crimes involving migrants who entered the country illegally. Most recently, the murder of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary from Houston, Texas, and Houston police say she was fatally strangled by 2 undocumented Venezuelan men. Of course, immigration was a topic that was touched on quite a bit during last night's debate. I do want to talk about the numbers overall, so let's bring in Ken Gray, a retired FBI special agent and senior lecturer in the Criminal Justice Department at the University of New Haven. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to join us here on Live Now.
Certainly, Josh. Glad to be with you.
All right, well, first off, I know you have been looking into those numbers as far as illegal immigrants who have been arrested when it comes to crimes of various natures there. So break down for me what you were able to find.
Sure. So this was going to be a big question for the debate last night about whether or not the number of immigrants, undocumented immigrants coming into this country was going to raise the crime rate. And so I've tried to see what was known about this at this point. And the bottom line on it is that we don't really know how this flow of undocumented aliens into this country have affected the crime rate. The numbers are just not there to be able to pin it down. That's for a couple of reasons. One is that we normally rely upon the Uniform Crime Report, the UCR, which is maintained by the FBI, where police departments provide their crime stats, and then it's compiled by the FBI and published, and it's usually a year behind. But back in 2020, the FBI switched systems from the UCR over to the National Incident Reporting System. I'm sorry, National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS. The problem is that a lot of departments, despite being given a 5-year warning that they were going to switch over to this and not accept UCR formatted data, did not make the switch. So a lot of cities, especially a lot of major blue cities, did not provide their crime stats. But over and above that, not only is there a lack of data to be able to do analysis on, there's also the problem that neither the UCR nor NIBRS captures citizenship information. So that was not a source of data whatsoever. So then you look at what studies were out there. There was the Brennan Center has published a couple of different reports that are available online, but they're all before 2020. One looked at the crime data from 2007 to 2016, and they said that undocumented aliens did not affect the crime rate, that they tended not to commit as many crimes as documented aliens or native-born U.S. citizens. Another study that was pointed to was one done for a specific state, that is the state of Texas, but that was looking at 2016 to 2018 data and was published in 2020, again before 2020 when we had this huge wave of immigrants coming across the border. So there are no good studies out there that can give us a clue as to exactly how this is impacting on us. So then you have to turn to anecdotal data. And so at a press conference the other day, one of the chiefs for NYPD said that they had a 300% increase due to the influx of immigrants to New York City in both grand larceny and in robberies. Now, that's not saying that it was only because of this increase in immigrants, but that they're correlated, that the correlation between this influx of immigrants into New York and this rise in crime rate. Then you fall back on what we've seen, the high-profile cases, the Laken Rileys, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungari, which you put her picture up before, Kayla Hamilton, Elizabeth Medina, Jonathan Diller, Aiden Clark, Maria Gonzalez, Valerie Reyes, all people who were killed by illegal aliens coming into this country, who would be alive today were it not for the fact that these people come across the border and ended up killing them here in the U.S. High-profile cases are not a good strategy to build policy on, but nonetheless, that's the thing that the public reacts to, is these high-profile cases.
And I had a chance to look over just some of the data. I know that if you look at the numbers for fiscal year 2024, with a few months left in that fiscal year, does it appear that this is going to be another record year for U.S. Border Patrol arrests of illegal immigrants who are accused of crimes?
Yeah, we're on track to set a new record right now for people coming into the United States. And we're also looking at the Customs and Border Patrol maintain a database for crimes committed by non-U.S. citizens. And they show that the numbers have continued to increase. If you look back from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 24, it has steadily increased in the total number of people arrested that were non-U.S. citizens. Went from 10,763 in fiscal year 21 to 12,028 in fiscal year 22. To 15,267 in fiscal year 23, and now to date, 13,130 for this fiscal year. And so the numbers just continue to increase. So we have increasing number according to the Customs and Border Protection, and we also have all these high-profile cases. So one can make the argument that the crime rate is increasing due to this influx of undocumented immigrants, but at the same time, you have those groups out there that are doing research that are claiming that no, that in actuality, undocumented aliens are less likely to do crimes than documented aliens or native-born U.S. citizens.
We're hearing about this a lot, especially over the past, I would say, several months, several years at this point, and it has become a hot topic as we get closer to the election here. But overall, is this really a new issue, so to speak?
Well, we have never before seen the type of numbers that are flowing across the border at this time. So not only the southwest border, but also a very large increase in the number of undocumented immigrants coming across our northern border also. And so with the fact that these are unprecedented numbers coming into the country, we're in all new territory here. And we will continue to see the results of this influx of undocumented immigrants who, for the most part, are unskilled and uneducated. And by the way, it's not just from South America and Central America. The people coming across the borders are from all over the world, from Africa, from Afghanistan, from China. So people are taking advantage of the open borders and coming into this country, and we don't know who is coming into this country. And so it could be people with criminal backgrounds. It could be people that are terrorists that are being sent to this country to carry out acts once they get established. We just don't know who is coming into this country, but we don't have control of our borders, and so you can't keep undesirables out. The undesirables being people with criminal backgrounds or people with mental issues.
All right. Ken Gray, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break everything down. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
This is a topic that is unclear at the moment. Perhaps in a year or two, the proxies will be used to be able to estimate these numbers. But right now, we just can't say how this is impacting the crime rate.
All right, Ken, as always, thank you so much for doing the research, looking into it, because then that means I don't have to. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. And we mentioned a bit earlier that we do have those clips from CNN from the simulcast that we aired right here on Live Now from Fox last night. And they did discuss immigration, as I mentioned, as well as crime. So I do want to pop up the audio and listen to that 2-minute segment.
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump.
All right, and you did hear both the former president and current president say that they were endorsed by the Border Patrol Union, and this post was made on social media, and they wanted to say, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. They posted that and kind of clipped it up at the top of their timeline to make sure that folks did see it after Biden made that comment, and was followed up by Trump, who said that Border Patrol Union actually did believe that he should be in office and endorsed him. The time now 7:41 on the East Coast and 4:41 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be right back in a few short minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:43 on the East Coast and 4:43 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. In just about 2 hours, we do expect the Supreme Court is going to start issuing more orders here. Now, we do know there are still 9 cases that remain unresolved as of now. Today is an opinion day, and Monday will be as well. The Supreme Court does not tell us which cases will be decided on what day, but a big one that is part of the 9, the Trump immunity case. So we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll make sure to bring you the details as we get them. We did see several different opinions released yesterday, and Shannon Bream with Fox News breaks those down.
We still do not know where the court will land on the issue of presidential immunity. Behind closed doors, the justices are working on this question: whether, and if so to what extent, does a former president enjoy presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office. Special counsel Jack Smith alleges Trump tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election and directed his supporters to the Capitol on January 6th. Trump argues he has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for acts taken within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities. The events of January 6th also figure in another decision we're awaiting: whether the Justice Department wrongfully applied an obstruction statute passed in the wake of the Enron scandal against hundreds of January 6 defendants, including President Trump. The court did release its official opinion in an abortion case after a document which appeared to be a draft of that decision was inadvertently and temporarily posted to the court's website Wednesday. The court ultimately decided not to address the merits of a conflict between Idaho's restrictive state abortion law and a federal law the Biden administration is using to press for wider abortion access, sending it back to a lower court instead. Both sides say the fight is not over.
So the emergency room is there to provide health care. Abortion is not health care.
We will not rest until reproductive freedom is the law of the land for every single woman in the United States of America.
The justices today also blocked a massive bankruptcy settlement related to the opioid epidemic. It was a deal that would have shielded the family behind Purdue Pharma, the maker of OxyContin, from liability. The justices will hand out opinions again 10 a.m. Eastern Friday, and they've also added Monday, too. At the Supreme Court, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
Shannon, thank you so much. As she mentioned, those next rulings do come down at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and normally they come down in increments of about 5 to 10 minutes. Yesterday, though, I would say there were about 3 of them that were out within the first 5 minutes, so you really just never know, as they do not release details ahead of time. You did hear Shannon talk a little bit about that opioid case, and Rebecca Castor with Fox News has more on that case and that ruling.
I just don't want to see other families go through what my family has gone through.
It's a case that brought dozens of families to the steps of the Supreme Court when it was argued in December to demand justice for loved ones lost to the opioid crisis. The maker of OxyContin, Purdue Pharma, had finalized a nationwide bankruptcy settlement that would have provided billions of dollars to victims and funding for treatment programs. But it also would have shielded the wealthy Sackler family who owns the company from future lawsuits. That's why the Biden administration asked the High Court to review the deal.
They were guilty of sin. We all know that.
Nearly 60,000 victims supported the deal, but in a 5-4 decision, the court shot it down, ruling that current bankruptcy code does not allow the Sackler family to escape personal liability after making a fortune selling the addictive pills. But in a dissent, Justice Kavanaugh says this puts any financial relief for victims in jeopardy and writes only Congress can fix the chaos that will now ensue.
For these families, they're going to say, you know, we're being once again left in this ambiguous zone as to when we can have recovery.
We're still waiting for the court to release its most highly anticipated ruling this year. That's on presidential immunity and could be one of the opinions read from the bench on Friday. From the Supreme Court, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And as Rebecca said, we are waiting for that decision on Trump immunity. Could happen today at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to keep an eye on everything as it does develop and bring it to you right here. Another big case that Shannon was talking about moments ago. This is that abortion case out of Idaho. So what does it mean? What are the possible implications of all of this? Connor Hansen explains.
Today's order means that while we continue to litigate our case, women in Idaho will once again have access to the emergency care guaranteed to them under federal law.
Continuing a series of high-profile rulings, the Supreme Court sided with the Biden administration, which challenged Idaho's strict abortion law. Doctors in Idaho are now able to provide abortions in emergency situations when a woman's health is at serious risk.
Our caucus won't stop fighting until our laws reflect our democratic values and our own freedoms to make our own health care decisions without interference.
2 years ago, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, leading to a flurry of state laws limiting abortion access. It has been a key issue in the 2024 election, with Democrats accusing Republicans of wanting to go even further.
The catastrophic decision in Dobbs was just one part of the extreme MAGA Republican plan to impose a nationwide abortion ban, outlaw contraception, and limit access to IVF.
Many Republicans say it's simply about leaving it up to individual states to decide.
States are now working through this and figuring out how they want policies to be set, and that's frankly where I think it predominantly ought to lay.
The Supreme Court's decision is only temporary. The issue will be sent back to lower courts in Idaho. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. And you are taking a live look at the Capitol here, but I do want to remind you that coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we do get the next opinions released by the Supreme Court. There is also an opinion day that has been added for Monday. There are still 9 cases that do remain unresolved at this point. So we're waiting on that Trump immunity ruling, and we'll make sure to let you know when it does come down. The time now 7:51 over on the East Coast and 4:51 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:53 on the East Coast and 4:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You're looking at some of the video that came in from CNN here. I told you that we did air that simulcast last night that had the debate about 90 minutes there. We heard a variety of different topics that were discussed, a lot of questions, and we are playing just some of those clips for you back all throughout the morning. There was discussion over Roe v. Wade and the Dobbs decision. I want to play that minute-and-a-half statement for you right now.
That means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period, period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration.
All right, so as you can see, the mics do get muted there. So that was just a segment that was provided by CNN, but you are taking a live look over the city of Atlanta right now, where things have changed a lot. Fewer people there in the city after the debate did wrap up several hours ago. Do want to talk a little bit more about how everything played out, so let's bring in Henry Olson, a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
Well, thank you for having me on.
Of course. Well, first off, my favorite question to ask experts so far this morning is essentially, what are your overall thoughts of the debate on every side?
Well, I think this could not have been worse for President Biden. He, from the minute started answering questions, was confused. His voice was raspy. His gaze was distracted. He moved between being somebody who looked like a deer in the headlights to somebody who was vacant and unable to understand. There's a reason Democrats are melting down this morning, is that they watched 90 minutes of the leader of the free world be unable to come up with a comprehensive, cohesive 2-minute answer to a single question. It's a debacle for President Biden.
Do you think there is an actual chance that President Biden would be replaced on the Democratic ticket? I know technically he hasn't officially received the nomination, but could he be replaced as the presumptive nominee, so to speak?
Now, under the Democratic rules, he can't be replaced in the sense of people rising up against him. The delegates have been selected. They have been elected. They are pledged to him. What he would have to do is withdraw. If he chose to withdraw, then the delegates would be freed. And the fact is 99% of the delegates are pledged to him. Most of the rest are uncommitted. They were already free to go. And what that would mean is that you would have a legally open convention for the first time in decades, but it would require Biden's consent and his decision to withdraw himself from the nominating process.
Do you see a world where that actually happens?
Yeah, I've always seen that as a world where it could happen because of Biden's obvious infirmities, which became manifest to all last night. When you have people across the aisle on the Democratic side, from the center left to the progressive left, basically saying this guy can't do the job meaning at least campaigning for the presidency, I think you now have the possibility of people persuading Biden to do it. But again, it has to be where somebody gets to Biden and says, for the good of the country, for the good of the party, you have to step aside. And in the individual mind of Joe Biden, he may not be willing to accept it. Imagine, many of us have been through the situation of trying to take your car keys away from your elderly grandparent. You're talking about a man's life ambition that he's being asked to give up. It's going to be very, very difficult. But after last night, I don't think it's impossible.
And I hate to necessarily talk in hypotheticals, but a lot of this is hypothetical in nature. If Biden were to step away, who else is there in the Democratic Party? We know that we saw California Governor Gavin Newsom, who was out there last night. He was very vocal, speaking for Biden, and said that he would not be replacing him. But we know things can change. Who else would be a contender?
Well, that's the thing in politics. Nobody wants to kill the king, and everyone's ready to grab the throne once he's off of it. So Newsom doesn't want to be the one who pushes him, but Newsom will be somebody who wants it if he's vacated it. I think their strongest ticket is Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock, because they are both in their 50s. Which takes away the age issue. They're both unconnected formally with the administration, which means that the Democrats can argue they're taking a real turn. They're both articulate, arguably more articulate than President Trump. Trump is forceful, not always articulate, and they solve their constituency problem. You've got replacing a black woman as vice president with a woman at the top of the ticket and a black man who excites African Americans as the number two. I think that would be their strongest ticket. The question is whether they would get there, or whether they would take an ideological leap, or whether they would go with the path of least resistance despite their misgivings and put in the vice president. That's the thing about an open convention. You can't predict it a priori. You have to see how the people behave when they get in the race and how delegates react to them.
As far as the new rules that did go into effect here, we had muted mics, we had no audience. How did that factor into everything?
I think it helped President Trump, because President Trump has been trying to be more restrained in his media interviews all year. He's never going to be a garden variety politician with canned answers, but we could see that he was trying to not be the person who in the first debate in 2020 let his over-aggressiveness really spoil his chance to make an effective contrast. So I think it helped President Trump. It gave him a format that, as long as he didn't resist it, curbed his worst impulses. And as we saw last night, he did not resist. He went along with the format, and I think that helped him. The main problem with the debate last night was Joe Biden. Joe Biden could not complete a single 2-minute answer without stumbles, often without forgetfulness. Sometimes he confused World War I and World War II. He immediately caught himself. But this is the thing, is when it happens over and over and again, people will forgive one mistake like that. It happened for 90 minutes on live television, and no format can save a candidate from himself.
We've talked a bit about this debate, of course, but there is another one that is set for September 10th that is going to be on ABC. There's a lot of questions now about whether or not that would happen. S.E. Cupp, who is the host of Battleground here on Fox, posted right away pretty much, "One thing's for sure, this will be the first, last, and only debate." What are your thoughts on that statement? Do you think there is going to be another debate as scheduled?
Well, I think you now have a situation where, assuming Biden is not forced out, yet he does stick with his desire to be reelected and he is renominated, Biden has to debate. He may not want to, or his staff may be wary of it, but if he won't debate now, then the last impression is the worst impression. It is an old man who can't string 3 sentences together. They cannot hope to win re-election if that is their last message. And consequently, what you have to do is roll the dice. If you're going to stick with this guy, then you have to let the guy go out and campaign and make the best case he can. And if he flops, he flops. But you can't let this be the last statement for 4.5 months of campaigning about the president's mental and physical acuity.
Do these debates really impact anyone? Do they change voters' minds in any way overall?
You know, they very rarely do, because you very rarely see that sort of direct contrast of either issues in a clear, unmistakable way or ability. I think last night is the exception that proves the rule. We have never seen a candidate melt down under the lights the way we saw President Biden. And I think if this can't move in undecideds' minds, the people who are known as, in analyst parlance, as the double haters, the people who don't like either one, if this doesn't move them to say, well, I wish I didn't have either choice, but I just can't vote for President Biden again, then nothing can, because this was an unmitigated disaster for the president. And it's the sort of thing that sticks with people and cuts through all of the usual fog and haze that debates throw up.
My last question for you here. We know that RFK Jr. did not qualify for the CNN debate. He actually held his own debate, complete with a moderator and everything, pretty much. My question, does President Biden's performance in the debate, which has been criticized by many, many experts out there, does that help RFK Jr. in any way?
I think in the short term it does, because if you're somebody who doesn't like President Trump and you're reluctantly going with Biden, and you look at last night and say, well, this guy's not up to the job, the first thing that you'll turn to is the alternative. And the alternative on the ballot is RFK. If I were to, it's always hard to predict how polls will react. But what we saw in 2020 was that when Trump had his over-aggressive display, he dropped by a few points. I would expect Biden to drop by a few points, but I wouldn't necessarily expect it to go to Trump in multi-way candidates. I would expect a lot of that to go to RFK, which RFK might then use to say, hey, I can qualify for the next debate, or maybe we should have another one. Look, I'm now closer to 15%. I would expect the short-term benefit to redound to RFK rather than to Trump, but in both cases, it would be in a multi-way ballot as opposed to a forced two-way choice. But in all cases, I expect Biden to drop.
Henry, thank you so much for taking the time to join us post-debate to help break it all down. Is there anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
You know, I think that President Trump dodged a bullet. He was good last night, but he wasn't great. And a candidate who is more mentally agile, a candidate who doesn't suffer from the record that Biden has to defend, even though it's difficult to defend, I think that candidate could have fared much better. And that's what a calculation that Democratic leaders are coming to as we speak. And the question is, can they force that on Biden? And then can they find that right person?
All right. Henry, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me on.
And I do want to take you back out to this live view that we have over Atlanta as the sun is up, but there's a lot of fog and clouds, and we know that things have kind of cleared out over in that area. Not as many folks in Atlanta after that debate did wrap up. Now, throughout the morning, we have been playing the different clips that were provided by CNN of the debate. We did play the simulcast in full last night, but this morning, here are just some of the comments, and one of them related to the situation January 6th at the Capitol.
And worry that you'll do it again.
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
All right, again, some of the comments that were given to us there by CNN from last night's 90-minute debate. We've also been checking in on the different posts on X or Twitter, depending what you call it here. And this one is from the governor, Tate Reeves of Mississippi. He posted, "If Joe Biden was in your family, you'd take his car keys and keep him safe in your home. But he's our president, and he needs to rest comfortably somewhere other than the White House." The time now 8:09 on the East Coast and 5:09 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to, as I always say, on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:12 on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. We do continue our post-debate coverage here on Live Now from Fox as we cover everything from every angle with the help of our different Fox affiliates. As we know, that presidential debate, the first one that is scheduled between Trump and Biden, took place in Atlanta last night. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team has all of the coverage. They are going to their live reporter, Mark Teichner, but also bringing in political experts. So let's pump up the audio and listen in.
I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Last night's presidential debate appears to have really lived up to its billing. It may have even been a game changer as well.
And millions tuned in last night to watch what many agree was a lopsided showdown. Fox's Doug Luzader has more.
Well, this was a highly anticipated debate, and this morning in some Democratic circles, it has touched off a near panic after President Biden's uneven performance.
You have the morals of an alley cat.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
There's no question there were some unusual exchanges last night, but early in the debate, in a raspy voice, President Biden struggled to respond to some of the questions.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
And while former President Trump at times frustrated fact checkers, he cast doubt on Biden's fitness to serve.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
White House officials said the president was fighting off a cold. Still, the two traded barbs on abortion, inflation, and immigration. And at times, there were some personal attacks.
The only person at this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
His son is a convicted felon at a very high level.
After the debate, the vice president defended her boss's performance.
It was a slow start. There's no question about that, but I thought it was a strong finish.
The president and first lady wrapping up the evening with a visit to a local Waffle House, where Biden was asked about the debate.
I think he did well.
Now, for now, a second presidential debate is scheduled for September 10th, as some Democrats openly question whether President Biden should reconsider his bid for re-election. In Atlanta, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And we know that millions of people tuned in, and that includes watch parties across Georgia.
Yeah, President Biden narrowly won Georgia back in 2020. And once again, our state is projected to be a battleground state this November.
Good Day's Mark Teichner is live in Midtown with more on what voters are taking away from last night. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. This was a really interesting watch party that we went to. Basically had folks on both ends of the political spectrum watching their candidates and discussing both their performance and where they stand on the issues.
Folks that are a little bit different from your normal watch party audience.
They came from the left and the right, all gathering in Southwest Atlanta for a nonpartisan debate watch party sponsored by Ohio River South. The idea was to bring a diverse group together to discuss issues in a calm and productive manner.
I live more on the right. I know there's a lot of people here that live more on the left, and I just wanted to be here just to have conversations and be in the same room, that we're not actually divided in any way.
The watch party gave those in attendance a chance to compare President Biden and former President Trump.
It's nice to get that head-to-head matchup, but it's also giving people an opportunity to talk about what their lives were like at different points of each presidency.
Those watching said they were focusing on key issues and how each candidate would handle them over the next 4 years.
We're really here to know how can America sustain and be the greatest that is known to be.
But the watch party goers admitted that debate performance matters, including confidence, poise, eloquence, and honesty.
There were some very clear separations in the amount of energy and attentiveness to detail in folks, although should not be measuring that as the key performance indicators. Unfortunately, we are human beings.
Interesting to note that while the folks watching the party didn't agree on their political candidates or where they stood on the issues, a lot of them, they did so in a very respectful, cordial manner. Hopefully, we'll all be able to do the same as we get closer to the November election. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Mark, thank you. Now, it was an unusually early debate ahead of November's election. Neither party has held their convention yet.
Yeah, and they were speaking to an electorate that has expressed strong dissatisfaction with their choice of candidates. We're joined this morning to talk more about this debate, none other than our Georgia Gang panelists, Phil Kent, Melita Easters. Thanks so much for waking up early with us. A lot of questions here. We want to jump right in. Was there a clear winner last night? We'll start with you, Phil.
I'm going to start with Donald Trump because it really wasn't that much of a debate. It really was a bad debate. A couple takeaways is that Joe Biden really should not have been on there. My first thought was the family shouldn't have let him on. You know, it's not about age. Yes, he's 81, but it's about cognitive decline, and I think we saw that. I think we saw the end of the Biden presidency last night, and I think that the Democratic Party is going to have to scramble and see what to do. It'll affect turnout in November. It'll affect their fundraising. The Republicans are going to be united now against a candidate that articulated his economic and foreign policy very well.
Melita, your thoughts?
Well, I think Donald Trump proved that he's the con man in chief, because no matter how smoothly he delivered his litany of lies and deluge of distortions, it was still untrue. And he came nowhere close to answering the key questions asked of him or giving any answers which were based on truth.
Melita, talk to us a little bit about, how you think the candidates attacked some of the key issues.
Well, as I just said, Donald Trump didn't answer. For example, he was asked about climate change. He who invited the oil company executives to give $1 billion to his campaign because in the end it would be worth it to you. He never answered that question. 3 times he was asked if he would accept the results of the election. He dodged that. So time after time, he ignored questions and dove into his familiar brand of lies and distortions.
Your thoughts?
Well, I disagree, of course, with my colleague Melita, because I think he said very clearly that he would accept a fair election. He also pointed out that inflation is on the minds of all Americans, regardless of their politics, and he compared both his term with what was happening now. And I also think on foreign policy, he scored very hard, where he talked about, there were no wars under his tenure, and now the world, as he put it, is blowing up. And so I think where they both lied was on their golf scores. I'll go along with that. But I think both said what the party's messaging would be. But I just think the Democrats had a very poor messenger.
So you mentioned a little bit about the golf stores. They talked about their handicaps. Age was brought up last night. We know Joe Biden is 81. Trump is 78. How do you think they answered that? Because they asked very directly, Melita, how do you think President Biden answered the question regarding his age and capability?
Well, he did have a cold, and he at times stumbled over the delivery of real facts, a real grasp of figures, a real grasp of public policy. Whereas Donald Trump, for example, falsely said that the January 6th insurrectionists were, quote, in many cases ushered into the Capitol by police. We've all seen those tapes. We know that's not true. We've all seen the tapes from Charlottesville. We know that those people marching with torches and chanting anti-Semitic statements were not nice people.
Well, let me respond to that. Even Snopes said that the whole Charlottesville thing was false, and that Trump said there's good people and there's bad people, but he was referring to the statue that was being torn down and those that didn't want the statue torn down and those that did. And he certainly condemned any fascism or racism, and he's been very clear about that. And it's amazing for the Republican Party, and thankful Republicans are, that more blacks and Hispanics are coming to the Trump Republican banner than ever before.
Phil, what were some of your thoughts on the closing arguments?
I thought that Biden actually, I think, made a better closing argument than he did for most of the debate. But I think generally it's going to be, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think Trump actually said, you know what, I can fix this economy. I can make America great again. He pointed out the open borders, which polls show we just can't have open borders and people streaming in, taking jobs, national security threat. I think he hammered that hard, and I think it was effective with the audience.
I do want to get to, because we have to wrap up a little quick, but what happens next, and also their messaging? We see a lot of black voters moving to the Republican side in those poll numbers, but Georgia, Atlanta, really a battleground state. What do you think needs to happen for the Democratic Party and President Biden getting black voters back out in November?
I think they have to continue to stick to the message, tell the truth about the policy advances, and counter the lies that the former president continues to tell, with strong and effective grassroots organizing and person-to-person contact with voters.
What needs to happen September 10th, that next debate?
Well, if there's going to be a next debate. But I think the Republicans and Trump are going to hammer home, and it's not a lie, inflation has hurt everyone. People are living paycheck by paycheck. More people are having credit card debt than ever before in modern history. People sense there's something wrong, and we need to get back on track. Trump is a Wharton graduate. He's been a CEO in business. He knows business. And I think the fact that people are going to vote, no matter their color or politics, they're going to vote their wallet in this November, and that's going to help the Republican ticket.
Well, we thank you guys both so much for waking up so early and being here.
A big thank you to our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Of course, we know that debate was held there in Atlanta, so we've been checking in with them for their coverage, as well as our Fox 5 New York station. You're taking a live look at the Supreme Court right now. We're coming up in about 90 minutes. We expect more of those opinions to be released, and we do know that the Trump immunity case is one of the 9 that does remain unresolved. So we could get an answer on that today or on Monday, which has been revealed as another opinion day. Either way, we'll make sure to keep you posted. Do want to talk, though, about some of the previous decisions made by the Supreme Court earlier this week. So we're going to head to a quick break. But on the other side, we'll break down one of those big decisions again from just days ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look outside the Supreme Court building at this hour, as coming up in about 90 minutes, the court will release more opinions, and we do know one of the 9 unresolved cases does include Trump immunity. We're keeping an eye on all of this to bring you those updates. In the meantime, the court this week sided with the Biden administration in a dispute with Republican-led states over how far the federal government can go to combat controversial social media posts. By a vote of 6-3, the justices threw out lower court rulings that favored Louisiana, Missouri, and other parties in their claims that federal officials leaned on the social media platforms to unconstitutionally squash conservative viewpoints. I do want to bring in John Mates, the CEO of Hedgehog Social and the founder and former CEO of the Parler social networking app, to discuss all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to get your overall reaction to this ruling. Were you surprised in any way?
You know, this ruling is actually not that unexpected. So they're doing what's calling jawboning, I guess is the word that they chose to use to describe this government pressure. And that could come into a lot of forms. So the government may come out and say, hey, just to let you know, as a social network, this week, there's a lot of misinformation coming out of Iran. Just be aware that they may be attacking your social network. And sometimes those tips are actually pretty helpful. And I've had quite a few of those in the past. Sometimes they're not helpful and they seem politically motivated, like what happened with the Hunter Biden story, when social networks were told essentially that that was somehow misinformation from Russia, when it turned out to be actually truthful information later. So this act of government pressure, although at times could be helpful for the social network, it does cross a threshold. And so the thing that I don't find surprising about the case, that I actually think is a good thing, is that social media networks don't have to actually listen to any of this government advice. The government has a right to tell social networks, hey, you know, there's some misinformation going around right now. And the social network actually has the right to say, well, thanks for the information. I think you guys are wrong in this case. So that's good, at least.
Will this have any sort of overall impact on users of any social media platform?
It's not going to change much today. So it's basically a continuation of the status quo.
All right. And a lot of questions after this ruling did come down because a lot of people didn't fully understand it. Now, in your expertise, are these government warnings always intrusive? I mean, you did mention there are pros to go along with the cons.
Yeah, sometimes they are intrusive, and there is this kind of implied threat, if you will, that if you don't listen to the government when they ask you to look into misinformation, that they might drag you before Congress. There might be legislation down the pipeline to target you. So there is this implied threat, and it is quite scary when the government comes knocking on your door saying, take a look at this speech. And that is wrong. I think what it does mean, though, is for the social media industry, we need to collectively decide, hey, is this right? Is the government correct on this? Is this actually a national security threat? Or can we ignore the request because it's politically motivated? I think that's on social media platforms today. And as a result of the ruling, to continue to say, you know, do we want to listen to them or not? And there is a lack of transparency. There is no public portal where you can see these government requests. And I think that may be the next step that we see in these cases, is where we collectively get together and say, that's great. Okay, so, you know, the government has the right to inform social media platforms and to make this request. But now we need a place to fully disclose to the general public that the government has actually made these requests. Because right now, who knows who's asking whom to do what?
And you did just touch on this, but as far as what can be done now with the federal government, the power on social media, what should the companies be doing and what should users really be doing to make sure that they know the difference, I would say, between what is real and what is misinformation?
Yeah, the government definitely needs some transparency here. And so as everyday users of social media and as a social media company executive, I would love to see more transparency, and that's pressure that we can put on our congressmen, and senators, and that's pressure that we can put into the general public. It's a conversation we need to have. What kind of transparency should be required of the government when they're talking to social media platforms, asking for information or for requests to look into what they consider misinformation? Sometimes there's some legitimate concerns with regards to national security. Sometimes they are completely overreaching. And that's on everybody to say that that's on every social media platform to determine whether or not they want to listen to it.
And obviously, social media is still fairly new overall. So I imagine there's a lot of unknowns that will have to be decided by the courts, and that includes the ultimate court there, the Supreme Court, over the coming years and even decades.
Yeah, we're going to see this change a lot. This is only the beginning, and I think this isn't actually a ruling that does a whole lot to change the status quo today. So there's going to be a lot of clarity coming here in the next 5 to 10 years for sure. So,
all right. Before I let you go, tell me about Hedgehog Social.
Yeah, Hedgehog is a great platform that we've created to enhance discussion online. So it's a place for you to get your daily news and discuss with everybody else on the platform whether or not you like the events of the day, or whether or not you find something truthful, or if you're talking about the debate last night, you can have a conversation with everybody else about it. We're conversation focused. This is something that I don't think any other platform has gotten right. And this is something that we're going to continue to do the right way. And we're going to bring people together to have these conversations that they can't have elsewhere.
All right, John Mates, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Do you want to add anything before I let you go?
No, thank you so much for having me on. As we've seen, this legislation is going to continue to develop, and having more competition out in the marketplace from social platforms like mine, where we're going to say, you know, we have a right to choose whether or not we're going to listen to this, and we want to protect the freedom of expression of everybody online. That's going to be really important, and thanks so much for having me on.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
See ya.
All right, everybody, and I do want to pop up this shot of the Supreme Court to remind you that coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, so that, again, is in about 90 minutes. We do expect the next opinions to come down from the Supreme Court. We don't know which opinions will come out, but we know that there are 9 unresolved cases. So far, the only 2 opinion days that are officially on the calendar that are left are today and Monday. And one of the 9 cases left is the Trump immunity claim. We're going to keep an eye on this as these decisions do come out. They normally come out in increments of 5 to 10 minutes, starting at 10 a.m. Either way, we're going to keep an eye on all of that and let you know when it is decided. The time now 8:34 on the East Coast and 5:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll get back to our post-debate coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over Atlanta, Georgia, where just hours ago things looked a lot different as folks were packed in for the first presidential debate between Biden and Trump. That is now over, and all thoughts are on the second debate that is currently scheduled to be on ABC, and that is going to be September 10th. Now, it's not clear if we will have a simulcast like we did last night from CNN, but we are hopeful, so you can watch it here on Live Now from Fox if we do get that. In the meantime, do want to talk a little bit more about the debate itself. Our Fox 5 New York team following this with Briella Tomasetti.
All right, especially after last night, President Biden and Donald Trump, well, they faced off in the debate that I guess will have people talking for quite a while.
Did you watch it? A lot of people did. The two men exchanged personal attacks, left many people kind of shaking their heads, wondering what's going to happen with President Biden. Really rough night. Briella Tomasetti in the Village. The president's supposed to be there later today. What's going on?
Yep, that's exactly right, Rosanna and Kirk. Good morning to both of you. So President Biden is going to be here later today at around 4:30 here at the Stonewall Inn behind me to mark the end of Pride Month. But Yeah, all eyes are really on President Biden's performance from last night. His campaign said that he was suffering from a cold, but in addition to a hoarse voice and that bit of a cough, Biden kept stumbling over what he was trying to say. This really has big implications now for the election. Biden's opponent, former President Trump, seemed to take full advantage of that.
Please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden. And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
At the start of the first presidential debate in Atlanta, Georgia, President Biden and former President Trump passed up on a handshake and got straight to some of the night's most contentious topics. Inflation and the economy among voters' top concerns.
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country.
It was much different than the last time the two presidential candidates faced off 4 years ago. There were no interruptions because one man's microphone was muted while the other spoke, no opening statements, and no live studio audience.
What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
But some things didn't quite come as a surprise. As the presidential hopefuls sparred about hot-button issues like abortion, immigration, and foreign policy, Biden spoke softly with a raspy voice, his campaign saying he had a cold. The 81-year-old president also seemed to get tongue-tied and lose his train of thought.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Meanwhile, the 78-year-old Trump appeared to downplay his role in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, even changing the subject when he was first asked about it.
And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent.
Later on in the 90-minute debate, Biden called Trump a convicted felon. Last month, a Manhattan jury found the former president guilty on all 34 counts of concealing business records to hide hush money payments.
How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star?
Trump brushed off Biden's remarks and then went after the current commander-in-chief's son, Hunter, who was convicted this month of falsely claiming to be drug-free when applying to buy a handgun 6 years ago.
When he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level.
Now, Trump, who lost Virginia by 5 points in 2016 and then by 10 points in 2020, will be back in the state today for a campaign rally alongside Governor Glenn Youngkin. Virginia has not elected a Republican president since George W. Bush back in 2020, and that debate last night definitely sets a different tone moving forward. For now, though, we're live here in the West Village. Rosanna and Kurt, back to you.
A big thank you there to Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team. And we have been checking in with our different affiliates, including Fox 5 Atlanta and Fox 35 Orlando, as all of them are covering this from each and every angle. We'll check in with Fox 35 Orlando in a matter of minutes. But something that you did hear discussed a lot has been Biden's age. I do want to pop this up right here because this is Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves, who posted after the debate, if Joe Biden was in your family, you'd take his car keys and keep him safe in your home. But he's our president, and he needs to rest comfortably somewhere other than the White House. Biden did address his age during that CNN debate last night, so I do want to play those comments for you.
You would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you.
And we are getting reaction from just about everyone out there. S.E. Cupp, who does host Battleground, that is Fox's political program that tackles all the political headlines, said last night, one thing's for sure, this will be the first, last, and only debate. We are checking in with our different affiliates, as I mentioned, and our Fox 35 Orlando team just spoke moments ago with some political analysts to break this all down.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country.
Well, America is waking up after what could be a game-changing debate for the 2024 election. And we want to know if last night's debate changed your vote. You can scan the QR code and then click the GDO poll to cast your vote this morning. President Biden and former President Trump really sparred on the debate stage last night in Atlanta, the first time that they have faced off since the 2020 election season. And this morning, the debate is getting a lot of reaction from both sides of the aisle. And joining us live in studio this morning with their reaction is former U.S. Representative Democrat Val Demings and former U.S. Representative Republican Rick Keller. Great to have you both together. Thank you so much for being here.
You bet. Great to be here.
So we want to start with, there were a lot of topics that came up last night, including the economy. So we're going to listen to what the candidates had to say about the economy, and then we'll get your reaction.
We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929.
COVID came up last night. It certainly had a great impact on both of their presidencies, right? How did you feel about how they reacted last night?
You know, well, let's just listen at what President Biden's response was there. Everything he said was correct. COVID did hit us hard. And when he was sworn by COVID, when President Trump says that he had the best term ever, inflation was at its best, we know that is not true. Better than any other time, that is not true. And I just believe, as I listened to the two men, one told the truth and the other one did not.
Well, it's interesting you brought that up, because that is one thing, Rick, and I'm sure you noticed that the way the debate was set up, really, there wasn't a lot of back and forth or interaction, and there was no pushback with either of the commentators to the candidates.
I think format-wise, it's the best debate I've ever seen in terms of handling the questions. I think they were objective. I like the cutting off the mic. I think CNN couldn't have done a better job. But whether the issue was the economy or immigration or abortion, the age issue ended up being the only real issue in this case, and that was game-changing. Now, we all make mistakes when we get older, even me. I'm almost 40 years old. So I again, yeah. Give or take 20 years, you know. But I got no joy as a Republican watching this. You know, I serve with Joe Biden. I know what he's capable of, and on the good side, Jason Miller, who's running the debate for Trump, was my chief of staff and campaign manager, know the players well. And I felt sort of a little bit of PTSD because Muhammad Ali was the greatest fighter of all time. In high school, he was like 39, 40, fighting people, and he was getting killed. And I'm like, you shouldn't have let him out there. It was almost like elder abuse. And I feel that same way with President Biden. He was doing the absolute best he can. Oh, yeah. But the cognitive ability wasn't what it used to be, and they asked for that debate and put him out there. So I'm not sure that was the best move for them.
Well, let me say this. You know, to say game changer, we can look back at a lot of moments in history and say, were they game-changing moments? Mm-hmm. President Biden did not have a good night. We all understand that. But President Biden is running the country every day. I want a president who's capable and competent. We know that President Biden has been able to push through historic legislation that we have not seen before in recent history, legislation that directly impacts people's lives every day. We also know that former President Trump was fact-checked later on, not by the, it would have been great if it was by the moderators, but we didn't have that much time last night. I want a president who has a good relationship with the truth. How easy is it to stand on a stage and debate if you don't have to have a good understanding or good relationship with the facts? You can just say anything that you want to say. That makes it a heck of a lot easier on you. President Biden is running the country. I still believe in Joe Biden. This is a critical election. Let's get to Election Day. America will decide.
Let's go ahead and listen to the next sound bites, and then we'll have you react.
He's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them.
Let's talk about the age factor, and we did talk about it a little bit there, but I think that, you know, optics are everything, and I think for a lot of people it was hard to watch. And the interesting thing, I think, is that age-wise they're not that different in age, just a couple of years apart. But looking at the two of them and hearing them, it definitely showed last night, Rick.
There was a movie years ago called How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. If they made a movie about this debate, it would be How to Lose a Presidency in 10 minutes. At 10-minute mark, it was, and I'm not trying to be cute, it was sad getting through that. And I thought it would get better over time, but I can tell you as a debater, the easiest thing to do is the closing, because you prepare it, you have the time, everything. And he struggled with the closing, President Biden. So I didn't feel a lot of joy, like, oh, he's doing, you know, bad and Trump's doing good. I felt just a sense of sadness. Like, I know he's a much sharper, a lot more verbal acuity than he showed, and he was doing his best, but it was tough on him.
There's a lot of rumblings this morning about, is it too late to put another candidate in? They are presumptive nominees. They are not the nominees yet. Is that a possibility, you think?
I don't think we are anywhere near trying to change the top of the ticket. And, you know, as I said, last night was not a good moment for Joe Biden. But it was just a few days ago when Joe Biden, the same Joe Biden, was standing on a world stage, gaining the respect and admiration from leaders around the world, handling his business and the business of the American people. Time will tell, but I believe that Joe Biden is the man who can move America forward. A man who is a man of character, integrity, knows his stuff. Experience matters, not just someone who will say anything at any time for the moment. And Joe Biden pointed it out, has been convicted on 34 counts, standing on the stage with a convicted felon. I'm not sure the rules of the debate, and I know that both teams agreed to them. I'm not sure the rules of the debate really helped President Biden, because it prevented America from seeing the Donald Trump who was just out of control before. I think Joe Biden is better when he is in the fight. And I think the rules of the game actually prevented him to do just that.
Interesting. Okay.
I have a couple thoughts on that, if it's okay. Yeah. I don't think that this small amount of people who's undecided, 6%, are going to base their decision on bit players from the past, whether it's Hunter Biden or Stormy Daniels. I think it's going to be about the future. I think people are going to say, hey, what person makes me feel safer? What person's aligned with my views? What person is going to be better for me economically? That's probably going to be the key focus. In terms of what they do about it, Gavin Newsom's who they always talk about. In California, the problem is Kamala is vice president. You lose all those California votes. So I think we would need a different vice president. I got the perfect person right here. I think, I'm not even kidding.
He's trying to make up for being on the other side of the aisle.
I worked about when she was the chief of police and was just outstanding. I wish they had put her on the ticket. I think give the country a little more comfort.
Well, one of the things I always enjoy that you said about your time in Congress is that behind the scenes you all get along great, and I think that, and I'm sure that you would say the same. That yes.
But we need to get along better in front of the camera too, because we can. If we're going to solve some of our nation's toughest problems, regardless of who's at the top, who wins in November, we've got to come together to do that.
Well, we are grateful for both of you for taking the time to be with us and sharing your comments with our audience this morning. I know they appreciate it too. Former Congressman Rick Keller, former Congresswoman Val Demings, thank you so much for being here.
And a big thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team. As I mentioned, we have been checking in with all of our different affiliates as they do their own coverage here, this post-debate coverage. And speaking of Gavin Newsom, he actually posted on X or Twitter quite a few times while he was at the debate last night alongside Biden. He said Trump has been standing on the stage tonight doing nothing but spewing lies. Don't believe them. The time now, more to come. President Biden and former President Trump facing off in their first debate of the presidential campaign season. That debate in Atlanta, one of two scheduled so far, but some are now questioning whether that next debate set for September 10th will even happen. Do want to break down everything that happened during that debate, so let's bring in Dr. Mark Shanahan, an associate professor at the University of Surrey and an American government and politics expert. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for asking me on.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk about the overall debate itself. So can you explain to me just your overall thoughts?
I think if I'd have seen a transcript of this rather than actually watching the debate, I would have thought it was a rather more even contest. This is the first time a sitting president has debated against a former president. It is very early in the cycle. Normally, these presidential debates don't take place until after the conventions. But because things are rather different this year, we know who the candidates are going to be or are supposed to be. They got to go head to head down in Georgia, in one of those swing states that will decide this election. And in the end, it was a pretty unedifying spectacle. Trump was Trump. He was confident. The truth remains an elusive concept for him. But Biden just had one job to do. He should have just showed up, been presidential, looked confident, and held Trump to account. But he didn't. So what we got was two old sluggers in the ring in something that was pitched a bit more like a boxing contest rather than a serious political policy debate. And it was quite a tough watch.
Yeah, a lot of people saying a lot of similar things there. My question for you, who would you say won? Who had a stronger showing overall?
I think if you look at it on the optics, on perception, and how the candidates came across in the room, it was undoubtedly Donald Trump. Biden just didn't deliver. He was very flat in his delivery. He was hesitant. He mumbled, particularly at the beginning. I mean, he walked very slowly to the stage and then gabbled his answer to the first question. And he came across as hesitant. And unfortunately, he just came across as old. I wanted that really, really confident speaker at the podium, giving me confidence in his authority, in his ability to do the job. What I got was Grandma Walton. And frankly, it was Grandma Walton after the stroke.
And I do want to pop up this post here on X or Twitter coming in from Essie Cupp, who does host our Fox political show, Battleground. And she said, one thing's for sure, this will be the first, last, and only debate. We know that a debate is scheduled for September. I do want to get your take on that.
If it is these two candidates, I am sure that the Trump camp will be pushing full on for that debate, maybe even others. If it's down to the Biden camp, maybe not so much. But it all comes down to whether Biden is still the candidate. He was so poor last night that there really has to be very serious questions about whether he will make that September debate. That debate at the moment, if it goes ahead with these two candidates, hugely favors Trump. There's an awful lot of ground for Biden to have to pull back. Maybe it's going to be different if it's a Whitmer or a Newsom or a Pete Buttigieg. Who knows? But there are big, big questions in the Biden camp this morning, not so much about whether that second debate will happen, but whether the Joe Biden candidacy will happen.
We know that California Governor Gavin Newsom was there. He talked to media a lot while he was there and was asked a lot of questions, said that he would not replace Joe Biden on the ticket. Do you think that he is the top pick right now if someone were to replace Biden?
It was a good night for Gavin Newsom last night, and he will make all the right noises. He is supportive of Biden, and while the Biden candidacy is there, other leading Democrats will fall into line. There are a number who will be putting on their running shoes and starting exercising up this morning. Newsom is definitely one. Governor Whitmer is definitely another. Don't rule out people like Cory Booker. Don't rule out people like Pete Buttigieg. They're younger, they are more vigorous, they may well hold Trump to account far more than Joe Biden appeared to do last night. But America is a weak party system. It's not going to be for the Newsoms or the Whitmers to decide what happens next to Biden. Biden has to make his own decision. He's a pretty stubborn man. Maybe the key in all of this is his wife, is Jill Biden. What's her conversation with the president going to be today? And can she talk him down from a position where he is putting a Democrat in the White House from January next year in real jeopardy?
Do you think, just based on your experience, your political experience here, that Biden will actually be the nominee come November?
Up until he took the stage last night, I would have said yes, yes, 100% yes. My 100% might even be as low as 50% today. How does he come back from this? His campaign team has done a very good job in shielding him, keeping him away from exposure, showing just how frail he is becoming. He actually gave some good answers last night. If people were prepared to listen to him, to get through that really awful 10 minutes, to listen to him on abortion, to listen to him around some of the issues where Trump is actually really poor. A lot of the stuff around women, frankly, on that. There were some good answers coming out of that, but he wasn't great on the economy. Trump trumped him on the economy. And he didn't get the kind of attacks in on Trump's weaknesses, everything around Stormy Daniels and all of the felony convictions that Trump has. That kind of bounced off Trump. And Biden needs to be a lot stronger. And if he can't, then the Democrats really do need another candidate.
Want to pop up another post here because obviously immigration has been a hot topic. It was last night as well. The Border Patrol Union posting on Twitter or X saying, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. They actually did not just post this, but made sure that it was at the top of their timeline there for anyone who ever visits their page. What do you make of that?
It was a real misstep from Biden. It was not good. And clearly it has given the media some meat and some ammunition to bite into this morning. An awful lot of similar pretty much comes off second best to a really, really good delivery. And last night was a good delivery. But because the Biden performance was so poor last night, and because he did make a factual error, another gaffe, he will be picked up on that. Perhaps a little bit unfairly, but there is no denying that he did make that gaffe.
When you talk about the new rules that were in effect for this debate that were different than previous ones in years past, we did have the muted mics. We had no audience. What sort of difference did that make overall?
I think not having one candidate prowling around the stage and continually interrupting was actually quite good. It made Donald Trump a lot more disciplined. His introduction when he first came on stage was quieter. It was delivered far less in the kind of campaign trail way that he just goes and riffs, and was a lot more focused. For Biden, I think he needs people around him. He needs to see friendly faces that give him confidence. And he was looking at a couple of moderators who really weren't helping him at all, and nobody else really in the room other than some TV technicians. And it really didn't work well for him. But where he had the opportunity, where Donald Trump's mic was muted, he simply didn't jump in and score the points that he needed to.
My last question for you here. We know that we're talking about American politics, but folks in other countries are paying fairly close attention to this race as well, right?
Absolutely. I'm sitting here in the UK this morning. We go to the polls in 6 days' time. Are probably going to bring in a government that is a bit more to the left of what we currently had. Just over the channel, we've got the French going to the polls. They might well end up with a government moving a bit to the right. Whichever way things go in Europe and overseas elsewhere, across Asia, across Africa, what we look for is stability in the United States. Stability breeds confidence worldwide, and that matters so much at the moment with war in the Middle East, with war in Europe. Biden gives the rest of the world confidence that there is stability. In terms of foreign policy, for 4 years under Trump, we didn't have that stability. Some fellow academics around me would have called it a period of chaos. I think we are now baking in a higher likelihood of chaos from January 2025 onwards.
All right. Dr. Shanahan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down the debate. Obviously, a lot happening over that 90 or so minute period there. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
So we have a betting scandal on our politicians in the UK at the moment. I would say if anybody is interested in putting a flutter on in the United States, the odds are probably shortening at the moment on Biden not facing off against Trump in the November elections. So if you want to get a bet on, do it quickly.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you are looking at some of the drone video that was shot by Billy Heath with our Fox 5 Atlanta team over the actual stadium there where this all took place. That is the CNN presidential debate. Now, as far as when the next debate is currently scheduled, that is September 10th, and that is going to be hosted by ABC. And you are taking a live look right now over the city of Atlanta. Things looking a lot different than they did several hours ago as folks have kind of fled the area after that presidential debate did come to an end. CNN providing us with some of the snippets here. We did air the debate in full last night, a simulcast, but we do have these little snippets, 2 or 3 minutes each, playing for you here. I do want to play where there was kind of a back and forth between Trump and Biden over the military. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
A 4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, that was a portion of the debate that did take place last night on CNN over in Atlanta. Are taking a live look now outside of the Supreme Court building as more opinions are expected to be released within an hour here. They're set to start coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern time and are usually released in increments of about 5 to 10 minutes each. However, the court does not reveal how many opinions will be released and for which cases. Now, we do know that 9 of the cases heard during this term do remain unresolved. Opinions scheduled for release today and Monday, but more days could potentially be added here. One of the rulings that people are waiting on, Trump argues that former presidents are immune from prosecution for official acts they took in office and that the indictment he faces on charges of election interference must be dismissed. The Supreme Court has previously ruled that former presidents cannot be sued in civil cases for what they did in office, but the court has never weighed in on criminal immunity. An expert will join us here in just about 20 minutes ahead of those decisions to break it all down for us. Again, that is coming up in just about 20 minutes. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. The war in the Middle East was one of many topics discussed during last night's presidential debate, and this morning we're getting some new information from the Israeli military stating that 1 in 6 of the rockets fired by the Hezbollah terror group has actually misfired and landed inside Lebanon. That amounts to nearly 1,000 rockets. Israel released the new data as the attacks by Hezbollah do intensify, with many world leaders concerned over a further escalation and eventually a full-scale war. I do want to talk about the latest developments there in the Middle East, so let's bring in Dr. Asaf Romarowski, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us.
Thank you, as always, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you about the new details there released by the IDF. 1 in 6 of the rockets fired by Hezbollah landing within Lebanon. What does that say to you overall?
Well, I mean, I think that the Hezbollah is testing the waters, for starters. They may be throwing stuff just to kind of see the reaction on the Israeli part. Clearly, they have old stockpiles of missiles that are being thrown around. And that obviously, it shows that their capability is limited. That being said, we should not underestimate them. I mean, if you're looking exactly at what Hezbollah has in its stockpile, this is not Hamas. Hamas had about 30,000 long-range missiles. Hezbollah has between 150 and 170,000. And they have long-range missiles that have also guidance capabilities. So we should never underestimate what Hezbollah is going to do. And Hezbollah is this northern front is seriously represents an escalation and also a real danger for Israelis. We have yet to see, and this is again a concern that we're going to look at going forward, any kind of boots on the ground on the northern side. So far, the Israelis have been using the Israeli Air Force as they've done over the years. But this is something that we should be watching very, very carefully. Israel has already had to relocate populations from the north. Hezbollah may have had a few mistakes along the way, but we should not take this as a sign that they are not serious about their capabilities, because the other week, we also saw rockets able to hit Tiberias inside of Israel. And they're also hitting the radar center near Tzfat. So they actually can proven that they can actually hit strategic targets inside of Israel that represent a significant danger and a threat.
And we have heard from Israeli officials that there does exist a 3-mile dead zone, is what it's being called, there in Lebanon, as a result of the Israeli retaliation, the retaliatory strikes against Hezbollah. What is that dead zone, and what does that tell you? Does it give an indication as to what could happen to Lebanon if there is a full-scale war?
Look, the argument has been by the Israelis, and this is what they've been trying to put pressure on, is to push Hezbollah back behind the Litani River. Hezbollah has been edging all along in tandem as the war in the south has been continuing. And so these are always have been red lines that are consistently been broken by Nasrallah and Hezbollah terrorists in the area, and they're pushing it as far as they can to see when are the Israelis going to be engaged in this full blown out war. Let's not forget, of course, that Hezbollah is a direct proxy of the Islamic Republic of Iran. After the Iranians clearly attacked with ICBMs in April, Hezbollah is continuing that war on the ground itself with conventional weaponry. And so every time they make these points, they're trying to make the case that the war is going to continue. They want this war in the same way that Hamas wants its war. And there is a constant, as we have spoken over the past few months, an ongoing coordination sponsored and financed by the Iranians. Iranian footprints are all over this, and so they are continuously pushing this as far as they can with the same goal of killing Americans, killing Israelis, killing Westerners, killing Christians. I mean, that is their objective all around here.
American intelligence now saying that in the coming weeks, there is likely to be a, quote, major escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. Again, a lot of these are hypotheticals that we're discussing just based on expertise. But what exactly would that look like if there was a major escalation?
So let's put it into the historical context. In the Second Lebanon War in 2006 that Israel fought, Israel was there for about 50 days. They didn't complete the job. In 2015, after the JCPOA, much of the money that went to Iran went directly to Hezbollah. For Hezbollah, it's never been a question of, if to have a war, it's a question of when to have a war. And that has to do with the fact whether or not they have the finances, the capabilities to make this happen, and the financial incentive to make this happen has been coming directly out of Iran. The targets that the Israelis have been targeting that have been Iranian leaders in Lebanon, in Syria, have been threats to Israel. A full-scale war, and the Israelis know what this looks like based on historical experience, could look like a Lebanon of 82, could look like a Lebanon of 2006, though I think we're going in a much more escalated volume here, because the greater threat is, and has always been the greater threat to the area, has been the nuclear threat. Now, that represents the larger threat that Iran represents of the region at large. But of course, the concern is Iran arming with nuclear capabilities or with EMPs, any kind of, capabilities that would basically threaten the existence of the state of Israel. And that's the concern the Israelis have had, which is why you're seeing them going in, targeting these targets, these leaders, these bases, these stockpiles. They're all trying to deter an actual full-blown out war. The only difference is going to be that, in contrast to what we've seen in the South, Hezbollah is located in Lebanon. Lebanon is an actual state, which represents a little bit of a different constellation that Israel is going to go into Lebanon, albeit a kind of a weak state, but you're also talking about engaging between Lebanon and Syria, which is going to also involve a whole other set of problems for the Israelis when they're dealing with issues of warfare in areas that represent a state actor.
The U.S. has now joined in on the countries who are urging their citizens to leave Lebanon ahead of a possible war. There are many countries that are doing the same, and they're also warning against travel to Lebanon. Do you think there's ever a time where these countries, including the U.S., would actually go into Lebanon to physically remove their citizens prior to a war?
That's hard to see. I mean, what we have at this point is we have the fleet is in the area. We have aircraft carriers. I mean, I think that everything that we've sent to the region from the U.S. perspective is to deter the Iranians and deter exactly this very activity that we've seen now as a result of the ongoing war. Clearly, it does not deter the Iranians or their proxies, namely Hezbollah or the Houthis. They are continuing on their objectives. And so I think that if there's going to be any kind of evacuations, we may see similar evacuations based on past experiences like we saw in Afghanistan, which was a disaster for that matter. But I think the bigger concern, especially after last night's display during the debate, was about the strength of the United States and deterrence as it relates to decision-making processes happening in the United States. And that's been a concern all along. And American adversaries are watching and they are testing the waters. And that's really a major concern that everybody's watching in the region at large. And the Israelis are going to come to a conclusion that they may have no choice, but as they've done with Hamas, are going to have to go at it as always, potentially on their own, while they're seeking other kind of support in the area itself. The only hope that they have is, of course, what we saw during April, is that when you see Iran representing the greatest destabilizing factor in the region, can they find other Arab partners, namely Saudis, Jordanians, and others who are concerned about the growing threat of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its nuclear threat at large?
Any surprise that the war in Gaza and really the mention of Hezbollah as well were part of the debate last night, but weren't talked about even more? Is that surprising, considering how much this has been discussed among American people?
I think it is surprising. I mean, I think obviously, you know, there is a tension between what American voters go to the poll with, whether domestic issues when it comes to the cost of living and medical, coverages and the, paying for gas prices and whatnot. That being said, I think that these are real concerns. The border threats are exactly bringing in the kind of ideologies and represent a national security threat. National security threats are a real concern during this election as a result of what's happening in the Middle East, and it is exactly seeped into American politics. My own personal viewpoint that I would have liked to see more discussion about those real issues because they are impacting Americans all over the place, and to understand how much of a threat they are should be on everybody's minds going forward. Not only between now and November, but also beyond, given the fact that these enemies of the United States, they really mean what they say, and we should take their threats extremely seriously.
All right, Dr. Asaf Romarowski, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I'm good for now. Thank you so much, as always.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, and of course, we have been talking about the debate a lot all throughout the morning. We have had recap coverage, and we do know that we aired the CNN simulcast of the debate last night right here on Live Now from Fox, and this morning CNN allowing us to use just some of those bits and pieces of the debate as there were specific topics that were discussed. And I want to get into foreign policy here, about 2 minutes as Trump and Biden go back and forth again on foreign policy, including the war in Ukraine.
As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
All right, so again, we are playing just some of the comments that were made last night during that 90-minute debate. The first one between Trump and Biden. At this point, the next one is set for September. That's going to be on ABC. We're hopeful that we'll be able to get a simulcast once again. That's still up in the air, but if that debate does happen, we'll make sure to keep you posted on it. 9:30 on the East Coast and 6:30 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. My name is Josh Breslow. We will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:32 on the East Coast and 6:32 on the West Coast. You're looking at a live look outside the Supreme Court building there in D.C. You can see protesters are out there in full force right now. In less than 30 minutes, the court is expected to release more opinions. Those are set to start coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and they're usually, in theory, released in increments of about 5 to 10 minutes, but it always depends because the court does not reveal how many opinions will be released and for which cases. A lot of unknowns. And the High Court did hear 61 cases during the term. 9 of those at this point do remain unresolved. I do want to talk more about what to expect, what's happened already, and what still needs to happen. Let's bring in Dr. Karen Holt, professor of political science at Virginia Tech. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
All right, so first off, we know that the Trump immunity case is one of 9 that is left to decide. There's an opinion day today, and then there's one on Monday. Do we expect that we are going to get that ruling at some point today, maybe Monday? Do we have any idea?
We don't have any idea, and that, of course, is up to the court as in terms of the order in which they release the decisions. Now, some of that has to do with perhaps some internal levels of reaching agreement on the court, but it's also the case that one imagines that they did not release this case before the presidential debates, and one wonders as well whether they'll wait till the weekend to release the other January 6th decisions.
And the case itself involving Trump's immunity, what would be the overall impact of that opinion?
Well, it really is a question that has to do with the extent to which any sitting president has absolute immunity from criminal cases, not civil cases, but criminal cases that have to do with that president's actions while acting as president. What that would mean then, it raises a whole range of separation of powers issues that the court has never really addressed. And that is, to what extent does a president in this, quote, unique position, as the court has described in the past, have the ability to do whatever the president wants while the president is in office? That's really the case before the court.
And the court did, as you mentioned, previously rule that former presidents are immune from civil prosecution relating to actions while in office. How did that ruling come about, and does that have an impact on this case and the outcome overall?
Well, that's a very good question. That case came about, it traces back to the Nixon administration. And what the facts of the case were about is that Fitzgerald, it was a Nixon versus Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald was an Air Force management analyst in the Department of Defense. He was let go, released from his job because of reductions in forces and so on. He claimed later, after Mr. Nixon left office, that he sued Nixon for civil damages that had to do with the loss of his career and his job benefits from working in the Defense Department. What the court basically said was that in cases like this, a sitting president has absolute immunity in civil cases for actions that he performed while he was in office. And those actions had to be within, quoting the court, within the outer perimeter of the duties of the president. Now, those are civil cases which are quite distinct, arguably, from criminal kinds of cases. So the court in earlier cases, and really in a case involving Mr. Trump, has said that no president is utterly, absolutely immune from anything that has to do with, say, reporting records or evidence that the president has in their possession while in office. So that says then the court may be thinking about distinguishing between civil and criminal cases, but also even in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, one of the concurring opinions that agreed with the decision of the court but said, wait a second, it is not the case that in all instances presidents have absolute immunity. There may be qualified immunity. And that's what I bet the court is really trying to decide on in this case.
So again, 9 cases left. One of those is the Trump immunity claim. Any other cases that folks are paying attention to here, or is the Trump immunity one the only one that people have their eyes on?
Well, it depends, of course, on the audiences one is speaking to. I think many people are also looking at the other obstruction of justice case from the January 6th insurrection, and that's Fisher versus United States. The extent to which there's been overcharging by the Justice Department of people that have participated in the insurrection. The other ones people are paying attention to have to do with whether states like Florida and Texas can, in fact, decide what social media platforms like Facebook and YouTube can curate or remove from their platforms. A lot of people are looking at that as well as a free speech issue. There also is the issue as to whether localities can, in fact, ask homeless people to leave public spaces. And that has to do with whether unhoused people are free to camp in public spaces. That's something that folks around DC may be quite interested in. And then finally, for those that care a lot about what goes on in the federal government, there are cases that have to do with so-called Chevron deference. That is the extent to which sitting agency officials can, in fact, interpret congressional statutes in a way that reflects their expertise.
We did see the leak, so to speak, of the Idaho abortion case earlier on this week, so folks knew a little bit of information prior to the opinion actually being released yesterday. We know that 2 years ago, we did have the Dobbs decision that was leaked as well, several weeks prior to it being released. My question, do we see these leaks happen a lot? Because these are the two cases that kind of stand out.
These are extraordinarily rare, and what's not fully clear if whether the most recent case is like the leak of the Dobbs decision. It could well be that what happens in all kinds of organizational settings, that an opinion went out and was posted before it was supposed to be by internal technical folks on the court. We don't know the answer to that. That remains to be seen.
All right, my last question for you here before I let you go. Why are these rulings in general so important for the American people to really pay attention to?
Well, you mentioned, for example, the access to emergency care for abortion issue. We've also talked about access to abortion medical abortions through abortion pills, a whole range of things that affect people's lives. The opioid settlement that was overturned, the power of presidents, the power of state governments to regulate unhoused people in their areas. A lot of these things will have a real impact, a noticeable impact on everyday people's lives.
All right, Dr. Karen Holt, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, other than it's been a very quick pivot from the last night's debate, and we're all going to be watching what happens in about 20 minutes at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we all go from one topic to another, paying full attention. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you.
All right, everybody, and you are taking a live look outside the Supreme Court building now at 9:39 on the East Coast and 6:39 on the West Coast, as we are just about 20 minutes away from those opinions being released. Again, we don't know how many will be released today and which cases specifically. There are still 9 cases that do remain unresolved, and as we've seen on each and every opinion day, you do have some protesters that gather outside. We know there will be an event in a matter of moments here with one of that group of protesters, so we'll make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Let's head to a quick break now at, I mentioned it already, but 9:40 on the East Coast and 6:40 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over the city of Atlanta hours after the debate did come to an end. And I do want to get back to our post-debate coverage. Many people have a lot of thoughts regarding the performance by both President Biden and former President Trump. And we're also playing snippets provided by CNN of the debate itself. And this short clip right here is all about Trump's hush money case.
This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. Well, you want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam. And it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
All right, so those are some of the snippets there provided by CNN a few minutes at a time as they did square off there, Trump and Biden, on a variety of topics. The first presidential debate, there is another one scheduled for September. That one is going to be on ABC. If there is a simulcast option like we had last night with CNN, we'll make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. All of that, though, still up in the air. As I mentioned, we have been checking in with our different Fox affiliates as they cover the debate from each and every angle. That includes our Fox 11 LA team. Alex Michelson broke down really everything that happened during the debate in about 40 seconds. Here it is.
My analysis, the debate was a total and complete disaster for Joe Biden and the Democrats. Coming into the night, he needed to show that he was strong and in control. Instead, he looked old and weak. Coming into the debate, he was behind in almost every single swing state, which is why they wanted to do the debate to shake up the race. But it is hard to imagine that his poll numbers are going to get better after this. And now Democrats are having a conversation out loud that they've been whispering about for months. Is it time to replace Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee? Because there's fears there is no path for him to actually win.
And that was Alex Michelson. He does a lot of political coverage there on Fox 11 LA. Also want to check in with our Fox 35 Orlando team as they have done several interviews throughout the morning with political experts, former candidates, just about everyone. And they did this interview a short time ago.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country.
Well, a lot of people watched that CNN presidential debate last night. A lot of reaction is pouring in, and we are breaking it down for you this morning. We want to bring in Dr. Susan McManus. She is a distinguished university professor. She's also a political analyst. Great to have you with us. How are you?
A little sleepy, but good.
You and me both. I stayed up late to watch the whole thing last night. So what were your initial thoughts? Because a lot of folks said that this debate was decided within the first 3 minutes.
Well, I was looking at it from the perspective that going into the debate, about 2/3 of Americans said that they thought the country's headed in the wrong direction. And over half were saying they weren't really pleased with the candidates that were available. And I don't think the debate changed that particularly, but obviously today, Republicans are feeling good and Democrats have really got a headache.
Well, let's talk about
this
strengths.
Wasn't what, okay, excuse me, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, let's talk about strengths and weaknesses, Dr. McManus, because I think that, a lot of folks felt that the way the debate was set up, that it did play to the strengths of both candidates in a sense. What are your thoughts there?
Yes, and a lot of the hype on Biden was that he would do as well as he did in the State of the Union, where he did better than expected. But very quickly into debate, a lot of people that have been interviewed have pointed out they knew within 3 or 4 minutes that he wasn't going to have a good evening. But the moderators, to their credit, really let these candidates talk unrestrained, but within a time frame. The mute was wonderful. A lot of people have really thanked CNN for doing that. But the strengths were obviously for Trump being able to run on his record, and the strength for Biden was he got a couple good answers in on policy. But when people looked at 4 more years, which one of these candidates looks a little bit more prepared in terms of physical and mental acuity, this is why Democrats are really rethinking, in a way, the nomination of Biden, should they go there.
Well, and Dr. McManus, I think what we saw last night was that this race may become about optics, right? It's about what we see and what we hear, and not so much what they're saying. How much of that played into last night's debate?
A lot, because people looking at leadership, and these are tough times in America by everybody's count. They're looking for somebody who seems strong and ready to hit the ground running. Voice is a lot. Obviously, Biden had a very weak and raspy voice. Some say it was a cold, we don't know, but nonetheless, people watching it didn't know that if that were the case. On the other hand, Trump just looked really strong and emphatic. And so sometimes when we look at who's a strong leader in tough times, it can be their presentation.
One of the things that folks also noticed last night is that Biden did a pretty good job with getting the facts right? He was able to get the facts out there. He knew his numbers. But when it came to challenging Trump, there wasn't a lot of challenging going on. Did that not help him last night?
That did not help him, because numbers can be one thing, but if people can't really remember any of them and they're looking more at how the candidates stand side by side, that was one of Biden's weaknesses, is that he was not able to contrast his record versus Trump's, but Trump was able to do it with him, and that was a problem.
Dr. McManus, there is supposed to be another debate in September between these two men. Do you think it will happen?
I have my doubts, frankly.
What do you think could potentially happen between now and then?
Between now, it was scheduled for September 10th. We will have had the Democratic National Convention. And of course, today there's a lot of people looking up all the rules on what you do to get a candidate nominated at a convention if they haven't gone through, the regular pathway to get to the nomination. A lot of unknowns right now. And let's face it, in the snap of a finger, everything can change. We live in a world of constant news cycles that redirect our attention. Yes. Biden and his campaign's best hope is that something can come along that gives him a chance to really stand strong. And really, last night's debate was all about reaching people who are undecided or on the fence as to who they're going to vote for. And I'm not sure that they got a lot of satisfaction. And one of the biggest unknowns, and this is always the trouble of predicting, is what about those people? Are they going to just stay home? Not turning out at all is a real problem. But I do not think that that debate helped undecideds move in one direction or another.
Right, and I think there are a lot of people who are just unhappy with either candidate, so I think that you've got that faction of the public as well. Well, it was fascinating to watch, that is for sure, and we certainly appreciate your analysis. Dr. McManus, professor and political analyst, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
And a big thank you, of course, to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We have been checking in with our different affiliates as they cover the aftermath, so to speak, of that debate from each and every angle. You are taking a live look now outside the Supreme Court building over in D.C. Protesters showing up once again there, as they have been just about every opinion day. Now, we know that the court will release more opinions this morning. Those are set for 7 minutes from now, and they are usually released in increments of 5 to 10 minutes. However, the court does not reveal how many opinions will be released and for which specific cases. The High Court did hear 61 cases during the term, and as of now, 9 of them remain unresolved. Opinions are scheduled for release today and for Monday, but more days could potentially be added as everything does play out here. One of the rulings that people are waiting on, Trump argues that former presidents are immune from prosecution for official acts they took in office, and that the indictment he faces on charges of election interference must be dismissed. The Supreme Court has previously ruled that former presidents cannot be sued in civil cases for what they did in office, but the court has never weighed in on criminal immunity. Again, we are waiting for those decisions to come out here in just a matter of minutes, 6 minutes to be specific. We'll let you know as we do get them. The time now 9:54 on the East Coast and 6:54 on the West Coast. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look outside the Supreme Court building there in D.C. as we are waiting for the additional Supreme Court rulings that will be released at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, I should say that they start at 10 a.m. and then they're released in increments of 5 to 10 minutes. However, it's not clear how many will be released today, and we know there is at least one more opinion day that is set for Monday. Again, a lot of unknowns here, but the big case that so many people are paying attention to is the Trump immunity case, but there are still 8 others that are left unresolved from this term. As we do get those, we'll make sure to bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take a live look right now over the city of Atlanta as things have quieted down hours after the first presidential debate between Biden and Trump. A lot of people have a lot of opinions, and Fox spoke briefly here with House Speaker Mike Johnson to get his take on how everything did play out.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is going to join us right now. Mr. Speaker, I mean, you saw what we saw. The whole country saw last night, which was a mess. It was quite sad that we have our commander-in-chief doing that. But you've been meeting with him behind closed doors before we got to see that publicly. I know some of the Republicans are asking for the tapes of what the special counsel says was a well-intending elderly man, but could not stand trial. So what's been going on with the president behind closed doors all these months that you've been speaker?
Listen, what you're hearing this morning, this chorus of voices is now they're being forced to acknowledge the objective truth. There was only one man on that stage last night that is qualified and capable of being president in the next term, and that's Donald J. Trump. We've been saying this for a long time. As you know, I've spent a lot of time with Donald Trump. I mean, even as recently as last week. We're together all the time, talk all the time. And I've spent time with President Biden as well. It's not even close. You saw the greatest mismatch of a debate in the history of presidential debates, and that's what we see here on Capitol Hill every single day. So now the Democrats are being forced to say openly what they have known for quite some time. Joe Biden cannot be the president in the next term, and they're in panic for very good reason.
Dave? Well, you know, and how many people were watching at home and got the headline that Joe Biden has defeated Medicare, which is such great news. I mean, that came out of nowhere. And Mr. Speaker, it's just a matter of time till the people at the White House start saying, you know, that Joe Biden you saw last night, that was artificially intelligence and, you know, a deep fake thing. That wasn't really him, because behind the scenes, as you know, he's just been a tiger. But don't you are you hearing from any of your colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle? You know what? We can't say this in public, but he's got to go, because to keep him in it would be political malpractice.
Well, a lot of them are saying it to the media this morning. I mean, they have to acknowledge this because their constituents are saying these things to them. They can't hide this truth anymore. On every metric of performance last night, Donald Trump won clearly on the issues, on his temperament, on his stamina, the mental acuity. Listen, we live in very dangerous times. The American people are in panic mode about their own lives. They can't afford to put groceries on the table consistently. They're worried about the rising crime rates and the open border and the weakness that we're projecting on the world stage. All these things because we have a weak commander-in-chief. This is not a game. This is the most important election of our lifetimes. That is not an overstatement. It's not hyperbole. Everybody knows it. Donald Trump showed last night that he can address these challenges and he can bring America back. And I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what party you're in. If you watch that debate, you're nodding your head in agreement saying, I want that.
Hey, you know what? I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, what it does for your chances of holding the House and Senate if he stays in. I mean, does this make your job easier? Have you seen any uptick in donations? Does it change your strategy going forward?
Well, Brian, as you know, I've been traveling the country nonstop. When we're not in session in Congress, I'm on the road, and we've been in over 130, almost 135 cities now, I think, in 30 states over the last 6 months. Everywhere we are, everywhere around the country, people have had enough. They're fed up with the Biden policies, and they want to change. Now, we don't take anything for granted. We are going to run like we're 10 points behind, but I'm feeling very bullish about November. I believe Donald Trump. Obviously, I think he's going to win the White House again. I believe we're going to flip the Senate back to Republican hands, and I think we're going to grow the House majority.
Do you worry about being swapped out? Do you worry about him being swapped out with a stronger candidate?
Well, I have the same questions that you all have this morning that everyone has. How could that work? How could they leapfrog Kamala Harris? They can't run Kamala Harris for president. They're in a real bind. It's the same bind they've been in the entire time, and I don't see any magic fix for it. I don't think there's any superhero that can parachute into that convention and save them from what is coming, and that's why I believe they're all in panic mode this morning. They don't have any answers, and of course that's good, I think, for the country. It's good for our party. It's good for us being able to fix all these great challenges that face us, and we're ready to do it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we weren't sure what to expect on the stage last night because Joe Biden has been practicing for the last, 10 days at Camp David. So he walks out very slowly. his voice instantly was raspy, and he started to mumble, and he lost his train of thought several times. At one point, he said he was asked about corporate tax, and his answer was COVID, dealing with all we have to deal with, the COVID. Look, we finally beat Medicare. Then when he was asked about immigration, Donald Trump had to respond to what he said, and Donald Trump said, I don't even know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows either. What were your thoughts when you were watching it? What stood out to you last night?
To be honest, it was sad. It was sad to watch. This is dangerous to put this on display for the country. Look, we're all concerned about this because our adversaries see this as well. We're in a dangerous moment. We've got China, Russia, Iran, North Korea forming a new axis of evil, making threats to us and our allies. We can't afford to have this on the world stage. The only solace we have is that help is on the way. November can't get here soon enough. We can't, January can't get here soon enough.
Should we be talking about I know it's our instincts to follow the election. But based on the performance last night, shouldn't we be talking about the 25th Amendment? Like, have you heard from cabinet members? Are y'all hauling them down there? Because you got a president that was unfit last night. And I know people have been saying it for a while, but we all saw it. Have you heard from the cabinet members?
Listen, I'm sure there's a lot of talk about that. They're trying to keep all this quiet. But I can tell you on Capitol Hill, the Democrats, they're in full five-alarm fire here. I mean, they are deeply concerned. They're saying the quiet parts out loud now because as they mentioned, all down ballot, all the candidates down ballot are now concerned about their own futures, because this will have a big effect in the election. It's going to affect turnout for the Democrats, and it's going to affect this new demographic shift that we're seeing into the Republican camp. We have record numbers of Hispanic voters coming into the Republican Party, and black voters, African-American voters. The Jewish community is more animated for our side than we've ever seen because they feel like Joe Biden's abandoned Israel and their community. Yeah, all those things are true. So I think we're headed for an historic election in November, and we're in very good shape. And look, if we can survive between now and then.
Should Republicans be concerned that the Democrats might put someone else in?
We're not concerned. We're running on the issues. We're running on our answers to all these great challenges, and we have an extraordinary candidate in Donald Trump. He's going to have big coattail effects. I don't know what they're going to do on their side. I'm just really glad that we're in the position that we're in because this is what's right for the American people. This transcends politics. We've got to fix this country. Donald Trump can make America great again. We have an agenda to do it. We're going to have a very aggressive first 100 days agenda of that new Congress. We are going to be prepared to lead on day one because we owe that to the American people.
All right, that is Fox News, Fox and Friends, speaking with House Speaker Mike Johnson a short time ago to break down the latest information there. His thoughts about the debate between Trump and Biden, the first presidential debate taking place on CNN, and we did have the simulcast that aired right here on Live Now from Fox last night. Throughout the morning, we have been playing just some of the comments that were made by Trump and Biden on a variety of big issues. I do want to play the comments that they made on immigration, only about 2 minutes in length.
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump.
All right, do want to get to some breaking news as we do have that first decision here by the Supreme Court. You are taking a live look outside of the building there in D.C. The Supreme Court deciding that cities can enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors in West Coast areas where shelter space is considered to be lacking. The case is the most significant to come before the High Court in decades on the issue and comes as a rising number of people in the U.S. are without a permanent place to live. In a 6-3 decision, the High Court did reverse a ruling by San Francisco-based appeals court that found outdoor sleeping bans amount to cruel and unusual punishment. A bipartisan group of leaders had argued the ruling made it harder for them to manage outdoor encampments, encroaching on sidewalks and other public spaces in 9 Western states. That does include California, which is home to 1/3 of the country's homeless population. Homeless advocates, on the other hand, said that allowing cities to punish people who need a place to sleep would criminalize homelessness and would make the crisis worse in the end. Cities had been allowed to regulate encampments but could not bar people from sleeping outdoors. The case came from the rural Oregon town of Grants Pass, which appealed a ruling striking down local ordinances that fined people $295 for sleeping outside after tents started crowding public parks. The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over the 9 Western states, had held since 2018 that such bans violate the 8th Amendment in areas where there aren't enough shelter beds. The ruling comes after homelessness in the U.S. grew a dramatic 12% last year to its highest reported level as soaring rents and a decline in coronavirus pandemic assistance combined to put housing out of reach for even more people. Again, the Supreme Court now ruling that cities can enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors in West Coast areas where shelters are considered to be lacking. The time now 10:09 on the East Coast and 7:09 on the West Coast. We are continuing to get debate reaction. Coming up on the other side of this break, we're going to check in with former Georgia Rep. Stacey Abrams, who is now holding a live news conference. You're watching Live Now from Fox as we do await more opinions from the Supreme Court. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are keeping an eye on the Supreme Court building there over in D.C. as we do have one opinion that has been released so far this morning involving the enforcement of a homeless sleeping ban. Look at all those protesters that are out there. That's what we've seen a lot here on those decision days. We do know today is an opinion day, but Monday will be as well. And the big case so many people are watching is the Trump immunity case. So we are going to keep an eye on those decisions as they come down, and we'll let you know of any developments. For now, I do want to talk a little bit more about the debate between President Biden and former President Trump. We are hearing from several Democratic lawmakers over in Georgia getting their reaction, and that includes former Georgia Rep. Stacey Abrams.
I heard promises from Joe Biden. Joe Biden, who promised that he was always going to put America first, put Georgia first. A promise that he made when he stood for office 4 years ago that he has fulfilled by bringing jobs to Georgia. Every battery plant that's opening is because of Joe Biden. Every transportation project is because of Joe Biden. No matter who tries to take credit, Joe Biden kept his promise. Joe Biden promised that he was going to protect and defend democracy, and he has been willing to do that and will continue to do so. And Joe Biden promised to protect women, and he will do that. He is going to protect IVF access, which Donald Trump has not agreed to protect. He is going to protect access to medicated abortions because he knows that women deserve the right to make their own medical decisions and control their bodies. We live in one of the states in this country where women are under attack because of the promises of Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump promised to strip us of our bodily autonomy, and he succeeded. But Joe Biden is going to work hard to bring us back, to give us back not only our freedom, but to make certain that we are not second-class citizens in our country. And Georgia, unfortunately, is perfect proof of what happens when Donald Trump is in the White House. Women lose the right to control their bodies and the right to control their futures. But with a Joe Biden presidency, with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House for 4 more years, we have the opportunity to build a better Georgia, to build a better tomorrow. We have someone in President Joe Biden who understands that it is not enough to say you believe in the people of this country if you're not willing to do the work for the people of this country. And so we are excited about the next few months, about telling the people of Georgia and telling this country about what we can do together again. Because 4 years ago, we shocked America by showing that Georgia stands with Joe Biden, and we're going to remind everyone that when we roll up our sleeves and do our work, we can get it done. I'm now happy to turn it over to our chairman of the DNC, Jamie Harrison.
Thank you, Leader Abrams. Good morning, everybody. You know, last night, Donald Trump's unhinged embrace of political violence was once again on center stage here in Georgia, and it should concern us all. You know, Donald Trump came to Georgia to defend Charlottesville's white supremacists. He came to Georgia to call January 6 rioters patriotic and innocent. He came to Georgia, the heart of the South, talking about allowing states' rights to once again determine our freedoms. Our message to Donald Trump is we will not go back. We will not go back. You know, Donald Trump was asked if he would pledge to accept the 2024 election results, and he refused to say yes. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Someone who refuses to peacefully accept the results of a free and fair election is unfit for public office. The truth is, my friends, after Georgians rejected Donald Trump in 2020, Trump snapped. He never got over losing. And now he's running on a platform of revenge and retribution. He's focused only on himself, not on us. Trump is warning that there will be a bloodbath if he loses in November. Trump has pledged to be a dictator on day 1, and we take him at his word. Trump called to terminate the Constitution of these United States. Trump has promised to pardon January 6 rioters who attacked the brave police officers who defended the Capitol. For months, Donald Trump has made January 6th a cornerstone of his 2024 campaign, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. And it would be even worse if he becomes president again. He's promising to use the United States government to exact revenge and retribution on his political enemies. And his allies are putting together clear plans to go after anyone who disagrees with him on their extreme agenda. Trump's campaign of revenge couldn't be any more different than President Joe Biden. This is a man who has spent his life serving the American people. And that's the kind of president the people of Atlanta and Georgia deserve. Someone who is doing the work every day to make their lives better, not one who is willing to sacrifice our democracy and our freedoms for revenge and retribution. We all know that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. He's made that clear time and time again. Last night on the debate stage, Donald Trump made it clear once more when he refused to take responsibility for encouraging a violent mob to attack our nation's capital in an attempt to prevent the peaceful transition of power. He cannot be allowed anywhere near the Oval Office ever again. We're kicking him out of the Peach State today, and we're going to do it again in November. Georgians will rise up and reject Trump again, just like we did 4 years ago. Our democracy depends on it. And leader, you know, for the record, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is a black job. I don't know, but maybe, Senator, you do. I'm going to turn it over to Georgia Senator Josh McLaurin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we're really honored to have the chair of the DNC here in Atlanta, here in Georgia, where the front lines are for democracy this year and have been for the last several years. My name is Josh McLaurin. I represent a Senate district in North Fulton County. Part of the area that I'm in is the area that flipped in 2018 when Leader Abrams ran for governor and led the charge to awaken new political awareness in the northern suburbs of Georgia. So I and many other Democrats, elected officials in that area, are living proof that the voters in that area are tired of this moment. They are tired of Donald Trump, the threats that he poses to democracy, and the threats that he poses to working families. Look at their records, the two candidates. At the debate, President Biden pointed out that Trump left office with the worst job record since Herbert Hoover. No other presidents have left office with fewer jobs than they started with, and an economy that was in free fall, a pandemic that hurt so many families across the country. But Trump doubled down on his plans to blow up the deficit by cutting taxes for billionaires. Trump is a con man. You know, people want to say that economy is his best issue, but that's because he has tried to con the American people as a convicted fraudster into believing that he's good on the economy. Take it from Leader Abrams. A tariff is just another word for a tax. Trump proposes to impose a 10% across-the-board tariff on goods coming into the country and 60% just for China. Well, that will increase the cost of goods. Inflation is just another way of saying that the cost of goods has gone up. Trump is not making any mistake about his plan to increase the cost of goods even further. Georgia, under Joe Biden, is doing better than it was under Trump. Our employment rate is now at 3.1%. It's down from 4.8% when Trump left office. Biden has created over 450,000 jobs in Georgia, and those are the facts. You know, Joe Biden often says, show me your budget and I'll show you what you value. Trump has told us unequivocally that he is planning to do more tax cuts for big corporations and billionaires, in addition to the tariff. He also wants to dismantle the American safety net. Every year as president, Trump has tried to cut Social Security and Medicare, which millions of families rely upon, and he's promised to do the same if he returns to the White House, saying there's a lot you can do in terms of cutting these critical programs. He's also pledging, once again, to terminate the Affordable Care Act, which would send health care costs skyrocketing, potentially stripping more than 4.2 million people in Georgia with pre-existing conditions of their health care. You know, the president reminded us last night, President Biden, that he has capped prescription drug costs. He has done a lot for veterans and for working families in Georgia and elsewhere. And the experts agree. New analysis from Moody's shows that Trump's economic agenda would actually raise costs for consumers, increase the inflation rate, and even trigger a recession by 2025. Now, that's a stark contrast with President Biden, who the same analysts and experts said his policies are better for the economy, lead to more growth, less inflation, and we never have to guess where President Biden stands. He is the most pro-union and pro-worker president of our lifetimes, and under his leadership, Support for union membership has grown to its highest level in half a century. Unions, as most Americans agree, are the reason that we've got weekends, livable working conditions, and a middle class that can actually grow and thrive in the United States. President Biden's the first sitting president to join a picket line. He signed legislation saving hundreds of thousands of union workers' pensions, and he will keep fighting to strengthen the right to join a union. So the contrast couldn't be clearer. While Trump is pushing for tax cuts for the wealthy and brags about it at the fundraisers with wealthy donors, President Biden understands the working man and comes from those communities. He is going to continue his decades-long work of protecting those families. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is a con man. He is a convicted felon, and President Biden reminded us he's the only one on the stage, that Trump is the only one on the stage that was. And the reason that we keep referring to the fact that he is a convicted felon is because if he is willing to cook the books for his own accounting personally, then what is stopping him from cooking the books and doing fraudulent accounting for the American people and for his record on the economy? So we're grateful that the debate was in Atlanta and got to showcase the battleground state of Georgia. And with that, I will give the mic back to the chairman of the DNC. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And with that, we'll open up for a few questions. I think we'll take 2 or 3 questions.
Chairman, could you talk about your impressions of the debate last night of the president's performance? Obviously, there are concerns among Democrats. Your word I've heard is panic. Your thoughts about what you saw?
Well, listen, I think the debate started off a little slow for the president, but it ended strong. The thing I've always learned growing up, my grandfather used to say, it's not how you start a race, it's how you end it. And Joe Biden has demonstrated time and time again that the reason why he is in this race is for the American people. It's not about I. He very rarely said I in that debate. Donald Trump said it constantly, and he constantly lied throughout the debate. Joe Biden's focused on the American people. He wakes up each and every day thinking about how do I make the lives of the American people better. And I think the vice president said it so clearly last night that a presidency is not defined by a 90-minute debate. It's about the policies and the actions that you take throughout that. And Joe Biden has shown from day one, through the American Rescue Plan, to the Inflation Reduction Act, to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, to the PACT Act, to the CHIPS Act, to marriage equality, I can go on, to appointing more black women to the appellate courts than any president combined, to putting blacks and Latinos in his cabinet, making sure that his cabinet, the federal government, looks like America. He's demonstrated what his values are, and we know the values of Donald Trump. He is only focused on payback, on retribution, and revenge. And in the end of the day, the American people have to decide, who's going to fight for me and my family and my community? I believe with my whole heart that that's Joe Biden.
The Democrats that told you about replacing Biden on the ticket. What's your message to those people?
Well, listen, you know, one of the things that notoriously Democrats are known for, some of us like to wring our hands. It's not time to wring hands. It's about rolling up your sleeves to do the work. It is time to do this work. This election was always going to be close, and is going to be close. And that means we got to put in the hard work and the efforts to make sure that we win this. Because it's not just about Democrats winning. It's about Americans' freedom. All of those things are on the ballot. They're on the line. The leader mentioned it, and I'll turn it over to her as well. But all of those things are on the ballot. When Donald Trump became president, women in all 50 states had control over their own bodies. And now, because of his appointments to the Supreme Court, they don't. In many states, including Georgia and South Carolina. That is the impact of putting a Donald Trump back into the White House. And to give him an opportunity to put 2 or 3 more justices on the Supreme Court, we won't allow that to happen, because this is the thing. Freedom is not free. The cost of it is not free. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears goes into securing freedoms. And it's also a slippery slope. You allow one freedom to be lost, it's very easy to take away another. As a black man who grew up in South Carolina, raised by 2 grandparents who went through Jim Crow, I tell you this is my promise. This is not about Joe Biden and Democrats and this and that. I think about my 2 boys. I will fight with every breath in my body not to make sure that my sons don't have to live in a world like my grandparents lived in. And that's what this election's about for me. It's not about Democrats versus Republicans. It's about the freedom and the future of this great nation. Madam Leader.
Mr. you guys were able to have a conversation with the president on the tarmac at Dobbins. Can you describe what you guys talked about in those moments?
We talked about how we're going to get it done here in Georgia again. And 4 years ago, Georgia had been written off by most, and unfortunately, we're watching Donald Trump take for granted the people of Georgia. But what we knew then, what we know now, is that the state of Georgia is in play, that the people of Georgia want to see a leader who sees them. Donald Trump only sees himself. We have a convicted liar who stood on stage and promised to raise taxes on the working class. We had a convicted liar who stood on stage and bragged about stripping women of their bodily autonomy. My niece is 17. She is living in the only generation since Reconstruction to lose constitutional rights during our lifetime. And so what we know is that in the state of Georgia, we protect our rights, we protect our people, and we protect our future. And Joe Biden and I talked about how we're going to make certain with folks like Senator McLaren and everyone around the state that we get it done again.
You talked about protecting our democracy. Large numbers of Democratic voters have said they want a different candidate. Do you think that the process leading to Joe Biden becoming the nominee has been sufficiently democratic?
Absolutely. Yes, sir?
We have several issues, of course, but I know what what people are saying when they saw the debate last night. But what I would like to know, first of all, Alan Hill, Lift Every Vote and Rise Initiative, Black Market Magazine, 1.1 million printed pieces every quarter. What I would like to know is the details. What we saw last night was eloquent supporters, eloquent surrogates, but what will Joe Biden do at this point moving forward? What will the campaign do to specifically have outreach that resonates on why we should be voting for him and the Democratic Party?
In the state of Georgia, there are 13 offices already. There are 75 staffers already. It's June. We haven't had the nominating contest yet. And going back to the issue of how democratic the process has been, Joe Biden has been to the state of Georgia again and again and again. And yesterday when the debate ended, he didn't hop on a plane and leave. He stayed here to talk to people in the state of Georgia. He is going to do what he has been doing, which is invest in Georgia. Let's give you some numbers. We know that in the state of Georgia, 100,000 Georgians have seen their debt relieved from student debt because Joe Biden said he would. In the state of Georgia, we have thousands of seniors who are not paying more than $35 for insulin, which is a major issue in the state of Georgia because Governor Kemp and folks like Donald Trump refused to expand Medicaid and provide the kind of coverage that people need for their health care. We know that Joe Biden is protecting access to a woman's right to choose through medicated abortions because here in the state of Georgia, Donald Trump and Brian Kemp are denying women bodily autonomy, and he's going to keep doing that work. He has invested billions in the litany of programs that have been put in place that the chairman pointed out. But let's talk about what happens next. We live in a state that believes in agriculture. That's how we make our living. You have to plant seeds, but you've got to tend them and watch them grow. And in the next 4 years, we will grow more jobs, we will grow more opportunities, we will grow a better economy, we will grow a better climate, because Joe Biden has put in the work, he's planted the seeds, and now it's time to till the field this election season and make certain that in January, we can grow for 4 more years. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Ensure this is a candidate that Democrats want.
Is he the best one to beat Trump? Beat him before.
Okay, we have been listening to Georgia Democrats react to the debate last night, highlights from that debate between President Biden and former President Donald Trump. Obviously, the Democrats of Georgia, Stacey Abrams and several others, slamming President Trump in partisan fashion. Taking a quick break now on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot to tell you about this Friday morning. Breaking news stories from across America and around the world. I'm Keith Landry. Join us after the break for a whole lot more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry on your Friday morning. Let's take you back out live to the U.S. Supreme Court, where the rulings are coming down right now from the Supreme Court. A couple big ones have come down. The High Court ruling this morning on a 40-year-old decision that made it easier for the federal government to regulate the environment, public health, workplace safety, and consumer protections. They delivered a far-reaching, potentially lucrative victory to business interests across America. The justice is overturning a 1984 decision known as Chevron, long a target of conservatives. Billions of dollars potentially at stake in challenges that could be spawned by the High Court's ruling. Now, the Biden administration's top Supreme Court lawyer had warned that such a move would be an unwarranted shock to the legal system. The other major ruling from the High Court today, the U.S. Supreme Court deciding that cities can enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors in West Coast areas where shelter space is lacking. Over the last few years, we've been seeing a homeless problem out west with lots of homeless folks sleeping on the streets and under bridges. This case is most significant to come before the High Court in decades on the issue, and comes as a rising number of people out west have no place to live. Today, in a 6-3 decision, the High Court reversed a ruling by a San Francisco-based appeals court that found outdoor sleeping bans amount to cruel and unusual punishment. The High Court overruling that today. A bipartisan group of leaders had argued the ruling made it harder for them to manage outdoor encampments that were sort of interfering with folks walking down the sidewalk and in public places out west. This includes California, which is home to about 1/3 of the country's homeless population. So, two major hearings today, two rulings on High Court rulings that we've been waiting for before they take their summer break. Also, another thing going on right now at the U.S. Supreme Court is a Planned Parenthood rally, which is about to get underway. So we've got folks just demonstrating about various rulings, making their voices known in a high-profile location. We've got a Planned Parenthood demonstration that's going to go on here. What we have not gotten so far today is the one we've been watching for weeks and waiting for, the Trump immunity case. Now, the High Court will be making rulings again on Monday, so we could get that ruling on the Trump immunity case potentially Monday. We'll see if we get it today, and if not, it's most likely on Monday. So that's a developing story, breaking news from the High Court, the U.S. Supreme Court. More rulings could come out here in the next few minutes. We just wanted to get you up to speed on that before we take a quick break. Again, it is 10:36 on the East Coast. It is 7:36 out west. Squeezing in our second break of the hour. I'm Keith Landry. Come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. It's 10:38 on the East Coast, 7:38 out west. I hope your Friday morning's off to a great start. So much coverage for you, analyzing the presidential debate last night in Atlanta and other breaking news stories. One of the big things they did talk about last night in Atlanta was America's crisis with fentanyl and the toll it's taking on Americans who are suffering and dying from those drugs. We are taking you to Central Florida right now, where the sheriff of Polk County has announced a major fentanyl bust. Dozens of people arrested. Let's take a look at that now together.
Thank you very much for being with us today, ladies and gentlemen. First, before we begin, let me introduce to you Robert Miller. He's with the statewide prosecutor's office, and I asked him, I said, "Are you going to talk, Robert, in this press conference?" He says, "No, I'll do my talking in court." And we also have my dear friend Mark Britnell. He is the special agent in charge out of the Tampa office. This investigation absolutely unequivocally would not be possible without the cooperation and the teamwork and the partnership of our folks. It also wouldn't be possible without Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature. This is a safe case. As you know, it's money that was created by the legislature, signed by the governor, so that we could go after these folks dealing fentanyl and killing people across the state of Florida. This was one of the very first cases that you see here today. So I'm going to give you the highlights of this case, and then we'll accept questions after the fact. And I want to introduce you to Operation Ruski. It is a family affair. And it all started with Pilar Rivera, and she's married to Hector Baez Torres. And they apparently, or wanted everyone to believe, only ran legitimate businesses. On Highway 98 North in Lakeland, they had the bait shop, Ruski's Bait Shop, and Ruski's Motorcycle Parts and Repair Shop. And their people would have legitimate business. We find it ironic that why these businesses appeared legitimate, this is how they washed their money from their dope deals. So these businesses are operating. In fact, Hector got on to people for smoking marijuana. He said, "We can't have the odor of marijuana in our business. It's bad for business." So why he's telling his legitimate employees, which have nothing to do with the dope world, hey, no marijuana smoking here. It's bad for business. Here's what's really going on. When you look, there's Hector and his wife. That's the CEO and the CFO. His wife took care of all the money. She took care of the money not only for the legitimate business, but for the drug trade. And then you come down and you look, and this Jimmy Lee Baez Rivera, who's 23, she is the daughter of Pilar and Hector. And Miguel is her boyfriend. She is an assistant to Miguel. Miguel is the one that actually received the dope from the big-time dope dealers, and then he would distribute it down to the lieutenants, who would then sell it on the street. So Hector would order the drugs. He, for the most part, kept his hands off of the drugs. However, Miguel would be the one who made sure the drugs got to this level. Everyone boxed in red here is charged with racketeering. So when the investigation began, we thought, well, heck, we've got street-level drug dealing. We were buying fentanyl. Do you see this? I mean, what else do you put in a Ziploc bag? Yeah, that's right, a commercial Ziploc bag this size. So this is about 2/10 of a gram of flour that's to imitate 2/10 of a gram of fentanyl. And these are the people they're selling to. This was totally a street operation. So we started this investigation arresting people that were buying drugs from their dealers and distributors. We saw these folks. They were also entrepreneurs. Many of them would buy 5 bags for $25, maybe 10 bags, and then they would use part of it and sell part of it. So even though they were paying $5 a bag, they would sell it for a profit, at least enough to pay for their drug deal. So when we started this in January 12th, 2021, we were working the street, and all of a sudden, our detective said, "Oh my gosh, these folks are cranking out 500 to 1,000 bags of this a day in Lakeland from this one operation." So they needed to go further. So we set up wiretaps or communication interceptions through warrants. We saw that this immediately went across county lines. We were already working this investigation with FDLE and the safe money, and we always need our statewide prosecutor. Ashley Moody is the best, and she's on this, and she gave us the team of statewide prosecutors. So what did this tell us? It told us, okay, now we figured out that Pilar and Hector are the top of the organization. We defined the hierarchy. We figured out the next level was part of the family affair. We figured out who they were. Then we figured out the operators, and 2 of the operators are boyfriend and girlfriend, Wilma Fuentes and Luis. We also figured out that as these people at this level were arrested, they would quit letting them deal dope. They would distance themselves. We also figured out that because of the intricacies of this operation, our interception of communication solidified our racketeering charges. Now it's interesting. On June the 20th, our folks served a total of 6 search warrants. One was served by FDLE and Osceola. We served the other 5 here. And we seized a lot of things. We seized motorcycles. We wiped out and seized everything from the bait shop because we were able to funnel the money and see it follow back up to be laundered at the legitimate places. We seized guns. Ladies and gentlemen, I say this every time, and I'm going to say it once again, and you'll hear it the next time. People who want you to believe that drugs are low level and nonviolent are either mentally insane or they're flat out lying to you. We see 2 names in red here. This drug killed at least 2 people from fentanyl overdose. Now, we didn't track all of these folks. We arrested a total of 64 people. So we don't know how many others we Narcaned or were Narcaned to save their lives, or how many of these others of just this snapshot, because we quit arresting these street level people because it was putting heat on our ability to move up the chain of command. And then you have the guns.
Okay, we are listening together to the Sheriff of Polk County, Grady Judd, about a big drug bust there with fentanyl, illegal drugs, a family-run operation, 64 arrests. Taking a quick break on Live Now from Fox. We're going to come back to this after the break. We do have to squeeze in a quick one. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Keith Landry. 10:50 on the East Coast, 7:50 out west. We're taking you back to Central Florida for more of that news conference with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, showing off some weapons they seized with 64 arrests in a family affair drug ring. Let's listen in together now.
Louis Vuitton. How many of you have owned Miguel? Here's the interesting thing about Miguel. You know what happened? He had his gun. That's right. He had his gun he hid in the attic. We were sure that our detectives were going to end up in a shootout with Miguel. But after an hour and a half, our hostage and our negotiators, our hostage negotiators, and in this case, our barricade negotiators, talked him out of the attic, and we were able to arrest him and take this gun without a shootout. That's the talent of these detectives that worked this case. We seized legions of property, as I talked about. I've got to tell you about Miguel. Miguel earned $1 a bag for every bag he sold. Well, you think about it. $500 to $1,000 in cash a day is not bad. And Miguel told us upon his arrest, 30 years for $1. That's what he told us over and over and over after he was arrested. He should have thought about that ahead of time. Then he would put his head in his hands and tell the detectives, I can't believe it. 30 years I'm going to get. 30 years for $1. Finally, he figured it out. But that wasn't all. He managed to have his wife tied up in it, or his girlfriend tied up in it, and her mama and her daddy. We figured the gross income was about $2.7 million during this operation. It's interesting that as we served these search warrants, that you had Wilma. Wilma wanted to kind of be on the sideline, but she delivered dope when Lewis was not available. Let me tell you what we discovered during the investigation. Lewis didn't miss his meals. Everything stopped while he had a lunch break. Everything. Well, Wilma would deliver the dope when he was on a lunch break. So his lunch got her wrapped up in a racketeering charge. We thought.
Okay, we are listening to Sheriff Grady Judd, Polk County, outlining 64 arrests of Operation Rusk, a family affair. We do need to squeeze in our last break of the hour, and we will continue our coverage of this on Live Now from Fox. Come on back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 10:56 on the East Coast, 7:56 out west. We are taking you back live to the news conference with Polk County Grady Judd in Central Florida. Let's listen back in on the massive drug bust there, including fentanyl, in a family operation with 64 arrests.
Humorous. It's interesting that they said that when they were doing the undercover operation, they would see these folks buy 1 bag, 5 bags, 10 bags, resell. Then when their IRS money came, they would be buying 100 bags or 150 bags at a time. So IRS money contributed to the drug running and the drug using and the drug selling on the street level. Now, we could literally talk for a long time about all of the nuances of this case, but I think you've pretty well figured it out. Guns and dope equal violence and death. And why these fools can't figure out the obvious that we all understand is a surprise to me every day. But I want to turn this over once again to my colleague and my friend who is in charge of a great group of agents for FDLE who work with us every day on long-term, big-scale investigations.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass, I'm Mark Brutnell, the Special Agent in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to be here today to stand alongside Sheriff Judd and our investigative team in the back. You guys did an amazing job on this case. Today's arrest, as the Sheriff spoke about, is a SAFE case. The SAFE program, otherwise known as State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication, was signed into law by Governor DeSantis a year ago, this upcoming Monday, July 1st. Of 2023. The Polk County Sheriff's Office was ready and willing and able to help out in this cause. This case here was the first SAFE case in the state of Florida. It was signed on in July 14th of 2023. And like the majority of our SAFE cases, this was a case that was targeting drug trafficking organizations that were peddling poison to our citizens. So I pulled the numbers for the statewide SAFE initiative for the first year, and they're very, very impressive. So to date, we've had statewide 110 SAFE investigations across the state. We've had $14.7 million obligated towards these investigations. And the numbers speak for themselves. We've seized over 37 kilos of fentanyl, 30,000 fentanyl pills, 55 kilos of cocaine, 20 kilograms of methamphetamine, almost $500,000 in currency seized. To the sheriff's point earlier, 72 firearms, and an astonishing 410 arrests. And that does not include this case. Again, these target the drug trafficking organizations to try to keep our families safe. I'm not going to say that the sheriff and I are very competitive, but we're very competitive. So those cases, the Polk County Sheriff's Office has been a stalwart in this. They have probably the most cases of any agency in Florida. The Tampa Bay region, I'm proud to say, has had a very good response to this SAFE program, and we've put a lot of bad people in jail that deserve to be in jail. We've taken a lot of drugs off the street. It's not for a lack of trying, it's for partnerships, as the sheriff spoke, between Attorney General Moody's office, FDLE, the Polk County Sheriff's Office. The teamwork is amazing, and I do expect us to be here a lot more with SAFE cases moving forward, as the legislature and the governor have, for this upcoming budget, have again assigned us lots of money to keep this initiative going. So again, I want to thank everyone in the back room, investigators, great job. I'm very proud to stand here for this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. Before I open the floor up to questionings, I want to highlight once again, the SAFE money allows us to operate at bigger levels, at higher levels, because it allows us to deal with kilos of fentanyl and to be one of the big guys, one of the big dope dealers, except that we're not. We're the dope cops, and we're able to interact. So the legislature, which normally doesn't get the credit, the governor, Governor DeSantis, which normally doesn't get the credit for a big drug case understand that because of their leadership, we're able to save lives in the state of Florida. And that's what we've done by taking this fentanyl off of the street. And once again, look at the guns and look at the drugs and look at the dead people and tell me, why is it a good thing to legalize mind-altering drugs? And all across this nation, in Oregon, in California, we've seen them either decriminalize or reduce felonious drug charges to misdemeanors in California, where they don't hold people accountable, while the people of this country and of this state and in this county are dying from drugs. We're going to do all we can to protect your children and keep them safe. We're going to do all we can to make sure that people don't die as a result of the drug or of the gun. But look at this once again. When you have this kind of gun, we have detectives that are facing this in order to keep this country and this state and this county safe. And they do it every day and every night while you're able to sleep peacefully in your home. Questions?
Sheriff, a lot of us know Pilar and her daughter because they were related to that 3-year-old boy who was tragically killed in Lakeland earlier this year. Should we assume, what are your thoughts about any connection between fentanyl trafficking and that shooting?
Well, Hector and Pilar are the grandparents of the 3-year-old that was murdered in a shooting in the city of Lakeland. The city police department is investigating that case. That is their other daughter, not this daughter. How did the shooting occur? Guns. Why did the shooting occur? Humorous. It's interesting that they said that when they were doing the undercover operation, they would see these folks buy 1 bag, 5 bags, 10 bags, resell. Then when their IRS money came, they would be buying 100 bags or 150 bags at a time. So IRS money contributed to the drug running and the drug using and the drug selling on the street level. Now, we could literally talk for a long time about all of the nuances of this case, but I think you've pretty well figured it out. Guns and dope equal violence and death. And why these fools can't figure out the obvious that we all understand is a surprise to me every day. But I want to turn this over once again to my colleague and my friend who is in charge of a great group of agents for FDLE who work with us every day on long-term, big-scale investigations.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass, I'm Mark Brutnell, the Special Agent in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to be here today to stand alongside Sheriff Judd and our investigative team in the back. You guys did an amazing job on this case. Today's arrest, the Sheriff spoke about, is a SAFE case. The SAFE program, otherwise known as State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication, was signed into law by Governor DeSantis a year ago, this upcoming Monday, July 1st of 2023. The Polk County Sheriff's Office was ready and willing and able to help out in this cause. This case here was the first SAFE case in the state of Florida. It was signed on in July 14th of 2023. And like the majority of our SAFE cases, this was a case that was targeting drug trafficking organizations that were peddling poison to our citizens. So I pulled the numbers for the statewide SAFE initiative for the first year, and they're very, very impressive. So to date, we've had statewide 110 SAFE investigations across the state. We've had $14.7 million obligated towards these investigations. And the numbers speak for themselves. We've seized over 37 kilos of fentanyl, 30,000 fentanyl pills, 55 kilos of cocaine, 20 kilograms of methamphetamine, almost $500,000 in currency seized. To the sheriff's point earlier, 72 firearms, and an astonishing 410 arrests. And that does not include this case. Again, these target the drug trafficking organizations to try to keep our families safe. I'm not going to say that the sheriff and I are very competitive, but we're very competitive. So those cases, the Polk County Sheriff's Office has been a stalwart in this. They have probably the most cases of any agency in Florida. The Tampa Bay region, I'm proud to say, has had a very good response to this SAFE program, and we've put a lot of bad people in jail that deserve to be in jail, and we've taken a lot of drugs off the street. It's not for a lack of trying, it's for partnerships, as the sheriff spoke, between Attorney General Moody's office, FDLE, the Polk County Sheriff's Office. The teamwork is amazing, and I do expect us to be here a lot more with SAFE cases moving forward, as the legislature and the governor have, for this upcoming budget, have again assigned us lots of money to keep this initiative going. So again, I want to thank everyone in the back room, investigators, great job. I'm very proud to stand here for this case. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff.
Before I open the floor up to questionings, I want to highlight once again, the SAFE money allows us to operate at bigger levels, at higher levels, because it allows us to deal with kilos of fentanyl and to be one of the big guys, one of the big dope dealers, except that we're not. We're the dope cops, and we're able to interact. So the legislature, which normally doesn't get the credit, the Governor DeSantis, which normally doesn't get the credit for a big drug case, understand that because of their leadership, we're able to save lives in the state of Florida. And that's what we've done by taking this fentanyl off of the street. And once again, look at the guns and look at the drugs and look at the dead people and tell me, why is it a good thing to legalize mind-altering drugs? And all across this nation, in Oregon, in California, we've seen them either decriminalize or reduce felonious drug charges to misdemeanors in California, where they don't hold people accountable, while the people of this country and of this state and in this county are dying from drugs. We're going to do all we can to protect your children and keep them safe. We're going to do all we can to make sure that people don't die as a result of the drug or of the gun. But look at this once again. When you have this kind of gun, we have detectives that are facing this in order to keep this country and this state and this county safe. And they do it every day and every night while you're able to sleep peacefully in your home. Questions?
Okay, right now we want to bring you breaking news from the nation's capital. The U.S. Supreme Court issuing a series of rulings this morning. It is their tradition to release a lot of these on Fridays. They've released some big ones. This next one you're going to hear a lot about today throughout the day. The U.S. Supreme Court on Friday making it harder to charge Capitol riot defendants, that's from the January 6th riot on Capitol Hill, with obstruction. It's a charge that also has been brought against former President Donald Trump. So this morning, the justice is ruling 6-3 that the charge of obstructing an official proceeding enacted in 2002 in response to the financial scandal that brought down Enron must include proof that defendants tried to tamper with or destroy documents. Only some of the people who violently attacked the Capitol on January 6th fell into that category. So this is a breaking news story. The Supreme Court making it harder to charge Capitol riot defendants with obstruction in that case. Now, this decision could be used as fodder for claims by former President Trump and his Republican allies that the U.S. Justice Department has treated the Capitol riot defendants unfairly. It's unclear how the court's decision will affect the case against Trump in Washington, although special counsel Jack Smith has said the charges faced by the former president would not be affected. So this is a big one. There were other hearings that also came down, other rulings that came down today from the High Court, including a ruling today that cities can enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors in West Coast areas where shelter space is lacking. It's been a big problem out west where folks are sleeping on the sidewalks and under the bridges and just sort of obstructing people walking by. Now, that ruling today is the most significant to come before the High Court in decades on the issue, and comes as a rising number of people in the U.S. are without a place to live. In this ruling today, a 6-3 decision, the High Court reversed a ruling by a San Francisco-based appeals court that found outdoor sleeping bans amount to cruel and unusual punishment. Now, we did not get the ruling today on the Trump immunity case. That's the one that everybody has been waiting for. And now we do anticipate that that ruling could come down on Monday as the 9 members of the Supreme Court work to wrap up their session before the summer break. It is 11:12 right now. We are taking our first break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. I hope your Friday's off to a great start. We have a lot more coming up, breaking news, big stories, analysis of the debate and where the presidential campaign goes from here on the other side of the break, so stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 11:15 on the East Coast, 8:15 out west. I hope your Friday's off to a great start. Right now, we're going to take you to the nation's capital, where members of the United States House of Representatives are on the floor speaking about a variety of issues. Let's listen into that.
Legacy. Mr. Dye famously loved to say, if you give the customer quality and service, the rest will follow. A motto that Hale still lives by to this day. Today, Hales is owned and operated by Mike Dye, who represents the third generation of Dye family ownership. Over the years, Hales grew from its humble beginnings, expanding its original location, creating a second building on campus, and purchasing another building on Albion Street in the heart of Toledo. Hale remains committed to family ownership and reinvesting in our Toledo community as the largest and oldest local business along the vast Monroe Street corridor. I look forward to 2029 when Hale celebrates 100 years. Onward, Hales. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Tennesseans celebrating America's independence will have to pay more for their 4th of July barbecues thanks to President Biden's disastrous economic policies that have caused rampant inflation. According to the American Farm Bureau, the cost of a cookout has reached record highs, 30% higher than just 5 years ago, or $71.22 for a 10-person barbecue. Madam Speaker, while the President attempts to take away our freedoms by implementing his burdensome and wrong-headed policy agenda through executive action and administrative rulings, he is also undermining our ability to celebrate our freedoms by making almost everything more and more unaffordable. Tennesseans have rightfully had enough and will have their voices heard this November. Until then, House Republicans are committed to holding the line on the Biden administration's desire to recklessly spend our country into oblivion. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the St. Paul Rodeo. For nearly 88 years, St. Paul, Oregon has been home to the beloved long-standing tradition of the nation's greatest 4th of July rodeo, and they sure do live up to their moniker. Just last year, the St. Paul Rodeo was inducted into the esteemed Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame as one of the nation's greatest rodeos, and this honor will bring more folks into St. Paul, which is a huge boon to the local economy. But the momentum of achievements keeps on coming because for the first time ever, the rodeo will now feature the women's breakaway roping event, an event that requires careful precision and dedication. And I know from personal experience how hard they work. When I was a kid, I competed in barrel racing for a hot minute. I've since changed my career, and I'm so proud of these decorated and talented cowgirls who stand as a beacon of excellence, not just in Oregon, but across the nation. Not to mention celebrating America's birthday among the traditions of our Western heritage feels like an appropriate way to honor our country's freedom and liberty. Here's to another successful rodeo, St. Paul. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just got back from the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego, and that was my 6th trip to the southern border since I've been in Congress. Communities I represent are hurting from this border crisis that has become worse than ever before under the policies of this administration. It's a national security crisis, and it's a humanitarian crisis, and it's a public health crisis. My bipartisan amendment to force the Biden administration to finally create a strategy to secure every mile of southern border was added to the Homeland Security Appropriations bills that was passed today. President Obama signed into law in 2016 a bill to require a northern border strategy, but no similar law exists today for our southern border. This will change that. We must secure our southern border, and I'll keep fighting to get this done. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jackson High School students Justin Lackey, Joe Laturlo, Zachary Ferguson, Matt Smith, and Jack Lancey, operating as Team Flame Guard as the champions of the week for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. These students won first place in the Company of the Year competition at the Junior Achievement National Student Leadership Summit in Washington, D.C. this year. They were inspired to create a company that sells fire safety kits after witnessing a tragedy in our community that killed a family of 4. I had the opportunity to meet these amazing students just a few weeks ago when they came to our nation's capital to compete, and they told me about their mission to help their fellow community members protect what matters the most by equipping individuals with the tools they need to prevent dangerous house fires and protect themselves from harm. The Flame Guard team worked with local fire safety officials to assemble 2 different fire safety kits, and in just 3 short months, Flame Guard arrived at the summit having sold 355 items with a net sales of over $16,000. Students like the Flame Guard team are what makes our district the birthplace of champions. Congratulations to Flame Guard on your entrepreneurial success and your tireless dedication to community safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a true pillar of my community, my friend John L. Augustine, the recipient of the Leadership Northeast Distinguished Leadership Alumni Award. Now serving as president and CEO of Penn's Northeast, John's service to Northeastern Pennsylvania has extended over the past 25 years. Community leaders like John are essential in economic and industrial development in communities throughout Pennsylvania. As president and CEO of Penn's Northeast, John has played a vital role in planning over 45 million square feet of new industrial development throughout our district, throughout our communities, and over 350 businesses have benefited and has employed more than 35,000 people. I've known John for many years, and it's people like him who make communities thrive, expand job opportunities, improve the quality of life. John Augustine proves that you don't need to be in elected office to make communities better. Appreciate the service of all those who do just that, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor my constituent, Christopher Lopez, a generous and passionate community leader whose life has impacted countless people. Born in Cuba, Chris immigrated to the U.S. in 1966, beginning a journey marked by community building and service. After graduating from Lane Tech High School in Illinois 3, Chris's job allowed him to travel across Latin America. And while traveling, Chris took the opportunity in serving others, including helping at an orphanage in Mexico, where he grew his family by adopting his son Mario. Chris now lives with his husband, Miguel, in Bensonville and serves as a treasurer of Neighbor Pride, advancing services, programs, and opportunities for the LGBTQI+ community in DuPage County. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Christopher Lopez for his service, his involvement in our communities, his advocacy across the community, and his increase in LGBTQ+ inclusion. Congratulations, Chris.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize and honor a fellow Kansan, a great neighbor, public servant, and an even better friend. Since 1985, Tim Rogers has served as Executive Director of the Salina Airport Authority. For almost 40 years, he's been at the helm of bringing the Salina Airport Authority's mission to life, to become a trusted leader, to propel economic growth, and to strengthen partnerships. Under his leadership, the Salina Regional Airport has become well known as America's fuel stop and is one of the leading forward operating locations for military and research missions in the U.S. For those of us who live in Kansas, we've seen the Salina Regional Airport grow into a thriving airport and airport industrial center that is today. That is no easy task, but Tim has led the charge to make it happen. On behalf of all of us who live in Salina, thank you, Tim. We are deeply grateful for your service, and your community is stronger because of your hard work and your leadership. We wish you well in retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, ask to address the House for up to 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor Celeste Klein, who recently retired after 52 years of teaching. Miss Celeste taught at my alma mater, St. Helena Incarnation Catholic School in the Olney neighborhood of Philadelphia. She has impacted thousands of families and mentored dozens of new teachers throughout her many years in the classroom. In recent years, she began teaching children of some of her former students. Over the course of 5 decades, she has taught every grade from kindergarten through 8th grade. As the husband of an elementary school teacher myself, I know that that is no small feat. Miss Klein is an exceptional teacher and a shining example of the importance of teachers to our nation. Her legacy will live on at St. Helena Incarnation Catholic School. So congratulations, Miss Klein, and to her wonderful family, and I wish you all the best in this next chapter of your life. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Mr. Cullen Eddie Chalker of Jacksonville, Florida, on the occasion of his 100th birthday, and to congratulate him for his many years of dedicated service in the United States Navy and on the Jacksonville Fire Department. Mr. Chalker was born on July 10, 1924, in Fernandina Beach, Florida. 17 years old, he enlisted in the United States Navy just months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. After 4 years of service to our country, he was discharged on April 6, 1946, as a Seaman First Class, Aviation Mechanics Mate, and a U.S. Navy Reserve. Shortly after completing his military service, Mr. Chalker joined the Jacksonville Fire Department as an entry-level fire private, eventually rising through the ranks to the position of District Fire Chief. Not long after joining the Jacksonville Fire Department, he met the love of his life, Isla Doobie May. The two were married in April 1949, and by 1952, they had saved up enough money to buy a home on 4th Avenue North in Jacksonville Beach, a home that Mr. Chalker still lives in 72 years later. Sadly, after 64 years of marriage, Mrs. Chalker passed away in 2013. We congratulate him on his milestone 100 years.
The gentleman is expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Okay, we're listening together here on Live Now from Fox, various United States Congress members speaking about different issues on the House floor at this hour, usually issues most important to their constituents. Taking a quick break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Capitol Hill. We've got a breaking news story. The House passing a huge defense bill, the appropriations bill just now. We'll bring you the details of it when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This is a breaking news story. The U.S. House of Representatives passing an $833 billion defense bill. This is a live look at the U.S. Capitol there. You can see the breeze there, a nice breeze on this Friday in the nation's capital. So just moments ago, the United States House of Representatives passing that $833 billion defense appropriations bill, narrowly clearing its version of the annual Pentagon funding legislation, which Republicans loaded with some conservative policy measures that will almost definitely be rejected by the Senate, led by Democrats. That's what analysts are telling us already. So this $833 billion defense bill passed almost entirely with Republican support as Democratic leaders ripped into Republicans for tacking on restrictions on abortion access and gender-affirming care and climate change efforts and diversity and inclusion programs. Some of these most hot-button issues in the 2024 campaign for control of Congress, those controversial measures were slid in there into this appropriations bill. So let's listen in right now to some of the lawmakers as our colleagues from Fox News were able to snag some quick interviews with them as they came out down the Capitol steps to comment on the passing of this massive appropriations bill. Let's listen in.
It's embarrassing for the Democrats and it's embarrassing for the country. The most important economically and militarily speaking country in the world cannot have a leader that sounds and looks like that. And we're very concerned because she is watching, and the Russians and the North Koreans and the Cubans and the Venezuelans and the Nicaraguans and all our enemies are watching, and they saw a very weak leader. The gaze was somewhere else with his mouth opened, not really concentrating. It's embarrassing, worrisome, and we got to do something about it as Americans.
And what did you think of Donald Trump's performance?
Well, I think Trump was pretty measured. He answered the questions. He did not interrupt. He showed emotional intelligence and maturity, and he showed that he could be the leader of the country because he proved that he did it before and he wants to do it again when it comes to the economy and when it comes to the border.
En español ahora.
En español, did you finish? I'll switch now, but I can't.
Oh, no.
What do you need? So let me finish with you.
Reaction to the Supreme Court ruling that's going to make it harder than the Jan 6 defendants, making it harder to charge them with obstruction?
Look, whatever the Supreme Court of the United States says is settled law and it's sacred. Because because of a court like that, we are what we are as a country. So, yes, we welcome whatever decision comes from the Supreme Court of the United States.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congresista, bueno, lo mismo en español lo que dijo.
I've never heard about from the United States embassies. The waste fraud abuse that's taking place around the world, when we're talking about this, is massive. So the American public has not been served well by the Biden administration. The world has not been served well. We're a much more dangerous place now than we were 3 years ago. So it's time for some accountability. It's time for some truth-telling. These appropriations bills are focused on making sure that we have a safe, prosperous, secure, peaceful world.
Congressman, the Democrats are calling some of the policy writers in the appropriations process far right. Like, for example, not providing money for illegal immigrants being hosted in military bases or providing money to help them get abortions. Is that far right to cut budgets from deprioritized spending?
The American people are having difficulty filling up a gas tank and a grocery cart on the same day. So to pay for illegal aliens' services when they come to the United States does not serve our people well. It just doesn't. I mean, I live in the 3rd Congressional District of the state of Wisconsin. It's an agrarian district, and our people are struggling. And when we think about every single dollar that we give to someone that is here illegally is a dollar that cannot be spent helping feed a hungry American child. It's a dollar that cannot be spent to make sure that our border is secure so that illegal aliens that are coming here and literally kidnapping, raping, and murdering our children, the money needs to be allocated for that. So if the far-right position is we want to make sure that illegal aliens can't come to the United States, kidnap, rape, and murder our children, apparently I'm far-right, but I'm not. They get a scatter chart. I'm the most the most centrist member of the entire delegation for the state of Wisconsin, Democrat or Republican, House or Senate, because I have chosen to.
I've still got to review it. I've been in a lot of debate stuff lately.
You're reacting to last night's debate?
We're getting ready to run against Kamala Harris, it looks like. I mean, Joe Biden has lost Joe Scarborough, the New York Times, and most recently Hakeem Jeffries. There's no path forward for Joe Biden to run for president, so we got to get ready to run against Harris. You know, in the 2020 election, they changed the rules at the last minute, and now they're changing the candidate at the last minute.
Are you supporting Chip Roy's resolution to call upon Kamala Harris?
Okay, so a live look at the U.S. Capitol where we heard lawmakers coming out, our Fox News crews interviewing them, get reactions on the appropriations bill and reaction on the debate last night in Atlanta. And I do want to bring you one more reaction from United States Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. They did catch up with her out on the steps, and we can give you just a quick listen into that right now. Let's hear what she's saying about the debate.
He's really in my heart right now, and just asking for everybody to pray for him and his children and their grandson. So that was really tragic news we got this morning. I think for the country, watching the debate last night, it was shocking. But for me, I was like, this is something that we have all known. And I say shame on the Democrats, shame on everyone that knows Joe Biden's severe health decline, where he's at in age, and we'll all get there one day. But it doesn't mean that when we are in that place that we should be clinging to power. And that's something that's really concerning to me. I thought President Trump did an incredible job in the debate last night. It was frustrating to watch Joe Biden stumble. It was embarrassing for our country. And I think that the difference is really clear. So, you know, congratulations to President Trump. Job well done. It was absolutely what we wanted to see. And I look forward to see what happens. I don't know, is Joe Biden going to drop out? I know there's pressure there for him to do so. He said this morning he wasn't going to. Will that change? And I think a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen.
Congresswoman, you mentioned in social media.
Okay, very interesting. United States House passing that $833 billion defense appropriations bill. And we heard there from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, sort of putting the message out there, raising the question whether President Biden would drop out of the race. Right now, this is a live look at the U.S. Capitol, where they just passed that $833 billion defense bill. And analysts will be looking at some of the add-ons to that defense measure. Democratic leaders ripping Republicans for tacking on restrictions for abortion access and gender-affirming care, and climate change efforts and diversity and inclusion programs to this defense measure. We'll be hearing a lot more about this throughout the day and the weekend on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we're taking a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 11:41 on the East Coast. It's 8:41 out west. Hope your Friday is off to a great start so far. Right now, I want to take you to New York, where the United Nations Security Council is meeting on climate sustainability, other issues related to the climate. It was an issue that came up last night in the presidential debate, and we're going to listen into this news conference now together. Let's hear what they're saying.
Lags behind that of the advanced economies. And actually, this trend threatens to reverse the decades of the progress towards the income inequality among nations. However, amidst these challenges, we have seen some remarkable progress that should inspire our continued efforts. Well, our report this year highlights some of the encouraging signs or advancements. On the past 3 decades, increased access to life-saving HIV treatment has averted 20.8 million AIDS-related deaths. In education, just now, as Secretary General pointed out, girls have achieved parity and they even surpassed the boys in completing their schooling at all levels in most regions. And digital divide is narrowing a little bit, gradually, whereas the 2/3 of the world's population have now having access to the internet. Nearly 30% of more than the figure in 2015. So as we move forward, our focus must be on translating commitments into the concrete actions. So the report actually highlights some areas of focus, which included first, prioritizing peace building and the conflict resolution efforts. Second, reaffirming international financial architecture and the global governance or global economic governance to facilitate the faster, greater investment in the SDGs and give the developing countries a more equitable voice in the decision process. Third, accelerating the just climate transition to address the triple planetary crisis. Fourth, increasing the investment in food, education, health, energy, and social protection. Last but not least, leveraging the technological innovations like AI for sustainable development. So in coming 6 years, building on success while also avoiding the complacency will be crucial to getting the SDG past the finish line. The path ahead certainly is very challenging, but not insurmountable. By working together, harnessing our efforts, and focusing on targeted, impactful actions, we can still achieve the vision we set out 8 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. As a director of statistics, you will not be surprised if I say a few words about the statistics and data behind this report. The news in the report are sobering, but it's good that we have the data to know where we are. That is, there's an urgent need for accelerated action, and we know that because the power of data is a driving process for the SDGs itself. I should say, in all humility, this is a product of UNDESA's Statistics Division, but it's also an example of the UN statistical family, because over 50 international agencies and UN agencies have been working together for a year to compile the 230 indicators and 3,000 time series that we need to produce this report. So I want to go on record and thank everybody along that line, production line. Critical data gaps persist. We are working very hard with countries to strengthen their capability of producing the data, because it's their data, it's country-owned data. They need to be able to produce the data. We need to be able to access that information and use it. So we are working with countries on data stewardship and data governance capacity building programs. So another important aspect to get that information is partnerships, because we're working with not only with governments, but also with the private sector and academia. so to strengthen the national data ecosystem. And this is all under the Power of Data initiatives of the Secretary General that was launched last year at the summit. So let me just say, by harnessing the power of data through investments that are urgently needed in more and better data, innovation and inclusive partnerships, we will continue to work very hard to illuminate the path to the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would just want to highlight some of the key facts. So the report reveals that only 17% of the SDG targets are currently on track, with nearly half showing minimal or moderate progress, and over 1/3 have stalled progress or even witnessed regression. So as the Secretary General has pointed out, the world is getting a feeling great on the promise of the 2030 agenda. Looking at the goals on the review at the upcoming HLPF, for instance, we see that for Goal 1, poverty, an additional 23 million people were pushed into extreme poverty. And for Goal 2, over 100 million more people will suffer from hunger in 2022 compared to 2019. For Goal 13, we witnessed 1.5 trillion fossil fuel subsidies in 2022, which is a historical high. And for Goal 16, 120 million people are forcibly displaced, which is 50% more than 4 years ago and almost double the level of 2015. For Goal 17, the developing country facing a 4 trillion annual financing gap to achieve the SDGs. If current trends continue, by 2030, 590 million people may still live in extreme poverty, and fewer than 3 in 10 countries are expected to have national poverty rate. 1 in 5 children under age 5 will be affected by stunting. 110% more fossil fuel will be produced than would be consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. 2 billion people will still living without safely managed drinking water, 3 billion without safely managed sanitation, and 1.4 billion without basic hygiene services. And 660 million people will still lack electricity access, and around 1.8 billion will go without clean cooking fuels and technologies. If we don't want this failing report card to be our future, we must accelerate action to redefine the trajectory of the SDG progress. So as we can turn things around, because SDG progress is already happening, there are successful examples of SDG progress that need to be accelerated and can be built upon, such as Central and Southern Asia reduced working poverty by 46% between 2015 and 2023. 134 countries had already met the reducing child mortality target, and 7 more were on track in 2022. So gender parity in managerial roles in sub-Saharan Africa has improved 40% since 2000. Global unemployment hit a historical low of 5% in 2023. 100 billion annual climate finance commitment to reduce committed to developing countries were met for the first time in 2022. Marine protected area coverage has increased more than tenfold from 2000 to 2024. So with accelerated action building on this success, we can reverse our falling grade. We're at a critical moment of choice and consequence to ensure the future we want and the one that has been promised. The SDGs are the best pathway out of our global challenge, and we must seize this opportunity. So I invite you to explore the report for more data and analysis on SDG progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Edie, please, Edie Lederer, Associated Press.
Thank you very much on behalf of the United Nations Correspondents Association for doing this briefing. I have 2 questions. First, the Secretary General started out saying that conflicts were a key cause of this failure to make further progress on the SDGs. If these conflicts aren't solved in a way to actually spur progress in the next 6 years, what's the prospect for really achieving any of these goals? And secondly, could you, he said that a third of the goals and targets are stalled or regressing. Can you give us some examples of what's stalled and what's regressing, and if there's any real prospect of reversing those? Thank you.
Well, perhaps I could pick up the first question and leave the second question to my colleagues. Yes, you are absolutely right. Now, against this global geopolitical environment, we don't have this sound enabling conditions to accelerate our SDG implementation.
Okay, we have been watching together the United Nations Security Council talking about a variety of issues up in New York on your Friday. It's 11:53 on the East Coast, 8:53 out west. I'm Keith Landry. I've enjoyed being here with you for a couple hours, bringing you some breaking news stories and headlines from across America and around the world. On the other side of the break, my colleague Mike Paish picking up our coverage. He's going to take a deep dive into analysis on the presidential debate last night and where everything goes from here. So a lot of headlines still ahead for you today on this Friday edition of Live Now from Fox. And Mike Paish will be with you on the other side of the break. Make it a great Friday and a restful weekend.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us right here. You're taking a look at the Dow on the final day of trading for the day. And, oh, yeah, check that. Even the final day of trading for the month of June. We'll continue to take a look at it throughout the trading day on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours as we break down yesterday's big presidential debate. And wow, was it historic in so many different ways. We'll have people on to talk all about that, the highlights, the lowlights. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Fresh off the debate, though, President Biden heading and doing this rally here in just a little bit. We will see what he speaks about following the big debate from yesterday. This is in Raleigh, North Carolina, and the pressure is on now for President Biden. He is feeling it not only from media pundits, but from his own party. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of reaction we get from the president here, as well as, let's face it, the energy level. Where will it be at today following a late night yesterday? We'll be keeping an eye on that. Do want to go out, though, to Capitol Hill. We do have Speaker Mike Johnson speaking, talking about the debate, talking about Trump's performance. Let's listen.
Historic week in America, historic day in the House. A lot going on, so I thought I would come out and give you a little bit of an update. Everyone here on Capitol Hill is talking about the debate last night, as I know all of you are, and everyone is around the country. It was a stark display, a big contrast between the two candidates for president. I think what everybody has seen now with their own two eyes, what they've all witnessed in an almost surprising fashion for some. I'm not sure why it was surprising to them, because we've been saying this for a long time, but there was only one man on that stage who is capable and qualified of being elected president in the next term, and his name is Donald J. Trump. And the current occupant of the White House, President Biden, showed what he's really about. I think on every metric performance, President Trump obviously did much better. He was right on the issues. He showed the temperament, the stamina, the mental acuity that is necessary to do this really important job at this really important time in American history. I wanted to correct one thing about the record, because President Biden showed last night that he was weak, sadly, that he is feeble, and he said a number of things that are just demonstrably untrue. One of the things that was the most staggering that we heard him say is that he claimed that on his watch, we have not lost any American troops. The lives of no American troops have been lost as long as he's been president. Obviously, that is not true. And I wanted to read 13 names by way of example that he seems to have forgotten already, which is really shocking and sad. But apparently, he's already forgotten about the 13 American heroes who were lost with his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. These are their names, Mr. President. These are their names. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Darren Hoover, Marine Corps Sergeant Johanny Rosario, Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole L.G., Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, Marine Corps Corporal Dagan W. Page, Marine Corps Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, Marine Corps Lance Corporal David L. Espinoza, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley J. McCollum, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakuri, Navy Petty Officer 3rd Class Maxton W. Soviak, and Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Noss. Mr. President, that's 13 examples of troops that were lost on your watch, and it's shameful that apparently you can't remember that. We do, and we will honor their memory. I said it was a big day on Capitol Hill and a big day in the country. We passed more appropriations today. You saw that. This week, you saw the House continuing to work aggressively to push 12 separate appropriations bills, which is the way the law is supposed to work. House Republicans have committed to build that muscle memory back and to go through with regular order. Today, we passed 3 more large measures: the Defense Appropriations Bill, the Senate and Foreign Operations, State and Foreign Operations Bill, and of course the Homeland Security Bill. Each of those were bipartisan. They passed out of the House, and we'll send them over to the Senate now. As of this afternoon, the House is now funded nearly 70% of the federal government for FY25. We've done the appropriations process as we were supposed to do, with member involvement, member engagement, amendment process, and all the rest. And it should be noted that the Senate has passed exactly 0 appropriations bills. We need the Senate to do their job, and we need the process to work for the American people, and that's what we'll do. The last thing I want to note, and I'll take a couple questions, this is a big day at the Supreme Court as well. The Chevron doctrine has been overturned, and this is something that is will be a remarkable turn of events. It will allow us, I genuinely believe, to exercise again Article 1 authority, the legislative branch. The way our framers intended this to work is supposed to have the authority to determine how the agencies of the government work and what their scope is. The Chevron doctrine since 1984 has made that a real problem, because it gave deference to the agencies to interpret their own rules, and that is why the administrative state has grown so far out of control. It's one of the primary root problems that we've been trying to work through here. And so in a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court has made the right choice there. I filed an amicus brief in that case. The House filed a brief in that case, and we're delighted by that outcome. It's a long time coming. It took almost 40 years to get here. The other case that was handed down was the Fisher case today, also a 6-3 opinion, and the import of that is the decision says, effectively, the court agrees that a number of the defendants in the January 6th proceedings have been overcharged, and that is something that I also think many people have recognized for some time, and now the highest court in the land has declared that to be so. So a big day. We've made a lot of history this week. I think the debate last night, the reverberations for that will continue, and I think it will have a big effect on our ability to fix the country. Why? Because I think that this will help ensure that Donald Trump is elected president in November, that we take back the majority in the Senate for the Republican Party, and that we grow the House majority for Republicans here. We cannot wait for that to happen, and the American people need it to happen as soon as possible, because we have to fix every metric of public policy. We'll be ready to do that on day one. So I'll take a couple questions. Yes, sir.
One of the things we got last night was Ukraine. You spent a lot of capital on getting that supplemental passed. You met with people whose families have been killed by the Russian military. What's your reaction to Trump's statement to blame being made anything on anyone but Putin?
Listen, I think what President Trump said in the debate last night was exactly right. He has the evidence to prove it. Remember, these are two men running for president who have both been president. So you can ignore the rhetoric and the talking points of all their surrogates and even the candidates themselves. Look at the record. What President Trump was talking about is his record. And it is objectively true that irrefutably true that we did not have hot wars like this when President Trump was in the Oval Office. Why? Because our enemies feared and respected him. We maintain peace through strength. That is an admonition that Ronald Reagan used to remind us of. We believe in that principle. I think it's one of our core principles, and I think that we lose that at our peril. I think President Biden clearly has projected weakness on the world stage. Everyone around the world saw the same display, that sad display that we saw last night. And our adversaries see that as well. And what President Trump was reminding the country of is that Iran and China and Russia and North Korea and our adversaries see that as well. And he was saying, and I think he was right, I don't think Vladimir Putin would have invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump was in the White House. I don't believe Iran, through its proxies of Hamas and Hezbollah, would have committed the atrocities on October 7th in Israel if Donald Trump was in the White House. And he pointed out one of the reasons why Iran would not have had the funding and the ability to do it, because he had tied their hands. And President Biden empowered Iran. That's why we're in the situation we're in. So I think when he said that, I think heads were nodding all around the country. I think everybody in their living rooms and wherever they were watching that debate said, yeah, that's exactly right. We all can see it with our own two eyes.
Mr. Speaker, along with Leader filed an anonymous brief in support of Steve Bannon's appeal. Do you still expect him to go to jail next week?
I'm not sure what's going to happen in that proceeding, but what was important for us to do is state the position of the House, and that is that the January 6th committee was wrongfully constituted. I think the work that they did there has a gigantic blemish upon it. I think it's illegitimate because now, as we've investigated what that committee did, they apparently covered up evidence in potentially even destroyed evidence. We'll have a large report coming out of the findings, and I think that's going to be alarming to a lot of people. But in the meantime, I think we had a responsibility to let the judicial branch know, the court system know, that we do not deem that to be an appropriate committee the way that that was handled in the previous Congress. And so that's what we did in that case, and the outcome will be the outcome. But we had to let our voice be heard. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Luna has offered up a resolution to force inherent contempt against the Attorney General. Do you plan to bring that to a vote, and do you think that's the best avenue to get the tapes from Special Counsel Hur's investigation?
Well, all the House Republicans are in 100% agreement that we have to be aggressive in enforcing the subpoenas of the House. This is about our Article I authority under the Constitution, and we cannot allow the executive branch to defy that. Merrick Garland has refused to turn over something that we are entitled to receive. Because we're pursuing our oversight responsibility under the Constitution, we have to ensure that the transcript that we've been provided of Special Counsel Hur's investigation of President Biden, or his lengthy examination and questioning of President Biden, we have to make sure the transcript matches the audio tape. That is a very reasonable thing and a necessary thing for the House and its investigatory authority to do. The Attorney General is not turning it over. He does not have the authority to decide whether that tape is turned over to the House. He's the Attorney General. This is a special counsel proceeding. The special counsel, by definition and necessity, works outside the scope of the Department of Justice. He doesn't get to make that call. I called the Attorney General myself, and we had a conversation about this, and I said, sir, you have to turn this over. He refuses to do so. The White House, as he has made public and said publicly, has commanded him, the President of the United States, has told the Attorney General not to turn over the tape. I think after last night's debate, I think we all understand very clearly why that is. He will very likely sound exactly on that tape as he did on the stage last night, and that's embarrassing to the President. We're sorry about that. We're not trying to embarrass the President. We're trying to get down to the facts. So, that being said, we're going to be as aggressive as we can. We use every tool in our arsenal to make sure that the evidence that the House is entitled to is turned over. So we are going to court on Monday. We're filing a lawsuit. We are going to go pursue and execute upon that subpoena. And we're going to get the courts, the third branch, to enforce the executive branch to turn over the tapes to the legislative branch. It's an exercise in civics, and we'll be pursuing
So
it.
the court, you're going to go through the court system and not attempt inherent contempt.
Look, I think the easiest way, the best way, is to allow the third branch to resolve this dispute between the executive and the legislative branch. There may be other avenues that we can pursue, and we're looking into all that, but we're not committed to anything yet. What Anna, Paulina Luna, and I and all House Republicans agree upon is that we've got to use every tool in the toolbox here, so to speak, because this is very, very serious, a serious matter for the country, and we're going to do our duty here. Well, there's a lot of people asking about the 25th Amendment, invoking the 25th Amendment right now, because this is an alarming situation. As I mentioned, our adversaries see the weakness in this White House as we all do. I take no pleasure in saying that. I think this is a very dangerous situation. But, you know, unfortunately, it's not the House that gets to determine that. It's the cabinet under the Constitution, of course. It's the cabinet that makes that decision. I would ask the cabinet members to search their hearts. I think, you know, you've all been reporting all day long about the panic that has ensued in the Democratic Party. I would be panicking too if I were a Democrat today, and that was my nominee. I think they know they have a serious problem, but it's not just political. It's not just the Democratic Party. It's the entire country. We have a serious problem here because we have a president who, by all appearances, is not up to the task. And these are very dangerous times. This is a very serious moment in American history, and it needs to be regarded and handled as such. And we hope that they will do their duty, as we all seek to do our duty, to do best by the American people. These are fateful moments. Yeah. If I were in a cabinet, in the Biden administration right now, in a cabinet, I would be having that discussion with my colleagues at the cabinet level. I would, and I think many of them, I think in their heart of hearts, they understand exactly what we do. They see exactly what we do, and we'll see what action they take. It's a serious situation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Speaker Johnson, they're reacting to yesterday's presidential debate. And now, moments away, we will have President Biden out in North Carolina We will see what kind of moments he will have at this rally, because so many people, Democrats, the media, really taking notice of yesterday's performance from President Biden. And we'll see what kind of energy level is there today. You're watching Live Now from Fox. You'll see it right here. We'll come back in just 2. It is a new day for the trial for Karen Read. The jury still has the case, and could today be the day that we get a verdict? Of course, we've been providing coverage here on Live Now from Fox of some of the biggest highlights, but we want to bring you someone that has been really covering this case from the very beginning as it was all happening in the investigation as well. Let's bring in blogger Aidan Kearney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Like I said, you have been in the midst of this, sometimes literally and figuratively.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, I've gone to jail for this. I did 60 days in jail. I've been charged with 16 felonies over my journalism and activism regarding the Karen Read case. And ironically, the same police that I've in district attorney's office that I've accused of being complicit in the cover-up of John O'Keefe's murder are the same people that came to my house with the state police fugitive unit, arrest me in front of my children's school bus, and plotted to put me in jail for 60 days, have my bail revoked. And but today will hopefully be the day when all of my hard work is validated with a not guilty verdict.
And yesterday, you put it out there on X. You tweeted it saying, Friday is Freedom Friday there. Tell us, when the jury got the case here, the Karen Read supporters like yourself, did you think it was going to come a verdict a little bit sooner, though?
Oh, much sooner. I mean, I'm surprised that they need this long. This is an open and shut case. This is public opinion for anybody who's been following this case. It's like 90-10, not guilty. It's like overwhelming. You can't find that on a murder trial, especially in favor of not guilty. Maybe guilty sometimes if like OJ or something like that. But with this one, it's just so obvious. It's literally impossible for Karen Read to have killed John O'Keefe. 2 crash reconstruction experts with PhDs who were hired by the FBI, they both testified that John O'Keefe could not possibly have sustained his injuries from a vehicle collision. And there's just mountains and mountains of evidence that not only did John O'Keefe not get killed by Karen Reed, but that John O'Keefe was inside Brian Albert's house on 34 Fairview Road, and that he was beaten inside there and dragged out and left to die in the cold.
And tell us a little bit. I mean, this is like, well, it's not like, this is a David versus Goliath type of moment where you have an individual citizen taking on, you know, a police force and really a government agency. And tell us what that feeling is like for Karen Reed, going and where a whole police agency is saying you're the killer.
Yeah, and David, it is like David and Goliath, and David, you know, wins that battle. And because David was fearless, and Karen Reed is fearless, and I'm fearless, and we're not going to back down to tyranny. We're not going to give in to some, you know, hack district attorney who's been in office since the beginning of time and is accountable to ultimately no one and thinks that they can get away with something like this. And it has been challenging. It is scary because they have all the guns. You know, they have the guns and the gavels, as we say, and they have the ability to arrest anyone they want, clearly on whatever flimsy evidence they want. Whether they arrested me in an attempt to scare me and stop me from reporting on this case, it's failed. The first journalist who's ever been charged with witness intimidation for going up to people and asking them, Jennifer McCabe, why did you Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m.? Brian Albert, why didn't you come out of your house when there was a dead cop on your front lawn and first responders everywhere? Why did you delete all of your phone calls between each other? Why are you calling phone calls in the middle of the night, butt dials? And people want to know the answer to these questions. And when I go up to them and ask them these questions, I'm charged with witness intimidation. So what is happening in Norfolk should scare the entire media, because the First Amendment is literally ablaze here in Massachusetts. There's a 200-foot buffer zone outside of the court that the judge instituted, there, in which the thousands of protesters who come here every day must remain outside. It's a blatant First Amendment violation. But ultimately, like I said, it's all going to be validated today with a not guilty verdict, hopefully.
And Aiden, I want to get your thoughts here on really your platform and how you're able to put it out there to the people in free form, raw, and just putting out the facts of the case that you see it. And just tell us just how important a phone like this is to get your message out there and to also keep these live feeds for the supporters going.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like you said, this is my weapon of choice, is my phone, because it can film anything. It protects me. It keeps people from. There was an incident the other day. I went to Canton to do a story on what I believed was a lie by the state police. That they testified that John's Apple Health data showed him ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 a.m. because he was driving, they said, and it was a hilly road. So being the journalist that I am, I went out there and I drove that road and I filmed myself. It is as flat as Indiana. There's no way, and my iPhone did not register any ascending and descending stairs. So I was able to go out there and prove that this police officer lied under oath, Nicholas Carino, about what, in order to what? In order to show that the phone, you can't, if you're not inside a house, your phone isn't going to show you ascending and descending stairs. That proves John was inside the house. That proves now I have proven that the state police lied about this. So I do stuff like that. And I went out to eat in Canton the other night, and I came out and word was around that I was in town, and the McAlberts were waiting outside, and 2 of them assaulted me and were arrested for assault and battery. And they think that they can scare me. They think they can intimidate me, and it's not going to work, because this is the most powerful tool I have. If I can put you on video committing a crime, then I can show the world who the real bad guy is here. If you're going to do that to me on a Sunday afternoon, sober, in the middle of downtown Canton, imagine what they would do to somebody like, I don't know, John O'Keefe, if he stumbled into a house drunk and got into an argument with them behind closed doors.
And without the platform that independent bloggers have right now, an independent journalist, when you think back to the 50s, the 60s, even before the 2000s, really, when those platforms weren't available because the technology wasn't there, do you often think back to others that, wow, there could be a lot of Karen Reeds out there?
Yeah, oh, totally. I mean, the courthouse where this is being held is where the Sacco and Vanzetti trial was held about 100 years ago. They were 2 Italian anarchist immigrants who were charged with murder and executed. It was one of the most famous murder trials in American history. And a lot of people believe that they were not guilty. And they were just caught up in a time in which anti-Italian feelings were running strong in this country. And so, yeah, ultimately, maybe what would have happened back then? What if Turtle Boy was around back then and there was the technology back then to go out and show these things? Like, I could not have done what I do without Twitter, without, the internet, without an iPhone, without all this stuff. So like that, we were just left up to the corporate media, which isn't going to go out and do things that like nothing has stopped any reporters from finding the leads that I've been able to uncover in this story. But certainly the advancements of technology have allowed other people to go out there and do the same things that I'm doing and go on Twitter and post information and have other people discuss it and go and find new leads. And it's been a great advancement for society.
And lastly, Aiden, what are you and the other supporters thinking if this goes to a hung jury?
Thinking that's a big disappointment, and that would be an injustice if that happens, if it goes to a hung jury. And I'm not sure what would happen after that. If the Commonwealth has the energy to do this all over again, it would cost the taxpayers a lot of money. And Michael Proctor, the lead detective in this, who was close friends with the Alberts and texted horrific things about Karen Read that were uncovered in the FBI investigation into him. By the time this comes around, 6 months from now, if they bring this back, Michael Proctor might be fired. Michael Proctor might be under federal indictment. So a lot could happen between now and then but at the same time, you don't want to be the district attorney that let a cop get killed in your county and no one was ever held responsible for that. That's a horrible look politically as well. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we will definitely be watching to see if a verdict does indeed come today. Aiden, a.k.a. Turtle Boy, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, giving us the insight and what the other supporters are feeling on this Friday. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and some big breaking news coming where the jury says they are hung in this case. The judge is telling them to try to work it out more. That is the news we are getting from inside the court just moments ago. Wanted to bring that to your attention. So again, we are on verdict watch. We'll continue to wait for more updates all right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, do want to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments as we continue to wait for President Biden fresh off the presidential debate. We will see what kind of energy he has today. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us all worldwide right here. Let's go out to Raleigh, North Carolina, just moments away from President Biden, fresh off the debate stage from yesterday. Let's see and hear the crowd right here on Live Now.
We must invest in our people and their futures so that together we can build a safer and stronger state where our economy continues to grow and works for all people, where our public schools are excellent and our teachers well paid, and just in case you didn't hear what I just said, and where our teachers are well paid. Thank you. Where our neighborhoods are safe and our personal freedoms are protected. And I want to put a fine point on it because I want you to know that as your next governor, I will veto any further restrictions on women's reproductive freedom. It is about putting people first and fighting for them. And that is what I've had the honor of doing as your Attorney General, fighting for the people of North Carolina and delivering. Tackling the opioid and fentanyl crisis by leading a national bipartisan coalition of state attorneys general to take the big opioid drug companies to court, and we are winning more than $50 billion. Or it's eliminating what had been the nation's largest backlog of untested rape kits so that we are now delivering justice for victims and making our communities safer. Or it's defending women's right to choose and people's right to vote. Friends, these freedoms and so much more is on the line this November. And the choice could not be clearer. Two competing visions. Ours is forward-leaning and welcoming. It is about tapping the potential of every person so that together we can make this state work for every person. My opponent in this race, the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, his vision is one of division and hate. It's about fighting job-killing culture wars. He says truly awful things about other people, human beings, calls public school teachers wicked people and demons, says that.
All right, we will check back in Raleigh, North Carolina, as soon President Biden will be having that rally just a day after the big presidential debate that we saw in Atlanta yesterday. And wow, what a moment it was for that 90-plus minutes. Historic in nature, so many ways. We are hearing from media pundits, but bigger news is we are hearing from Democrats on the performance of President Joe Biden yesterday. Let's go out to Atlanta right now. That is where we find Fox's Doug Luzader joining us with a wrap-up here of this debate. Doug.
Well, Biden and Trump are back out on the campaign trail today, but it is Biden's performance at that debate last night generating so many headlines.
Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties?
A lot of voters tuning in last night to see moments like that, where both candidates went on the attack. But a lot of attention on President Biden, who some analysts say did little to address concerns about his age, including a former Biden White House communications director.
His biggest issue that he had to prove to the American people was that he had the energy, had the stamina, and he didn't do that.
With less than 2 months until the Democratic National Convention, some voters are calling for the president to step aside so the party can nominate another candidate.
Reality is that President Biden is getting older.
But the Biden campaign says it's not pressing the panic button. Instead, they are targeting former President Trump with a new ad released this morning, highlighting what they say were 50 of Trump's lies.
The choice is going to be between a guy that fights for people and another guy that wants to rip this country apart.
But Trump's team is declaring victory.
It's the exact reason that they've spent the last 3 years indicting my father. That performance last night. They knew they needed anything.
All right, so far as the campaign trail is concerned, Biden is going to North Carolina today. Trump will be in Virginia. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Doug, and we'll see if what energy level President Joe Biden has at this rally that is coming up in just moments, and we'll have it featured here on Live Now from Fox, but it should be very interesting. Doug Luzader, thanks so much for joining us, as always, on Live Now. We appreciate it. We are going to take a 2-minute break before that rally. Let's take that 2 minutes, and we'll be back with more on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Taking you back out to Raleigh, North Carolina, getting ready for President Joe Biden, as we have members here trying to pump up the crowd. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it. Hey. Hey. Snap your fingers. Do you step? You can do it all. Let me see you do it. Hey. Let me see you do it. Hey. Straight from the back, posted in the act. About to hit the club, we've been mopping all day. Drinking on some rust, dying on patrol. VIP status, strapped with my chrome. Look around the club, what do I see? Everybody rocking side to side to the beat. Snapping their fingers, bouncing to the groove. All by themselves, that's the new move. Partner where I'm from, we like to go dumb. I'm open up the game, I'm seeing how it's done. Hey, shorty, what they call it? She said the pool palace, straight from Bankhead. I said you're good at it, do what you do, you and your crew. They even got players and thugs doing it too. The more that I drink, the more it's looking smooth. It's nothing to a bus, you can do that thing too. Hey, snap your fingers, do your step, you can do it all. Let me see you do it, hey. Let me see you do it, hey. Snap your fingers, come on, do your step, you can do it all. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it. Hey, hey, turn my music up a little more. We finna get this party started. Bring it in, KOP. Yeah. Come on, party people, and make some noise. Hey. Come on. Go. 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 Come on. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Can we get this started? Can we get this started? Come on, tell me when to go. 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 Hey, can we get this started? Come on, can we get this started? Look here, Jesus Christ had dread, so shake them. I ain't got none, but I'm planning on growing some. Imagine all the people put the fist on top of chariots and turn the sidewalks. Tell me when to go. Talking on my jet on my way to the south. My second or third trip, some hitty, some solutions and some Listerine strips. Got the green thumb, it's just to ease my boss. Not just the cops, but the homies you gotta watch. The moon is full, look at the dark cloud. Sitting in my scraper watching up and go wild to that. I don't bump mainstream, I knock underground. All that other stuff sugar-coated and watered down. I'm from the Bay, we high gear go to Venezuela where the rappers be getting they lingo from. Tell me when to go. 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 Hey, can we get this started? Come on, can we get this started? Come on, tell me when to go. 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 Hey, can we get this started? Come on, can we get this started? Ooh. Now let me direct traffic for a minute. Talk to him. Let me tell you about this hockey movement we got going. Talk to him. You say it right back at me. You said we gonna do it like this here. Look. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Now scrape, 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 scrape. Put your sun shades on. 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 Now gas brake. Dip, dip. Gas brake. Shake them dreads. Shake them dreads. Ooh, let me see you show your crib. Let me see you show your crib. Now see his face, see his face, see his face, see his face. Doors open, man. Doors open, man. Doors open, man. Doors open, man. Now watch him swing, watch him swing. Come on, watch him swing, watch him swing. Go stupid, go dumb, go dumb, go stupid, go dumb, go dumb. Come on, tell me when to go. 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 Hey, can we get this started? Come on, can we get this started? Come on, tell me when to go. 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 Hey, can we get this started? Come on, can we get this started? Make some noise, party people! President Biden. God bless America.
All right, everyone. And so we are continuing to wait for President Biden. I want to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments.
living better now, Gucci sweater now. And that G4 can fly through any weather now. See, brothers get tight when you're worth a million. That's why I sport the chinchilla. Hurt they feelings. You can find Joe Crack and all the how the biggest front roller all the fighting. If our born come, then he probably squeal. Cause that the rappers that blow like.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Out in Raleigh, in North Carolina, you can see rapper Fat Joe trying to energize the crowd ahead of President Joe Biden, fresh off the debate from yesterday. And now Fat Joe is asking the crowd to lean back.
Play the winner. I said my people don't dance, we just pull up our pants and so everybody. Come on, I said my people don't dance, we just pull up our pants and so everybody. How y'all feeling out there? You know, I've been fighting on behalf of the American people for health care price transparency. Shout out the power to the patients. It's an honor to perform for you guys tonight. Shout out Joe Biden, the president. This one's for you, Joe. Nothing can stop me up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Shorty, what you want? Shorty, what you need? My brothers on the game, we ain't never leave. Counting all this money, we ain't never sleep. You gotta be 12. I got 12 B's. I got. I'm all the way up. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. 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 Nothing can stop me. For my hitters with Bentley Coops and Rolexes. You got the and then no breakfast. Had to stash to choose these women. So reckless. I keep my cruise. I'm talking shorty uptown, showing up a new thing. Couldn't take it all, so I gave her whole chain. She called me top shots, and yeah, I keep a few things. Choppy and sound, yeah, I got a few rings. And I'm all the way up. And you can stay up. And if you ask anybody where I live and point to the hills and say, go all the way up. Say what? Go all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me, y'all. Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
All right, rapper Fat Joe right there, getting the crowd ready for President Joe Biden. We will take our final break here of this hour as we do wait for the president fresh off the debate from yesterday. You're watching Live Now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us worldwide right here as we are waiting for President Joe Biden to be doing a rally out in North Carolina. We're also having a little bit later today a rally featuring President Trump as well. That will be happening out in Virginia. So keep an eye on our feeds here today, and we'll be bringing it to you. And now the podium is getting more set up right here, and we will, of course, bring it to you when it does happen, all right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us worldwide as we bring you this event. And do you want to, while we do wait for the president to come out, do you want to go out to Georgia, where earlier today, Stacey Abrams speaking on last night's debate.
But we also heard promises from Joe Biden. Joe Biden, who promised that he was always going to put America first, put Georgia first. A promise that he made when he stood for office 4 years ago that he has fulfilled by bringing jobs to Georgia. Every battery plant that's opening is because of Joe Biden. Every transportation project is because of Joe Biden. No matter who tries to take credit, Joe Biden kept his promise. Joe Biden promised that he was going to protect and defend democracy, and he has been willing to do that and will continue to do so. And Joe Biden promised to protect women, and he will do that. He is going to protect IVF access, which Donald Trump has not agreed to protect. He is going to protect access to medicated abortions because he knows that women deserve the right to make their own medical decisions and control their bodies. We live in one of the states in this country where women are under attack because of the promises of Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump promised to strip us of our bodily autonomy, and he succeeded. But Joe Biden is going to work hard to bring us back, to give us back not only our freedom, but to make certain that we are not second-class citizens in our country. And Georgia, unfortunately, is perfect proof of what happens when Donald Trump is in the White House. Women lose the right to control their bodies and the right to control their futures. But with a Joe Biden presidency, with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House for 4 more years, we have the opportunity to build a better Georgia, to build a better tomorrow. We have someone in President Joe Biden who understands that it is not enough to say you believe in the people of this country if you're not willing to do the work for the people of this country. And so we are excited about the next few months, about telling the people of Georgia and telling this country about what we can do together again. Because 4 years ago, we shocked America by showing that Georgia stands with Joe Biden, and we're going to remind everyone that when we roll up our sleeves and do our work, we can get it done. I'm now happy to turn it over to our chairman of the DNC, Jamie Harrison.
Thank you, Leader Abrams. Good morning, everybody. You know, last night, Donald Trump's unhinged embrace of political violence was once again on center stage here in Georgia, and it should concern us all. You know, Donald Trump came to Georgia to defend Charlottesville's white supremacists. He came to Georgia to call January 6 rioters patriotic and innocent. He came to Georgia, the heart of the South, talking about allowing states' rights to once again determine our freedoms. Our message to Donald Trump is we will not go back. We will not go back. You know, Donald Trump was asked if he would pledge to accept the 2024 election results, and he refused to say yes. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Someone who refuses to peacefully accept the results of a free and fair election is unfit for public office. The truth is, my friends, after Georgians rejected Donald Trump in 2020, Trump snapped. He never got over losing. And now he's running on a platform of revenge and retribution. He's focused only on himself, not on us. Trump is warning that there will be a bloodbath if he loses in November. Trump has pledged to be a dictator on day 1, and we take him at his word. Trump called to terminate the Constitution of these United States. Trump has promised to pardon January 6 rioters who attacked the brave police officers who defended the Capitol. For months, Donald Trump has made January 6th a cornerstone of his 2024 campaign, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. And it would be even worse if he becomes president again. He's promising to use the United States government to exact revenge and retribution on his political enemies. And his allies are putting together clear plans to go after anyone who disagrees with him on their extreme agenda. Trump's campaign of revenge couldn't be any more different than President Joe Biden. This is a man who has spent his life serving the American people. And that's the kind of president the people of Atlanta and Georgia deserve. Someone who is doing the work every day to make their lives better, not one who is willing to sacrifice our democracy and our freedoms for revenge and retribution. We all know that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. He's made that clear time and time again. Last night on the debate stage, Donald Trump made it clear once more when he refused to take responsibility for encouraging a violent mob to attack our nation's capital in an attempt to prevent the peaceful transition of power. He cannot be allowed anywhere near the Oval Office ever again. We're kicking him out of the Peach State today, and we're going to do it again in November. Georgians will rise up and reject Trump again, just like we did 4 years ago. Our democracy depends on it. And leader, you know, for the record, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is a black job. I don't know, but maybe, Senator, you do. I'm going to turn it over to Georgia Senator Josh McLaurin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we're really honored to have the chair of the DNC here in Atlanta, here in Georgia, where the front lines are for democracy this year and have been for the last several years. My name is Josh McLaurin. I represent a Senate district in North Fulton County. Part of the area that I'm in is the area that flipped in 2018 when Leader Abrams ran for governor and led the charge to awaken new political awareness in the northern suburbs of Georgia. So I and many other Democrats, elected officials in that area, are living proof that the voters in that area are tired of this political moment. They are tired of Donald Trump, the threats that he poses to democracy, and the threats that he poses to working families. Look at their records, the two candidates. At the debate, President Biden pointed out that Trump left office with the worst job record since Herbert Hoover. No other presidents have left office with fewer jobs than they started with, and an economy that was in free fall, a pandemic that hurt so many families across the country. But Trump doubled down on his plans to blow up the deficit by cutting taxes for billionaires. Trump is a con man. You know, people want to say that economy is his best issue, but that's because he has tried to con the American people as a convicted fraudster into believing that he's good on the economy. Take it from Leader Abrams. A tariff is just another word for a tax. Trump proposes to impose a 10% across-the-board tariff on goods coming into the country and 60% just for China. Well, that will increase the cost of goods. Inflation is just another way of saying that the cost of goods has gone up. Trump is not making any mistake about his plan to increase the cost of goods even further. Georgia, under Joe Biden, is doing better than it was under Trump. Our employment rate is now at 3.1%. It's down from 4.8% when Trump left office. Biden has created over 450,000 jobs in Georgia, and those are the facts. You know, Joe Biden often says, show me your budget and I'll show you what you value. Trump has told us unequivocally that he is planning to do more tax cuts for big corporations and billionaires, in addition to the tariff. He also wants to dismantle the American safety net. Every year as president, Trump has tried to cut Social Security and Medicare, which millions of families rely upon, and he's promised to do the same if he returns to the White House, saying there's a lot you can do in terms of cutting these critical programs. He's also pledging, once again, to terminate the Affordable Care Act, which would send health care costs skyrocketing, potentially stripping more than 4.2 million people in Georgia with pre-existing conditions of their health care. You know, the president reminded us last night, President Biden, that he has capped prescription drug costs. He has done a lot for veterans and for working families in Georgia and elsewhere. And the experts agree. New analysis from Moody's shows that Trump's economic agenda would actually raise costs for consumers, increase the inflation rate, and even trigger a recession by 2025. Now, that's a stark contrast with President Biden, who the same analysts and experts said his policies are better for the economy, lead to more growth, less inflation, and we never have to guess where President Biden stands. He is the most pro-union and pro-worker president of our lifetimes. And under his leadership, support for union membership has grown to its highest level in half a century. Unions, as most Americans agree, are the reason that we've got weekends, livable working conditions, and a middle class that can actually grow and thrive in the United States. President Biden's the first sitting president to join a picket line. He signed legislation saving hundreds of thousands of union workers' pensions, and he will keep fighting to strengthen the right to join a union. So the contrast couldn't be clearer. While Trump is pushing for tax cuts for the wealthy and brags about it at the fundraisers with wealthy donors, President Biden understands the working man and comes from those communities. He is going to continue his decades-long work of protecting those families. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is a con man. He is a convicted felon, and President Biden reminded us he's the only one on the stage, that Trump is the only one on the stage that was. And the reason that we keep referring to the fact that he is a convicted felon is because if he is willing to cook the books for his own accounting personally, then what is stopping him from cooking the books and doing fraudulent accounting for the American people and for his record on the economy? So we're grateful that the debate was in Atlanta and got to showcase the battleground state of Georgia. And with that, all
right, it looks like we are now just moments away from President Biden to be coming out there in North Carolina. Let's go to it right here as the rally now officially kicking off with the governor of North Carolina.
Hello, fellow North Carolinians! Wow, what a crowd! You can hear you from the next block. Thanks for being here and caring about the future of our country. North Carolina welcomes back to Raleigh First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, President Joe Biden, as we get ready to defeat Donald Trump. Hey, and let's give another big round of applause to the next governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein. We have to win that race to continue the progress that we've made and to stop the Republican legislature from their worst instincts, and we know what they are. Guys, we are just 130 days away from the biggest election of our lifetime. Now, I know that our tensions are high right now, but this election is not just about what kind of president we want to have. This election is about what kind of country we want to be. Do we want to be Donald Trump's America, where the wealthy and get all of the support and the working families get the shaft? No. Do we want to be Donald Trump's America, where the government is nothing more than a tool for revenge and retribution? Do we want to be Donald Trump's America, where the end of Roe v. Wade is a great thing? Politicians police women's bodies and daughters have fewer rights than their mothers. No. Do we want to be Donald Trump's America, where the president is a convicted felon whose lies come too fast even for the fact checkers? Of course we don't. Do we want to be Donald Trump's America, where the president tries to overthrow our democracy and says if he's elected again, he'll be a dictator? No. Guys, 4 years ago, we told Donald Trump, "You're fired." Now he wants his job back. We are not going to let him, because the position is already filled. We know that Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy and our nation, and we have to stop him. And look at our alternative here. Joe Biden made a bipartisan infrastructure bill happen when Donald Trump couldn't.
And now our roads and bridges are being updated, our ports and railways are being brought into the 21st century, and our small businesses and rural communities are getting high-speed internet access. Joe Biden increased health care coverage while Donald Trump tried to take it away. Joe Biden lowered the cost of prescription drugs, capped the price of insulin for seniors, and lowered health care premiums. And especially for us, he got us extra mental health money to help convince our North Carolina Republican legislature to finally expand Medicaid. Now we have almost 500,000 North Carolinians with health insurance, and we're headed toward 600,000. I will never forget December the 1st, when Medicaid expansion enrollment began, and I was able to present Penny with her health insurance card. She knew that this would get her the care that she needed. She knew this would help to stop her crushing medical debt from continuing to pile up. This was the moral and right thing for the richest and greatest country in the world to do for her and hundreds of thousands more just like her. But Donald Trump wants to snatch that health insurance card right out of Penny's hand. He came within one vote of destroying the Affordable Care Act when he was president, and he has vowed to try again. My fellow North Carolinians, can we stop him?
All right, folks, before President Biden comes to that podium, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's go back out right now to Raleigh, North Carolina. That is where we do have the President Joe Biden rally. He is expected to come out at any moment. The governor there in North Carolina about to introduce him.
Bring to the stage Eric Fitz, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Wow, what a great crowd. Let's hear. And what great music. Let's hear it for Fat Joe and E40. So it's great to be with you all. Some of you may have heard the story that I didn't agree to marry Joe until the 5th time he asked me. But the truth is, I loved him from the start. So I'm going to repeat that line because I think it's the most important. I loved him from the start. I saw in him then the same character that I see in him today. And even though he has faced unimaginable tragedies, his optimism is undaunted. His strength is unshakable. His hope is undeterred. And over the last few years, Joe has helped heal our country, helping us all recover from the chaos of the last administration. We don't choose our chapter in history, but we can choose who leads us through it. And at this moment, with these perils the world is facing, there is no one that I would rather have sitting in the Oval Office right now than my husband. What you saw last night on the debate stage was Joe Biden, a president with integrity and character, who told the truth. And Donald Trump told lie after lie after lie. Oh, you're good. You're so good. This election is about you. Joe is fighting for the families here in North Carolina and across America who are working hard to find a secure place in the middle class. The moms who worry that their daughters will grow up in a country with fewer rights than we had. And as a teacher, I'm always proud. Yay to the teachers. Love the teachers who are here. I'm always proud of the way that Joe fights for educators, like our next speaker, Eric Fitz. Eric is a former school principal, public school principal, and he now works at Wake County Public Schools. Let's be over here. Making sure teachers get the support they need so that students can thrive. Eric, thank you for all that you do for your fellow educators and students, your family, and your community. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage, Eric Fitz.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is amazing. Never could have imagined standing right here before you. Well, my name is Eric Fitz, and I'm a proud father, a proud educator within here at Raleigh, North Carolina. Last night, I watched with pride as President Biden won the debate and put forward. He put forward a clear vision for making life better for our families. And Donald Trump made it very clear he's focused on retribution and revenge. But what amazed me most was that President Biden that we saw last night on the debate stage was the same Joe I had the pleasure of sharing a meal with a few months ago right in my home with my sons, Christian and Carter. When we sat at my dinner table, I was able to share with him how grateful I was for his leadership and for his compassion. Because of President Biden, my student loan debt had been forgiven just a few months earlier. By forgiving the loans, that enabled me to become the educator that I am today. President Biden changed my life for the better and for the lives of my sons. With the debt erased, which I would have been paying on for decades, I'm able to save for my sons' college pursuits. I'm able to invest in their futures and support their dreams. What struck me most about our conversation with President Biden was the way that he listened. He made all of us feel seen, heard, and valued. Afterwards, my sons told me they would never forget hearing the president say to them how proud he was of them. My children are one of the most important things to me in this world, and that's something President Biden and I share. I know who Joe is. He's a dad. He's a leader. He's a good man. He wakes up every day fighting to make sure that my sons and all of our children have the future that they deserve. I'm proud Joe Biden is our president. So whether he is fighting for our rights on the debate stage, protecting democracy on the world stage, or eating burgers with me in my house in Raleigh, Joe Biden is a good and decent man who fights for our families every day. President Biden shows up for everyday North Carolinians, and North Carolina is ready to show up for him in November. We need to send him right back to the White House. So now, please join me in welcoming our guest of honor to the state of North Carolina, the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, North Carolina. I'm gonna get in trouble with my mom looking down in heaven if I don't say, please excuse my back. I apologize. It's good knowing you have my back. Eric, thanks for that introduction. We had a wonderful time spending time with your sons, Christian and Carter. We're going to grow up to be incredible young men. You would have been really impressed the way they talked about their dad, how informed they were about what was going on. I was truly impressed, and I ate 2 hamburgers. A special thanks to Roy and Kristen Cooper. Roy, you've been a great governor. Which makes it all the more important that North Carolina elected a great governor to replace you, Josh Stein. And when I'm reelected again with your help, I want you to know that I'm not promising not to take Roy away from North Carolina. Whether he'll come or not, I don't know. And thanks to all the state and local leaders here today, the great musicians and entertainers who performed earlier. Folks, let me tell you why I'm here in North Carolina. I'm here for what? That's okay. That's okay. I'm here in North Carolina for one reason, because I intend to win this state in November. Are you going to see that? I think we are. And Roy's right. We win here, we win the election. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to stand up for the women of America. We're going to restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. We're going to stand up for the right to vote. We're going to stand up for Medicare and Social Security. We're going to fight for child care, paid leave, and elder care. We're going to keep lowering the cost of prescription drugs, not just for seniors, but for every single American. We're going to keep protecting the Affordable Care Act, which is why more than 40 million Americans have health insurance today. They didn't before. We're going to protect our children and get the weapons of war off our streets. We're going to provide clean drinking water, affordable high-speed internet, quality education for every child in America. We're going to secure our border and protect legal immigration. And unlike the other guy, we're going to stand up to dictators like Putin, because America bows to no one. No one ever. Folks, and we're going to keep dealing with the climate crisis. Look, more than anything, we're going to preserve, protect, and defend our democracy. Because more than anything else, that is what is at stake in America this election. Your freedom, your democracy. America itself is at stake. Now, folks, I don't know what you did last night, but I spent 90 minutes on the stage debating a guy who has the morals of an alley cat. Did you see Trump last night? My guess, he set, I mean it sincerely, a new record for the most lies told in a single debate. He lied about the great economy he created. He lied about the pandemic he botched, killing millions of people. He closed businesses, he closed schools, losing their homes, people all over this country. America was flat on its back. So I told Trump that he was just one of two presidents in American history who left office with fewer jobs than he started. Herbert Hoover was the other one. That's why I call him Donald Herbert Hoover Trump. And then he lied about how great he was for veterans. But then I told him how he had called a veteran who had given their lives in the country in World War I and refused to go to the grave sites. He called them suckers and losers. He tried to deny it. But let me ask you, are you going to believe a 4-star Marine general, his own former Chief of Staff, John Kelly, who said he said that? Or the disgraced, defeated, and lying Donald Trump? My son was one of those people. Not a World War, but in the Vietnam. Folks, Look, how about the fact that 44 How about the fact, that's okay. How about the fact that 40 out of his 44 top advisors, including the vice president, aren't supporting him this time around? The people who know him best, 40 of them said, I will not support the man I work for this time around. It tells you a lot about the person who knows him. Look, he lied about how great he was on crime. I had to remind him that he oversaw a record increase in murder rates in 2020. On my watch, violent crime has hit a 50-year low. There's more to do with a 50-year low. And then I pointed out that the only convicted criminal on the stage last night was Donald Trump. When I thought about his 34 felony convictions, his sexual assault on a woman in a public place, his being fined $400 million for business fraud, I thought to myself, Donald Trump isn't just a convicted felon. Donald Trump is a one-man crime wave. He's got more trials. He's got more trials coming up. Well, time for that. Look, the thing that bothers me maybe most about him, he has no respect for women or the law. He doesn't. And then, his biggest lie, he lied about how he had nothing to do with the insurrection of January 6th. We all saw with our own eyes. We watched it on television. We saw thousands in his direction attack the Capitol. We saw police being attacked, the Capitol being ransacked, the mob hunting for Speaker Pelosi, gallows literally set up for Mike Pence. And then he told them as he sat in the dining room, the private dining room, one door off my Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching the TV. He did not a single thing to stop it. Nothing. Nothing at all. And now he wants to pardon all those convicted and criminals. But folks, for all his lies, we learned some important truths about Donald Trump last night. We learned he's still proud of being the person who killed Roe v. Wade. We learned he's still proud about the pain and cruelties inflicted on America's women. We learned he still believes that politicians, not doctors and women, should make decisions about the woman's health. We learned that if he's elected again and the MAGA Republicans pass a national ban on abortion, he will sign it. Donald Trump says he thinks overturning Roe v. Wade was a beautiful thing. I think it was a nightmare. No, I really mean it, a nightmare. And I made it clear again last night that if you elect me and Kamala, you give us a Democratic Congress, we will make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again. He continued to lie. He said, I quadruple taxes. Where the hell has he been? Which is a simple lie. I didn't raise a tax on anyone in America who they made less than $400,000 a year. And I won't in my second term either. We learned that Trump, who had the largest deficit of any president in 4 years because of a $2 trillion tax cut to the super wealthy, we learned that Trump wants to give another giant tax cut for the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. This time, $5 trillion, not a joke, $5 trillion. To pay for it, he's going to cut Medicare and Social Security. He'll cut health care. He'll do it all with millions of working and middle-class Americans all pay for another tax cut for the very wealthy. Then, to add insult to injury, he wants to raise taxes on the average family $2,500 a year. what amounts to a new 10% sales tax on all products imported in America. That's his new plan for food, coffee, candy bars, and so much more. It's going to raise the taxes on the average family $2,500 a year. And most dangerously, though, we learned that Donald Trump will not respect this year's election outcome. He's still not respecting the last time out. Well, think about it. Every court in Lebanon ruled that it was a fair election. He's still denying it, still telling lies. 3 times, Trump was asked last night by the moderators, would he respect the election results if he lost this time? 3 times he refused to answer. 3 times. Folks, Donald Trump refused to accept the results in 2020. We all saw what happened on January the 6th. It's a direct consequence of that. It was an international embarrassment. By the way, as I go to these international meetings, I know every major world leader, and I literally, because I've been around, as you might have noticed. But they asked me, did he really mean this? Was this real? It caused a constitutional crisis and international embarrassment. Now, Trump is making it clear that if he doesn't win this time, there will be, in his words, bloodshed. No president has ever said anything like that. No president. His words, not mine. We're going to let Donald Trump attack our democracy again? I don't think so. Folks, we've come a long way. We've come a long way from the mess that Donald Trump left us. We came out of the pandemic. We're a long way from where Donald Trump telling us to inject bleach in our skin, that COVID is not that dangerous. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world without exception. 15 million new jobs. 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment under 4% for a record 2 years in a row. Historic Black and Hispanic unemployment down. Historic creation of small business in Black and all communities across the nation, particularly in rural areas. Historic economic growth. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3% and is still going down. I know we have more to do to get prices down. We have to take on corporate greed. They're making twice the profit they were before the pandemic. We got to make housing more affordable, provide child care, make the tax code fair. 16 Nobel winners of the economic Nobel Prize have looked at my economic plan this week. They've issued a report, and a Trump's plan. Here's what they concluded. They said that my plan would continue to grow the economy and bring down inflation. 16 Nobel laureates. And that Trump's plan would send the nation into recession and inflation soaring through the roof. But don't take my word for it. Folks, let me close with this. I know I'm not a young man. State the obvious. Well, I know. Well, I don't. Folks, I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up. I know what it took to take our economy from the depths of the pandemic to where it is today, the strongest economy in the world. I know what it'll take to bring this economy to everybody. I know what it'll take to rally the world, to stand up against Putin and defend freedom, not yield to him. And I know what it'll take to keep the world safe and free for the years ahead. Folks, I give you my word as a Biden, I would not be running again if I didn't believe with all my heart and soul I can do this job. Because quite frankly, the stakes are too high. The stakes are too high. Donald Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat for everything America stands for. Look, he doesn't understand what I think all of you do. America is the finest and most unique nation in the world. We're the only nation in the world, and I mean this sincerely, it's a fact statement, not a hyperbolic statement, it's fact. We're the only nation in the world built on an idea. All the nations built on ethnicity, geography, and other religion. But we're built on an idea that we're all created equal. We deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to it. I'll be damned in the year 2024, just 2 years before the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence, that I'll let Donald Trump walk away from it. I give you my word. I give you my word as a Biden. We're still a nation. I believe we're still a nation that believes in honesty and decency and treating people with respect. I still believe we're a nation that gives everyone a fair shot and leaves nobody behind. We're still a nation that gives hate no safe harbor. And we're still the beacon to the world. We can never give up what makes America, America. Donald Trump is motivated by revenge and retribution. Well, revenge and retribution never built a damn thing. You and I, we Americans are a nation of hope, optimism, and possibilities. That's what always built America. That's going to continue to build America today. The choice in this election is simple. Donald Trump will destroy our democracy. I will defend it. So, folks, are you with me? Donald Trump's the first president I've heard of that stood up there running for president, having been one for one term, saying, America's a failing nation. Where the hell does he think he is? I'm serious. A failing, I don't know a president wouldn't trade places with America in a heartbeat. He's dead wrong. America's not a losing nation. America's winning. As I stand here today, I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future in my whole career. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity, nothing when we act together. You got it. So may God bless you all. And may God protect our troops. Let's go get them, North Carolina.
All right, there we go. Fresh off the debate stage from last night, President Biden holding that first all-important rally out in Raleigh, in North Carolina. And near the end, acknowledging for the first time that he had a poor performance at last night's debate, but says that voters can count on him to get to the finish line and defeat President Donald Trump there. So it is going to be very interesting from this stretch all the way to November, but we will have you covered here on Live Now from Fox, giving you and showing you the rallies in full as we get them from Joe Biden to Donald Trump as well. And speaking of Donald Trump, we have a shot here of his upcoming rally coming out in Virginia in about 90 minutes. We'll feature that for you, just like we did for President Joe Biden. So let's take a two-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back to all our great viewers here on Live Now from Fox. Friday edition continues to roll on, and will continue throughout the day to provide you post-debate coverage as well as analysis, insight, and then looking forward to some more of the rallies from the presidential contenders. We just saw from President Joe Biden. We will be seeing Donald Trump coming up in about 90 minutes as well out in Virginia. So we got a lot on deck here for this Friday, and we'll continue to look out for more live feeds and top stories that do come in. And remember, when breaking news happens, we do have you covered here as well. In the meantime, do you want to go out to the Pentagon briefing talking about the latest wars in Israel and Ukraine? Let's listen in on Live Now.
The USS Wasp and the embarked 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit will be joined by the USS Oak Hill, which is currently in the Mediterranean Sea, and the USS New York, which is currently operating in the Atlantic Ocean. Together, this Navy and Marine Corps capability constitutes the Wasp Amphibious Ready Group that deployed from the East Coast on June 1st. The presence of an integrated ARGMU provides flexibility and enhanced capability to NAVUR and NAVAF and U.S. 6th Fleet. You can see EUCOM's full statement on their EUCOM website. And now switching to a few operational updates on the temporary pier, or the Joint Logistics Over-the-Shore capability that is being used to surge humanitarian assistance into Gaza. In the past 7 days, U.S. Central Command delivered more than 4,500 metric tons, or 10 million pounds of aid to the marshalling yard in Gaza, which works out to approximately 1.5 million pounds per day. For historical context, following the devastating tsunami in 2011, DoD delivered about 3 million pounds of aid to Japan over approximately 2 months. So just again, for context, in the last week, the temporary pier alone almost tripled that volume. Additionally, the pier provided the second highest volume of aid from any entry point into Gaza this past week. In total, since May 17th, Central Command has assisted in the delivery of more than 8,831 metric tons, or approximately 19.4 million pounds of humanitarian aid to the shore for onward distribution by humanitarian organizations. Now, due to high sea states expected this weekend, Central Command has removed the temporary pier from its anchored position in Gaza and will tow it back to Ashdod, Israel. As always, the safety of our service members is a top priority, and temporarily relocating the pier will prevent potential structural damage that could be caused by the heightened sea state. U.S. Central Command will continue to provide updates on the status of the temporary pier, as will we from this podium. And finally, but last but not least, I want to acknowledge CBS correspondent David Martin as he wraps up his time covering the Pentagon. Later this summer, David will be stepping away from the daily Pentagon beat after having covered the Department of Defense for more than 4 decades and across 7 administrations. The good thing is that we'll continue to hear from David as he continues his long-form storytelling for CBS News broadcasts. And I just want to say that you are one of the first people that I speak to almost on a regular basis in the morning. So I will certainly miss seeing you in the building, but I hope those calls continue as well. So on behalf of OSD Public Affairs, I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate you, David, congratulate your family, wish you the best in your next chapter. And with that, why don't you start us off, if you have a question?
Well, there are reports that that pier, once it gets towed into ASHDOT is not going to go back because of the backlog in shipments. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's correct in terms of the backlog of shipments. There is a need for more aid. I think what you're referring to is in Cyprus. We do need more aid to come into Cyprus. We are pretty close to full on the marshalling yard in terms of how much aid is there. As I mentioned at the top, this pier has provided, the second most volume of aid over, all the other crossings in Gaza. So we've certainly seen its capability. We've seen the importance of what it can do. As high sea states are impacting the operability of the pier, that's why it's being removed. When the commander decides that it is the right time to reinstall that pier, we'll keep you updated on that.
So it may not go back.
As of right now, the intention is to continue to get aid into Gaza by any means necessary. That includes the pier, airdrops, and of course, as we've always said with the pier, it is meant to be temporary. It is not the long-term solution or solve for land routes. We know that's the most effective way in, but that's really a decision that the commander will make as we continue to evaluate the high sea states. But I don't have a date of when the pier would be reinstalled.
You don't have a date?
I don't right now. The commander will continue to assess the sea states over the weekend. That could lead into next week. So we're going to continue to monitor the environmental and weather factors. And once we have a better update, we'll certainly provide that.
So on a separate subject, the disintegration of this Russian satellite. Is there any indication that satellite came apart as a result of some kind of Russian anti-satellite test?
As of right now, we're still evaluating why this satellite came apart. Satellite breakups can result from a variety of different cases, but right now we just don't have an assessment of what broke this one apart, which I believe happened on June 26th. Okay. Tara?
Thanks, Sabrina. Back to the pier. The marshalling yard is almost full, and it doesn't seem like any delivery trucks are going to take that aid. So would putting the pier back in place be contingent upon there actually being room to put more aid? Because how could you move aid if you don't have anywhere to put it?
Yes, I mean, of course. If there's not enough room on the marshalling yard, then it doesn't make sense to put our men and women out there when there's nothing to move. There is still room. I don't want to give the impression that it's at capacity. It is certainly full. But we do need to see that marshalling yard open up to allow for aid groups to continue that distribution so that we can get more aid in as we get it from Cyprus.
So is there anything that the U.S. can do to help get that aid moving out of the marshalling yard?
So that's something that we've been having ongoing conversations with the WFP, and by we, I should say the larger, broader we. It's an interagency effort that's really being spearheaded by USAID. So for more updates on those conversations, I'd refer you to them to speak to how those conversations are going with WFP. But we all know that this is a priority. We want to see distribution pick back up. We want to see aid delivered to the people that need it most. We certainly know and understand and are monitoring the.
All right, everyone, we are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Virginia, where parts of the Donald Trump rally starting to happen here. So just like how we did for Joe Biden, we had his rally in full from North Carolina. Let's listen in right now here on Live Now from Fox to Trump's in Virginia.
Who won the debate? Well, even CNN agrees with you all. Folks, there are some really clear competing visions about the differences and comparisons on a wide range of issues on our side compared to the